Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a Monday edition of High on Politics. I am ready to definitely be on the first part of that, and the second part, we will take it or leave it. I'm so glad that I am here. I'm glad that you guys are here with me, I should say, to cover some of this stuff, because you know what? Yeah, it's definitely getting to me a little bit today. God damn, dude, the blatant insider trading that we're watching happen, and everybody's just kind of like, meh. But yeah, we're going to get into that. We're going to be going through some of the stuff. But before we do, I'm going to be going through a little bit of, just some chill stuff. Let's hang out for a minute. Let's start the week right. Let's say hello and welcome everybody in. How are you guys? Welcome, Dennis. How are you? Up the Pucks, how you doing? Manda, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. You guys could do me a solid and head on over to the vertical, leave a like, and yeah, let's get this show on the road. I really appreciate that. And if you are just joining us over in the vertical, hello, welcome to the show. We are just starting here. Nice to meet you. I am Pep. If you have never joined this program before, just so you guys know, this is kind of what I would like to consider like a stoner circle of the internet, where we discuss the world events of the day and some politics. But I also try to welcome everybody in who has different politics than me, so always appreciate that. All right, so long weekend. I had a nice long weekend this weekend, and I needed it. I really fucking needed it. So you ever have one of those days, and I'm sure that you guys have, but you ever just have one of those where you just feel like there's nothing in the world that could just get you out of bed, but it's not like you're sick, it's not like you're depressed, it's just, no, I am having the laziest of days. So I did that. I finally did that. It felt great, though. You know what? It was a kind of nice, like, hard reset for me. So mental care, you know what? You guys got... I really do advocate for doing that, where it's just like, guys, if you need to disengage, like, I get it. I get why I've had some people reach out, actually, just within the last few weeks here, I've had multiple people get a hold of me and just say, hey, I'm not going to be in the chat, I'm not going to be really hanging out, I just need to decompress, it has nothing to do with you, I'll be back. It was like, you know what? I appreciate that, and I actually advocate for that. People need to take care. So, lazy day. Yeah, lazy days rule. Like, it was really, really nice. I just laid around, played some Pokemon ZA, and just did nothing. Just did a whole lot of nothing. I got to spend a lot of time with the wife, though, so that was kind of nice. Actually, you know what? I'm sure she'll be okay. She, unfortunately, had some kind of bad days the last few days, just because I think that the medication is kind of settling it, and just it's hitting her. So yeah, if you guys can give her some love, I always know that she appreciates that. She is on the upswing, though, so definitely keep those the positive vibes going, because man, this cancer thing's a bitch. Cancer sucks. It really fucking does. And I can just speak for myself and just how hard it is to watch her go through this. I finally had a moment where I had to go, and I just I did this for myself. Just went and broke down, because like it's so painful to watch her go through it. But you know what? Her resilience, though, like, for real, it's inspiring to watch. It really is, because she'll go from kind of feeling like bad, then all of a sudden just like, it's all right, fuck it, I'm good. It's like, I got this. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna do it. But it's also just like lots of fatigue. Like that's, man, that chemo fatigue is real. That is something that I noticed with my dad's chemo. When he was going through it, like my dad is one of the most stubborn human beings I've ever known in my life. So for him to be like kind of bedridden that's like a curse to him because and actually interestingly enough, when he drove himself to the hospital having a heart attack with the doctors called a widowmaker, he drove himself 45 minutes to the hospital after eating a fried bologna sandwich and going, my chest hurts and I'm sweating a lot. It's like, oh no. Yeah, so when he told me this after he got on some of the good stuff is what he was saying. He's like, man, now I get it. Like, he calls me from the hospital. He's like, I get it. I fucking get it, man. If I ever need to go, he's just like, give me whatever they're giving me now. Holy shit. I was just like, okay, man. But I get a phone call the next day, and my dad's like, I got in trouble. I'm like, how? You got in trouble? How? What are you doing? How are you getting in trouble at the hospital? He's just like, well, I wasn't supposed to be up and about, and I was getting a little stir crazy, so I figured out how to unplug myself, and I started walking around the hospital. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that right after you have a heart attack. So, and this is the funniest part about it. He was in the middle of being, investigated or whatever. Like, they had him hooked up and everything. He was just like, no, I just watched how they did, took it all off. It was just like, you're not supposed to do that, man. So yeah, it was really funny when he called me. He's like, I got in trouble. Yeah, he was proud of himself too. He's like, they threatened me with handcuffs. It's like, dude, stop. What are you doing? Why are you being... Oh, he's such a pain in the ass sometimes. But yeah, during his chemo treatments, it was the same shit, man. Like, he would be fighting that stuff in the car. Like, the worst was, when I just knew. I'm like, oh man, you're gonna be a pain in the ass all day, because my dad's just like, take me to work. I'm like, you're not supposed to go to work. You're supposed to go home and you're supposed to go to bed. He's like, take me to work. He's like, I don't want to be useless. Take me to work. I don't want to just lay in bed. He'd get there 10 minutes later. Buddy, I think I gotta go home. It's just like, all right. Yeah, so... But I get it, man. Like, watching somebody with his resilience and watching just like, again, my wife is very much in the same light where she doesn't like to just sit around. She's very mobile. She likes to just like be out doing things. So yeah, it sucks to see it, but man, it brought it all back though, because this was a few years ago for my dad's cancer run. Holy fuck though. It's so funny to watch somebody that is that stubborn get on like the doctor's nerves where they're just like, dude, you need to take care of yourself. Stop going out. What are you doing? Oh, man. But you know what? I'll just say this again. I have two of the most inspiring people that I've ever seen. I already was inspired by them. But to see them and how they handled this, I can only hope to be as strong and to just, because I worry about that with myself. Like if I have to go through some of that shit, dude, I'm not sure if I can make that. I'm a little baby, man. Like dude, seriously, when I get sick, I get sick. I get man flu. Like, I'm very much in that vein. I'm not the one to just suck it up. Which, again, no shame in that. I have to also say, I think that it's a little BS-y how we don't, it's like, why we gotta shame people for feeling really, really bad when they're sick? It's just like, come on. But I've been told that, yes, I do indeed have the man flu. Which, coming from her now, I'm just like, yeah, she's probably right. Hey, what up, Mitch? What up, Josh? Hey, sorry, guys, I just realized that my chat was, I paused my chat. That was my bad. What is going on today? Everybody's a little quiet. What's up? How was your guys' weekend? Is that what I didn't lead off with? It's just like, how's the weekend? How's everybody doing? Get away from the cat treats, because you've already gone through one. You already got one bag of those, you stinker. Still can't believe they did that, man. I don't think my husband could go through half the stuff I deal with, but if he ever does, I'll be there for him. Awesome. See, now that's a partnership right there, and I appreciate that. That's what I feel I have, where even though she'll be calling me a baby and she'll be guilting me while I'm sitting there, you know what? I know that she'll be there for me. Just remind, especially with this cancer thing. Now she's gonna just remind me. It's just like, look at what I dealt with. Come on, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? So yeah, you know what? Let's keep my health up. Yeah. Oh boy. So that's the stuff that has been going on with me. Honestly, it was kind of quiet. I got to catch up on some video games. What up, Rowdy? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Be proud of me, though. I only did like two days of politics, where I was, or not 2 days, like 2 hours even of politics, where I allowed myself to kind of go through the stories, and I was like, I'm doing it for show prep, which I did. I did not lie to myself. I think that I went to those stories because I was just like, don't lie to yourself. You need to go and you need to get those stories because those are the ones you prepared for, because you shouldn't be watching politics on your time off. So, yeah, definitely, I value the time that I don't have to think about this, but god damn it, it's so fucking rough. Like, my gas, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do the gas rant, guys, because holy fuck, dude, for a fucking half tank, I paid what I paid to fill my tank just a few days ago. That's where it's like, okay, man, I have a feeling that, and I don't drive a very big car, and I think that I might have a 19-gallon tank, if that, 19, 20-gallon or whatever. Yeah, so if people have bigger gas tanks than me, oh boy, they gotta be hurting. But good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Yeah, actually, Rowdy, what's like the gas in like kind of, I'm not sure if you're in rural Wisconsin, but just like, what's the gas in Wisconsin? I know it's fucking, dude, it's astronomical here. The closer you get to the city, good luck. I think that they might have broken $6 in certain parts of the city. So it's, yeah, it's going great, guys. It's going great. But yeah, Trump tacoed out today, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the gas prices. We'll see if they go down. Will they? I doubt it. I kind of went on a little bit of a rant when I started the show, just about how, like, dude, there's just blatant insider trading, and we're just like, whatever. You live in Utah? Oh, I thought you lived in Wisconsin. What the fuck? How in the hell are you a Green Bay fan? Well, how are things in Utah, I guess? Actually, yeah, same question. You know what? Yeah, what are the gas prices? Actually, yeah, guys, what are the gas prices in your area? Please, shout out. Anyway, Americans are afraid to sacrifice now. Pussy generation. Dude, I'm a millennial that grew up in the 90s. Sacrifice? I grew up in peacetime, homie. Peacetime, it was like, the closest we got to this shit was video games and like the occasional, like, hey, your friends are going now, but they didn't have a draft or anything, so like, that's real. Realistically, that's why that war did not have like an impact the way that you would have thought. Because, yeah, Vietnam, my mom, like, the way that they would talk about, like, her losing her friends was a little bit differently, because it was just like, yeah, they had no business being in the military whatsoever. So, yeah, it's getting dour out there though, guys. Gotta say, it was like I was talking about, like, this weekend, I could barely escape it, because when Trump came out, he's just like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna make a deal. I'm making a deal. And then I love this time that we're in, where I can't trust my own government. I can't trust Trump. I can't trust anybody that's in an official capacity. So I have to go to literally the opposition. I have to go to, like, Iranian news, Al Jazeera, and all. And, like, this is what, like, people automatically, they're just like, well, you can't believe that. That's fake news. It's like, dude, it's all fake news at this point. If you can look me in the eye and, like, you really believe everything that Trump and his regime are saying and all the news that backs him, what in the actual fuck happened? What in the actual fuck happened to your brain where you, like, just not even 2 years ago, you were like, oh my God, I can't stand this government tyranny. I can't stand government. Go back to COVID. Yeah, you're just tyrannical. Again, which Trump fucking instituted, by the way. I keep loving how people forgot that he was in charge when that happened. Anyway. Yeah, it sucks that I have to do that, though. You got to do that little bit extra. Gas is like $3.80. I just rollerblade instead. Man, even I live in a fucking like metropolis area, and I can't even do that. Are you kidding? Honestly. There's one thing I don't recommend doing in Chicago is don't rollerblade on the sidewalks. Not just because of like people. I'm talking specifically because you will catch that stray like little crack or divot, and you're getting sent. So, oh hey Lori, KT or K1T, what up? How you doing, Lori? Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here today. Amen. Yeah. Well, I only speak the truth here. I like how I said that with so much conviction. It's just like, I mean, if I do, like, if I misappropriate, it's because, I might have been speaking out of turn. I'd admit it. This is why I try to, like, talk about stuff that I do have, like, I'm comfortable with my knowledge in, you know? I'm not going to say I'm an expert in, like, much, but you know what? I do know that I know a little something when it comes to some of this here politicking. Hey, but we got the 420. Let's go. Let's celebrate. I waited for you guys, so this is the first one. It's also maybe why I have a little bit more energy starting the show today. All right. Oh, they were doing debates on the Senate floor for the SAVE Act a little bit ago. Are they gonna? I mean, realistically, hey, what's up? What up, Ken Schultz? Good to see you over on the Twitch. If you guys don't know, I'm over on Twitch as well. If you want to follow me over there, same name at Pep Talks TV. Hey, brother, long time no see. How's your day, Angel 410? How's it going? Actually, yes, it is a long time because I'm trying to. I think I remember you. If you can give me a little refresher on some of the pep lore that you might have been here to experience, then I can probably remind myself. Because, dude, okay, so you ever have one of those moments where you're talking to a friend? I was talking to, like, one of my childhood friends, and he's just like, yeah, dude, you remember when we used to, like, go to this kid's house, and his, like, it was weird. We had, like, no business really, like, hanging with him, but for some reason he wanted like I think that he wanted us to be in his band, and that's the only reason that like he kind of hung out with us, but we didn't want to be in his band. And he just like hit me with it where he's just like, you remember his name? I'm like, oh shit. And then I sat there like I couldn't think of it forever, and then he finally just hits me with it via text, and I just had that moment where I'm like, oh my fucking god, and like just this wave of memories came back. I was like, wow, that's what that feels like, huh? Shit. Like I had always kind of like dissociated from like stories from like my grandma and my dad's talking about shit like that, but man, that one hit me where I was just like, oh shit, it happened to me. Because fuck, it had to be 20-something years ago, and I'm just, I guess, the brain capacity was not there to keep that person in my brain, and I still to this, now we're actually fighting. We're just like, what was the name of the band they were in? I forgot. God. Vic, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Russia wants to fight America with toasters from the 90s. I don't know what you mean by that, but sure. Dude, one thing I'm going to say is if you're just an American citizen and you're watching the news like it's fucking entertainment, don't do yourself that disservice by thinking that Russia is somehow, less capable, or like Iran is less capable. Like, don't underestimate your enemies. Like, that's one thing that Trump is just constantly doing. Are you a musician? Not really. No. I can play music, but I mean, like, I can do like basics. Like I know how to like do some basic guitar chords and shit like that, but no, I am not a musician by any means. What up, Hermit? Good to see you. Keeping that streak alive over on Twitch, I see. Always happy to see. Dude, that's crazy. I think that you're getting up there. What was your last streak? 70 streams. Dude, 70 streams. That's insane. Man, keep that shit up. That's crazy. Was just curious. No, I'm more than willing to answer. Like I could have been like had I just like committed to it. I had a friend that was teaching me how to play guitar, and he was just mad at me because he was just like, "Dude, you know how to do this. Why didn't you just stick with it?" I'm like, if he just understood, it's like I have really bad ADHD, dude, and at some point I'm just like I can't follow what you're saying, and then like I just kind of want to jam, man. Hey, this is why I say it's not for everybody. Genghis Khan, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. We're all musicians at heart. I mean, we all rock a shower song. What's everybody's favorite shower song? I mean, Journey is always good. Don't Stop Believing. Like that's a like you get the like don't stop believing. Like you get that. You could do like if you got the long hair, you could do like the hair whip where you see the water just go. You feel like you're in a music video for like a split second. Oh God. Let's see. Prince. Oh God. When Doves Cry. That's one. Zeppelin's all right. Yeah, Zeppelin's all right. Let's see. Yeah, Rainbow on the Dark, dude. All right, I like how you guys are participating. This is what I'm talking about. Teddy is great for showers. I love the headstones. Nice astral shower, dude. I'm a Guitar Hero for sure, or I used to be. Hey, I still got my Guitar Hero stuff. I got my PS2, PS3 Guitar Hero set up, and then I even got the Wii U one, which I got that for like, I think it was at a fucking dollar store or some shit. It was like under $5. I was like, there's no way. And dude, sure shit. That thing, yeah, is now worth worth a couple bucks, which is pretty cool. I'm just waiting for the new one though. I hate to be that guy, but I heard there is a new one. I'm gonna totally get on that. And then yes, you know what? We will well, let's not say that name. We will be rocking on stream here, and I hope you guys are ready for that. I wish I was kidding. I might be pivoting to video games the second that Guitar Hero comes out. It's like, guys, I know politics and all that. I mean, Jesus could be coming like on his winged horse and everything. Like legit, it could be happening. It's just like, nah, dude. I'm sorry. I have Fire in the Flames Redux Edition. I got to get to it, man. Oh my God, baby metal. Like, oh, if they could get some baby metal in there, that'd be sick. Let's go. Osric Tentacles. Cool. I have no idea what you're talking about, Genghis. Just gonna be real. Oh, man. Your thoughts on China? Honestly, I think they're going to become the new world power, and they're not going to have to do a thing. They're not going to have to fire a single bullet. They're not, we're doing everything that they want us to do for them. I don't know, man. Like, God, I'm really in full stoner mode today. Sorry, guys. Yeah, man. It's crazy. Like, what's China doing? They're over there, like, looking at Taiwan, just like, hey, I think you still belong to us, man. We're coming for you. Yo, we're sneaking up on you. Yeah, dude, they're sneaking up on them. Yeah. That's what they did to Hong Kong, bro. It's crazy. I don't know, man. Now they're like taking over the world dollar and shit. Oh, bro. It's fucking, oh, dude. I think that they're going to move us off the petrodollar, and then we're going to have fucking food lines, man. We don't got no fucking, we hold on, man. We ain't got no fucking fertilizer. What we going to do without fertilizer? I think we need fertilizer to make food, man. Last time I checked, but I don't know. I'm just a stoner on the internet. Bro. Oh, God. You know what's sad? Somehow, some way, even just that right there is deeper than a lot of people will go. But that's what I'm here for, man. if you like for real, this is what this is. That's what this space on the internet is, and I want to refresh that. I want y'all to just feel the vibe of being able to just feel like you are walking into a stoner circle. Like, if we had a digital hacky sack, I would just be like, oh, dude, we got a new person in chat. Dude, let's kick the hacky over to him. All right, just make sure you don't dip. If you dip, you got to do the double tap. You know what I'm talking about, right? Where you got to start, like, you got to restart it. So it's like you get 1 and then 2. Double tap. Anyway. Yeah. Just hanging here in the quad, the community oh my god, I'm more like the community college quad fucking of the online space. Boo. What do we got, a juice bar? Hey, my quad was cool though, because like we actually had like a smoking area and it was pretty big. I loved that. I actually met a lot of, you know what, I just realized one of my friends is kind of he's like a lifelong friend. I met him in the quad. And we hang to this day. Holy shit! Hey, quad bros, cool. 24 days of liberals eating burritos. Now they want tacos. Yes. Well, I kind of want him to chicken out because I don't know, more bad. I have been wrestling with this for everything that Trump has been doing. There was this realization I had that. I know I've kind of talked about it here a little bit, that he was on his way to having a really good economy. And I also thought about like how the summer plays for politics, where people they get less engaged. Obviously, you're not really you don't feel the need to always listen to kind of politics or any of that shit, and it's not always the obvious. You're outside more, you're doing more, so it's not like you're just gonna be fucking always bogged down by this shit. But with it also comes protests, kind of like what's gonna happen this weekend. We're gonna have I'm gonna have some fun, man. I cannot wait. I've kind of like mapped it out where if I go to a certain area, I might be able to hit 3 different protests. So I just hope that it's not a case of me looking at a map and just being like, oh, those are a lot farther than I thought. So, yeah, we'll see. But I will definitely see y'all on Saturday. Look out for that. Gonna be going live for all 3 of them, so I should have 3 different live feeds. Either that, or you might be able to take a journey with me. We are kind of working out the logistics of all this. So, I don't even know where I was going with this outside of, the taco thing. Yeah, so I want Trump to taco out, but I want him to sit in his shit, but then again, him sitting in his shit means that I gotta pay what I paid at the gas pump today, which again, as much as this is good for Democrats, I guess, or liberals, or leftists, or however the fuck, like, Republicans are trying to spin this shit, I just gotta say, like, I'm not exactly fucking thrilled. Like, this sucks. This fucking sucks. And then they're saying that we're going to have up to 5% inflation by September. Like, dude, if that happens, he lost the fucking midterms, like, handedly at that point. I think the Senate's gone for him, too, if he doesn't cancel the goddamn elections. Like, goddamn, he's trying everything he has. And that's what doesn't, like, I'm kind of surprised that his own base really doesn't see it. Like, at least, there are some people that come into this chat that occasionally, at least it's refreshing that they're just like, no, I wanted this and I'm happy for it. It's like, okay, you know what? Cool. It's much better than these assholes that come in here. They're like, he's not doing that. It's like, that's what are you talking about? What do you mean he's not corrupt? Nancy Pelosi, insider trading. It's like, dude, that's not the fucking argument you think it is. I want insider trading banned for all of these fucks. All of them. But here we are, where, dude, he's not just insider trading. He is literally causing world chaos, and he is making sure that all of his buddies know exactly what's about to happen. So they don't either take the hit, and they could always fucking take the rise. Like, it's so fucked. Or buy the rise. Like, it's so fucked, man. Ugh. Buy the dip. Whatever. Stocks suck. Stocks suck. Everything sucks. Even me as an American, I'd probably invest like I mean, I'm invested in the stock market, but I have like, you know, I got somebody much smarter than that. It was like it was a choice I had back like way in the fucking day where they're just like, hey, you could have this guy do this for you. I'm like, sure. That's why it was funny. Somebody was just like, are you invested in crypto? I'm like, oh. You know, I get some reports every now and then. I just know I'm okay. But realistically, not as okay. That's how I know, like, a little bit of, like, how just your average person who has stocks is doing. Because it's like, nah, dude, like, this... some of, like, these fucking, you know... If you were invested in, like, renewable energy, you're fucked. You're fucked, man. And that was one thing that... I don't care what your politics was. That's where the market was heading. So a lot of good people lost money in that. And then you have these jackasses that are just like, oh, you should buy the dip on oil. It's like, that's not nah. That's not how this works, dude. But whatever, man. These guys that watch world politics and they think that somehow, like, that, like, what Trump gets from it or his buddies get from it, they're going to get theirs. Like, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they will get theirs. Maybe Trump actually brings world peace. You know what? And then I can just be like, all right, whatever. Is that what breaking from the TDS is? Like, I finally did have this one moment where I'm just like, dude, am I too online? Actually, you know what? I could just talk about this a little bit. So, one of my old comedy buddies, I haven't talked to him in a while. It was nice. Like, he kind of just was like, hey, man, how you doing? Which, it's kind of weird. Like, I just realized, like, my childhood friend, he called me, and this dude called me, and then I had another friend call me, too, where I'm just like, it was the most my phone has rang, I think, since my mom died. But he was just asking, he's like, hey, man, like, how's everything going with, like, the politics online and things like that? Like, is this working out for you? Are you getting the same type of, you know, joy out of it that you got when you were doing comedy? I'm like, yeah, I am. But then I also kind of realized where I'm like, oh, shit. Like, am I too online with this? Because, let's just say, a summary to the conversation was he kept laughing every time I, like, brought something up. And he's not a Trumper by any means. He does not like Trump. But he's as normal as you get. And maybe the reason that this, like, kind of stuck out to me is because I watched that clip of that Hassan watched where it was, like, the 3 horsemen of politics right now. Here, you know what? Let's see if I can find this real quick. Hassan. Bro. Leaves Fred.
Couldn't even show you 5.
God damn it. All right, so if anybody knows this clip that I'm talking about, it was 3 fucking dudes getting interviewed. One of them was just like, so do you support Trump? He's like, I don't really follow politics, but yeah, I support what he does. I think he's doing a good job, blah, 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 blah. And then, this other dude's just like, no, I don't think he's doing a good job. And he's like, I think that he needs to, like, back off of some of this stuff. And he's like, are you serious right now? Are you fucking serious? And, like, the dude he's like, you're fucking walking home. He's like, what was that? And then he interviews a third dude. And the third dude's who got me. Because he's just like, and what do you think about this? He's just like, yo, dude, I don't fucking follow politics, you know, fucking get stacks, fuck bitches. It's just like, okay. And then Hassan, he had a great take on this. He's like, dude, what we are watching is the fucking, like, that's the dichotomy of politics in America right now. That is it. He's like, if you, it's the Don Lemon clip. All right, Hassan, Don Lemon clip. Man, this is fucking, what the hell is up with Twitter today? If I can't find it after this one, I'm calling it because I think I got it out there, but I do want you guys to see. Dude, you know what? No, I just realized that it's fucking Twitch or Twitter. Twitter's just like fucked right now. Oh my god. Now I'm doing the thing where I'm just like, okay, let's yep, give it up. All right, either way, the point is still there. That right now we are living in a time that the people who are disconnected are like really disconnected, and that's what my friend reminded me of, where I was just like, oh shit, this, I forgot you're normal. And that's also why he wasn't being a dick when he was asking me. He's just like, yeah, dude, how is it covering politics? Because he's just like, that's gotta fucking suck. He's like, yeah, it does. Occasionally, it sucks. But realistically, like, I like doing this. I'd be breaking down some of these stories anyway, so it's a lot more fun to just kind of break it down in a way where we can all laugh at it or cry at it together. If the Democrats have some intelligent people, I might vote for them. But if they got to have somebody, they got to do something. But I'm so fucking upset with the Democratic Party right now. They're not stepping up to the moment. God damn it, dude. They're letting Trump dictate whether or not they fucking vote on the SAVE Act because now he did the thing. All the social media accounts got all these dipshits believing that it's a Democrat shutdown even though they don't control anything in government right now. And somehow, some way, he's just like, yeah, they gotta fucking vote on this, otherwise no vote. You know what? No vote means longer lines, higher gas prices. It's all Democrats' faults. The thing is, I'm tired of fucking going like, no, it's not. You're a fucking idiot if you believe that. Fuck it. Let them sink if they're gonna fucking sink. I don't care anymore. The only thing I care about is, like, can we get these fucking people out? Can we get, like, actual fucking adults in the room that do this shit and not fucking constantly just capitulate to the fucking AIPAC lobby or whoever the fuck is in charge right now? God damn it. But no. You know, I fucking tried to get Kat Abu-Ghazaleh in there because she was a fucking, you know, she was like Trump 2.0 as far as like the fucking just being outside, like being an outsider now, whether or not she was actually Trump 2.0 and she was just full of shit. That's where I was like, you know what? I'd rather vote for her and find out later. But fucking A, the amount of people, dude, we're, 10, 11 years in with this motherfucker, and we still have people that are like, oh, he doesn't lie. He's too stupid to lie. No, he's too stupid to lie, or he's like a bad liar, actually. That's what you guys just mean. He's a bad liar. Like, when he lies to us, everybody goes like, oh, yeah, sure. Even his own supporters go, I don't know about that one, but you know what? Trump daddy. Woo, close borders. Like, what the fuck? Oh, God. They're awfully quiet right now. I mean, right now, look at this. We're almost to 5 o'clock. My chat is usually fucking not this quiet with, you know, especially when I'm talking about something like with Donald Trump involved. God damn. Like, these idiots, they fucking come in here and they're just like, stop talking about my daddy that way. I don't like it. I don't like it when you talk about this guy that I love this so much, that I love so much. And I have to defend all the fucking time. You know what was nice about being a Joe Biden voter? Not a fan, a voter. I didn't have to defend him because I didn't. Anytime that somebody sent me a clip of fucking Sleepy Joe and the Let's Go Brandons and all that shit, I just laughed because I'm just like, whatever, dude. He's an old-ass man that's just... I don't wake up thinking that the world's going to end. And I remembered how bad it was with Trump 1.0, where every fucking day I woke up, I'm like, oh, what'd he say now? There were days, legitimately, that I would wake up at 5 fucking a.m. and just be like, come the fuck on. Yeah, what the fuck? I can't even wake up to, like, no news of what he said on the shitter. What the fuck? Like, god damn it. I miss those fucking days. I really do. I miss the days of not knowing what this fucking asshole was thinking all the fucking time. And how it moves markets. It literally is life or death for so many different people. And it's just this fucking orange twat rocket just sitting there fucking. I wonder, you know what? I saw a Facebook story that made fun of me. I gotta go and do a mean tweet, but I can't mean tweet unless I'm doing a number 2. Let's get me to the golden throne. You know that's what I call it. I also have a Diet Coke button there too. Fucking Christ. And that's the president right there, right? Like, that's my president too. Like, that's a fucking president right there. Is a motherfucker who is so childish that honestly, like, when he has his little rants that if you transcribe it and you just say, hey, that was a child, people would be like, uh-huh, yeah, that totally sounds like it because it's got the same cadence. Like, listen to what he was saying today. Fuck. Just the clip today where, like, he's getting asked about this very serious thing with the ICE agents, and then somehow, some way, he starts pivoting into some really weird the paperclip. At some point, he goes, yes, you know what? We're gonna send the ICE agents out into the field, and it's about time. It's about time. I don't know, but if there's one thing that I do know, it's about paperclips. Did you guys know about the paperclip? About 100 years ago, this white man, great white man, invented the paperclip, and I have to say, made me very happy, very happy. Also, Project Paperclip, something that I'm not even supposed to technically talk about because maybe it's classified, maybe it's declassified. I don't know anymore. Like, fucking Christ. These are the rants that he deserves to have thrown at him too. Like, everybody needs to have their Donald Trump rant. Like, goddamn. Because you could call it TDS, sure. It's just it is. You know, it's not derangement. It's just fucking delusion. Like, it's just, we live in this stupid delusion that Trump has created for us, and we can't get out of. And there's so many, like, we're stuck in it. We're just stuck. And you got so many people that are like, yeah, it's going great. It's going to go great. It is going great. These are awesome. It's like, no. What? Again, how is it that when the S&P hits, or like a fucking stock market hits 50, the Dow hit 50,000? Okay. But what about when it drops from 50,000, like, and you see it hit its all-time high, but it also had its all-time drop? We don't talk about that. Why would we? Why would we? Fuck. That's a good one, paperclips. I mean, dude, for real, he was going on about paperclips today. It was here. Fuck it. This one's got to be. I don't know. Twitter's fucked today, so I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Here, Trump paperclip. Oh, okay. So this one's actually on. Cool. Here, go to. Trump paperclip. Trump paperclip. There we go.
We're dealing really. Mine. That was mine. That was like the paperclip.
Okay, so she asked, whose idea was it? Mine. It was my idea. It was my idea.
Mine. That was mine. That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip.
Again, if this was Joe fucking Biden, we literally would be hearing about this for at least a week.
It was
at least a week.
So simple.
Paperclip Biden. Mr. Paperclip. All right, where's your paperclip there, Bitey Boo?
And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think
Can I walk on water?
ICE was my idea.
I can ride a snowmobile on water. Does that make me holy?
We're dealing really.
Holy crap, dude. Or holy damn, dude. YouTube swiped my comment for talking about the Save Act. I didn't even say the wrong name.
Mine.
Or say anything wrong. Yep. Yeah, because, again, there's just rampant censorship, dude.
That was like the paperclip. You know the story of the paperclip? 182 years ago, a man discovered the paperclip. It was so simple. And everybody that looked at it say, why didn't I think of that? ICE was my idea.
What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, oops. Yeah, he yeah. That's our president, folks. That's our president. And again, I don't understand anybody that just loves him the way they like. Is it really just the way that everybody reacts to him? So it's like if leftists just shut the fuck up about it and just went, all right, fine, you deal. Because I think that's it. Honestly, I think that half of what he does is just to get people like me to fucking react to it. And you know what? Fuck it. If I don't react to his bullshit, then what? You know? I mean, obviously the mainstream media is going to be doing their bullshit, but just cancel anyone saying the word election. Oh, Jesus Christ, John. That's great. That's just great. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Because I was covering some protest stuff, and it was the same things, where they're just like, yeah, deleting so many different comments about protests. Oh, yeah, no, it was during the Preddy stuff. It was when they had the Alex Preddy protests. Damn, when I was a kid, they were doing snowmobiles across the lake here. Yeah, no, I know. I'm not kidding. I know how to do that. A little bit of story time. Me and my dad, we used to race snowmobiles. And we kind of, like, accidentally got a sponsorship. That was kind of crazy. Like, we went to an amateur tournament. Me and him kept consistently placing in first, and then they invited us to this invitational up in the UP. It was, dude, the way me and my dad just looked at each other like, huh? Really? And then they were just like, yeah, you guys get new sleds. We were just like, yeah, get the fuck out. We felt like we fleeced them. We were just like, how did that happen? That's pretty cool, though. I also ended up taking that exact sled that they gave me, and that was one of the worst accidents I have ever been in. I was up in, oh, God. What fucking town was it? Oh, fuck. It's right. It's in between. It's like right by Flint. They have some like killer snowmobile trails up there. Fuck. Not I think. Yeah, no, it's Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo, Michigan. They got some. By the way, if you're into like snowmobiling, there are some really good trails there. Kind of hidden gems, if you will. Not too busy. But there are some embankments, and yeah, if you're going too fast and you don't know the course, you can wreck pretty easily. Like I did. My right ski, it got caught in one of the banks, and instead of like being able to pull my sled out, it kept me going straight. And what was straight was a nice little, like, the way that I could describe it. Here we go. So you see this part right here? This was a wall that kind of went into a ravine that was shaped like this. So it was kind of like a, like a U. So I hit the wall of the ravine and I pass out. Like, I don't remember anything about the crash. I just, I woke up under my sled. I tasted gasoline, and I immediately was just like, I have got to get away from this fucking sled, and I didn't realize it, but it was on top of me. Dude, I could have been paralyzed. Like, that shit was crazy. Like the way that it rolled on me. And then, yeah, it was kind of funny because this was not like a team meet or anything. I was up there with my dad's buddies. So I was riding number 2, and I was following the leader of the pack, and he told me, he's like, do not try to keep up with me. He's like, just keep an eye on the fresh tracks and just follow those. And then, yeah, dude, my dad's buddy comes back, and he sees me, and I'm laying on it. I'm sitting on an embankment like this, and I'm just like, I'm freezing because I landed in a creek. And he was just like, oh, your dad's gonna kill you. Oh no. That's my Uncle Eddie. My dad just comes back and he's just like shaking his head. He's like, how did you even do this? How'd you even do this? Oh yeah, my Uncle Eddie had no shame at all. My favorite thing is we get back, right? And so long story short, we actually had like this weird meeting, like these dudes, I guess it was like a class trip or some shit, and they just decided to go like snowmobiling. It was like a whole fucking like line of like 10 dudes that were just like, oh dude, you need help, like, and they helped pull the rig up. And then get this shit, I was having spark plug issues right before we went out. And then, for some reason, after landing in the creek, my sled, it ran better than it did when it landed in, like, before it landed in the creek. So that was confounding. But yeah, it was also, like, it was, like, full of mud. So we get back after, you know, riding in the... Dude, I was freezing, too. So we get back, and my Uncle Eddie looks at me, he's like, hey, yo, Creekside! He's just... I'm like, what? He's like, that's her new name, Creekside. Oh, thanks, Eddie. And my dad's laughing. He's just like, oh, that's a new one. That's staying with you forever. And then my dad's just like, we got to go to the laundromat. I'm like, oh, crap. Because, like, yeah, I had, like, mud. Like, we get to the laundromat, and I did one of those things where I, like, squeezed the pockets, kind of like Ace Ventura, and they just went... Oh man, that was funny because I kind of felt like me and my dad were like we had that superhero moment because like dude, our clothes were just like head to toe covered in mud, and the person at the laundromat, because we walked in our shit. That was also pretty funny. He was a pretty good sport about it though, because like we felt so bad. So while our stuff was being washed, obviously, like, we got a dressing room. We came out, and he's just like, do you guys mind? He had the mop and bucket there, and we were just like, meh, why not? So, yeah, that was a fun little snowmobile trip for me. Fucking sucked. And also, yeah, listen to your elders, especially when you don't know the course. Like, that was my bad. That was totally my fault. 10,000% my fault. It wasn't the sled. It wasn't the embankment. It was my fault. That's what my dad called hot dogging. Dude, I'm not even kidding. So that was one of those rare times. My mom had like heard about what happened. So, and my parents were well divorced by, you know, this point, but my dad gets a phone call. He's like, it's your mom. He said it just like that, too. I'm like, okay. He's like, you gonna take this? I think it's for you. So we're kind of fighting over who's talking to my mom. And she just fucking... He got in an accident? He got in an accident? Oh, tell me this is the last time that you're going to be doing that. And little did, like, we were just talking about how we're cleaning the sleds up and we're going to bring them up to the UP. Oh, man. Good times. Good times with my pops and my Uncle Eddie. Shout out Uncle Eddie. You know what? I got to see him. I haven't seen him in years, man. And I have a feeling it would be the same shit. Like, dude, I'll let you guys know that. When I see my Uncle Eddie, if he says, hey, yo, Creekside! Moms are cool. Yeah, my mom was cool. My mom was the best. Let's talk about something else though, because actually, I had a little moment today. Dude, this is what I get for watching a random live stream. I was watching Abba and Preach. They they do like a live, I think, every other day or something like that. But I took a chance, and I was just like, you know what? I gotta take a shower. I'll just put this on, listen to this while I'm there. Dude, the entire time they were talking about moms, and like, yeah, and it was like funny stuff, but it hit me where I was just like, oh fuck, like, oh damn, like, I've been having those moments, so it's only been a year, and I expect to have many more of those moments. Serena, oh hey, what up? It's Flint, Kalamazoo. Yeah, okay, cool. That's what I thought. I figured someone would know in here. But what up, Serena? How you doing? Oh man, it's nice to have this little break from the election coverage. I know we'll be getting back into it soon, but let's see. About September. I think September is when we'll get like really hard into it. I do know that I have a few events coming up in the summer. I'm gonna keep you guys posted on that one. I might even be able to record one of them. So, lots to look forward to. But yeah, just real quick, shout out to my mom. My mom was awesome, an amazing woman, and yeah, you know what? I just want to say, yeah, mom love, because you guys love your moms and they are alive. Please call them, just or text them, say you love them, show your appreciation, because man, there are days that I wish I would have done that more. But all right, as I said, I do want to talk about something else. That was a fun hour. Also, if you guys are just joining us and you have not already subbed to the channel, please consider doing so. It helps me out a lot. And also, if you guys can hit the like button, that really, really helps me out. So, yeah, let's help me a little bit. The pet owner who spent $40,000 to cryogenically freeze his dog in hopes of terminal cancer could one day be cured. Dale Pierce said he couldn't accept his journey with urine ending too soon. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh. Well, that was a bummer. Oh. Thanks. Jeez. I got sent that from a friend where I was just like, oh, is that an important text message? No. Not only... Well, I mean, it was. I mean... Oh, yeah, we were talking about that. If I could have done that with my dog. Yeah. Fishing. Any fishing stories? I'm not a fisherman. I don't like fish. Fish are ewy. They are. Oh, man, they got them weird eyes that don't shut. I don't trust things that don't have eyebrows, so I just... I'm not kidding, by the way. If it don't have eyebrows, automatically I'm just like, Like, I don't trust Doja Cat. Like, when she got rid of her eyebrows immediately, I was just like, oh, she's on my no trust list. But they're also just icky. I could probably use a, better term, but they're gross. They're fucking... Lori, have fun, guys. I'll be back. Awesome, Lori. Thank you for being here. I always appreciate that. The only thing I catch when I go fishing is a buzz. See, yeah, fishing and golf are two of those things where it's just like, I got friends that love that shit, so I'll like do it just to hang with my friends and see them happy and kind of experience something that they like. But yeah, it's not like I'm gonna get into it, you know what I mean? I do recommend that people do that. Like, that's how you kind of can be a better friend, is just try to do things that you don't necessarily wanna. What about Mia Goth? Oh, shit. Ah, shit. Well, I said Doja Cat, but yeah, shit. No, Mia Goth is a... Dude, Mia Goth is one of those ones where, like, in X, she's so hot, but then you hear her, like, talk, like, with her normal, oi, I was in a movie, I was. Fucking Eliza Doolittle over here. It's like, okay, wow. That is like the definition of looks on paper. Sorry, not trying to be mean. God damn it. I'm only laughing this hard because I legit recently was thinking about this because I saw something about Mia Goth. I think it was about like her relationship with like Shia LaBeouf. And like, that was one of my first thoughts. I was just like, holy shit. Because it had an interview with her where I was like, oh, Lord, that's weird. She didn't sound like that in any of the X trilogy. Oh, that's... Don't like to be with God and fish and taking... Yes, that's it. Yeah, sure. Sit with your God. I implicitly trust them. Well, all right, humans without eyebrows maybe don't fit the bill. Animals, though, if an animal don't have, like, eyebrows, I'm kind of like, I don't know, for real. Because also just, like, fish are, meh. You don't care? Cool. Well, that's cool. Not caring's cool. Not caring's very, very, yeah, nihilistic. You ever feel nihilistic? Well, if you're feeling a little bit nihilistic, me and my brother Peter, we have a little club for you to come and visit. Anyway. Oh, you're one of those. All right. Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, what would you even trust a fish with anyway? My deepest, darkest secrets, Illyria. Come on. Like, what's that movie with, like, oh, god damn it. You remember, like, the one with the talking fish that was, like, pre-Finding Nemo? And, I mean, like, like, it was, like, in the 1930s or 40s. It was, like, I don't know. Some dude got turned into a fish. I remember watching this movie with my mom. You know what? Fuck. What movie is that? I think it was a Disney movie. Here, let's see. Old movie where guy gets turned into a fish. That was the first one. That's it. The Incredible Mr. Limpet. That's it. With the Barney or Don Knotts. Don Knotts. Don Knotts. Whoa. Oh, I'm a fish. Oh boy. Now no one's gonna like me. If I'm a fish. God. All right, that's like all I got. Deepest, darkest secrets are reserved for dogs with mustaches. Ooh, my old dog had a mustache. Bed knobs and broomsticks. Bed knobs and broomsticks. What fucking movie is that? Yeah, wait a minute. I remember this movie. Yeah. Whoa! That just did it. Like, you know what I was talking about? Like, how you got memories, like, locked up, and, like, there's something that just, like, all of a sudden takes you back, and you're just like, that unlocked an entire plethora of memories. Bed knobs and broomsticks. Holy shit. Yeah, the fucking, it's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang meets fucking Little Nico. You guys remember Little Nico? Yeah, I don't know. Like, there was this, I'm not even kidding about this. I wish I was. There's this, like, or Nemo, Little Nemo. There was this weird time where, because of Little Nemo and, like, and then Bed knobs and broomsticks, where I had, like, a wireframe bed for a short period, and I got really excited because it was like, oh, hey, I have, like, a bed, like, from there, and I used to do the, like, get a little strap and just kind of, you know, sit there pretending that I'm piloting my bed. I'm sure there's pictures of little Pep doing that. Oh, boy. I know that my mom, she has actually some, like, really cool candid shots of me just kind of, you know, being a kid. Oh, man. Good times, good times. My wife and I were talking about bed knobs and broomsticks yesterday. So bizarre. That is bizarre. Yo, that trips me out, where it's just like, whoa, we were talking about something very obscure, and all of a sudden now you're talking about it? It's like, whoa, yeah. Yeah. Whoa. I remember some weird movies and stuff from them. Dude, it took me years to do, like, I guess this would be what I would consider, like, a deep dive or, like, some detective work on finding what episode of the X-Files scared me so bad when I was a kid. Because I remembered that there's this episode where there was like, it was Mulder and Scully looking for like this weird monster that like had a bit, like he looked like a big leech. I just remember him like at one point after his mutation, like the mutation scene where he's like in the shower and he attacks this person. I was at my auntie and my uncle's house, which I'm not sure if you guys have that, where like my auntie is technically, she was my mom's best friend, but you know, I was closer with my auntie and my uncles than pretty much any of my real family. So yeah, I was at their house and it was cool. Like, this was like, my uncle was one of those dudes that he showed me some like movies and video games that, you know, they were fine, but maybe not exactly age appropriate. Because, like, again, he was getting me into the X-Files when I was frickin' it'd be like 7. Yeah. It's a little too, because I also he got me really big into Star Trek: The Next Generation, and I was just like, okay, oh, I like this. Yeah, this is great. Doctor Who, also the same thing. But X-Files, like, there was that one episode, and it scared me so bad. Like, this was one of those rare moments where I screamed, like, I was, like, having a breakdown, because I remember my auntie being really fucking pissed at him for showing that, or she was just like, what were you fucking thinking? And, like, I remember her just being like, I mean, you have to tell your parents. I'm like, yeah. And it was kind of funny. My dad was laughing at me because I told him, I'm like, I have a bad story. Yeah, my mom was mad about it. Anyway, like face mutation. No, it was it was like a body horror mutation where, like, yeah, it's like I think that, like, he might have like broken out of like it was crazy. But yeah, it was hilarious because when I was doing this deep dive where I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I am going through every X-Files episode because I was already in the, like, down the rabbit hole. And I was just like, fuck it. Once this scene pops up, I'll know it. Like, I'll know the scene. And holy shit, like, when it popped up, it didn't, like, it actually, like, it got me again where I was just like, ah! And I'm not, like, really afraid of anything horror-based, sci-fi-based, or any of that shit, but for that moment, it got me where I'm like, it's the thing! It's the thing! I forgot what the fucking creature's called, but it's like a leech monster. Now you know how I feel about facehuggers? Oh, was that what it was? I don't think... Did we ever establish that was, like, something that, like, scared you when you were a kid? Because, yeah, my wife is very adverse to the facehuggers. She hates facehuggers. I was watching Predator Badlands last night again. Good ass movie, by the way. But she just looks at me and she's like, "Oh, this is a Predator movie. Okay, cool." She's like, "Are there facehuggers in this one?" I'm like, "No." She's like, "Okay, this is a good one." The Fluke Men. That's what it was. It was the Fluke Men. Yes, thank you, Porgy. That's exactly it. Yeah. No, thank you. Wow, yeah, you nailed it. That's exactly the episode. Because, yes, when I saw it again, like I said, many memories. But anyway, I've gone way too far with my little stun lock here. I do appreciate you guys hanging out for that beginning of the show. I like to kind of start the week a little more chill and just, you know, not go right into the news because, god damn it, I'm not going to go do the whole spiel again about how just like, oh, news. But, oh, news. Speaking of fucking, let's just go for it. All right, guys, did you guys know that there was a fucking plane crash today? And this is, somehow, like, what I'm going to call the B story of the day. I take 2 days off, and there's a week's worth of news waiting for me right as I get back. Like, going back to what my friend said, just, really? Why didn't you do, like, a comedy thing? It's just like, I don't know. I wanted to do comedy and politics because, you know, I thought there was a market for it. Apparently there is, but, gah. I typed in leech monster in X-Files into Google. Oh, well, it was that easy, I guess. Yes, but yes, Flukeman. That was what it was called. Anyway, all right, let's do this. Here's the plane, which I know that the pilot and the co-pilot died. I know that there's a whole bunch of injuries. I don't know about the fire crew, so let's get some updates on this.
A deadly collision at New York's LaGuardia Airport, and the airport is now closed. An Air Canada jet hit a fire truck on the runway. Now, this happened just before midnight. 2 pilots were killed. Dozens of other people are injured. In this video from the scene showing the wrecked plane, nose tilted up to the sky. The crash truck is seen nearby, and here is the moment air traffic controllers knew something went wrong.
Frontier 4195 to stop there.
This is bad, by the way. Like, dude, I feel so bad for this guy. Because he's about, like, I have a feeling the Trump administration is going to fucking put this on him.
Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Stop, truck one, stop. Yeah, 646, I see you collide with vehicle in just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Okay, joining us now with the very latest is CNN correspondent Gloria Pasmino. And Gloria, what are you hearing right now at LaGuardia?
Yeah, Audie, you know, it's just devastating listening to that audio, hearing the radio operator telling the vehicle to stop. We now know that the vehicle collided with the airplane. There were 72 passengers aboard that aircraft, 4 crew members, and
Holy
sadly,
shit.
the pilot and the co-pilot were killed as a result of that collision. Now,
again, normally we'd be talking about how these TSA cuts directly impacted this, but you know what America's focused on? The lines.
dozens of passengers
The inconvenience of the fucking
were also injured. 41
the TSA
passengers
shutdown,
and crew
but
were
no, not
transported
this.
to
Not the fact that this
hospital
was
shortly
directly
after that collision.
or direct impact from the cuts.
31 of them have
Which,
been
again, yeah, it's on the Democrats to vote for, you know, this package that's completely full of horse shit. I love how, again, I keep saying again, but I love how Republicans understand this when Democrats are in control and the Republicans are just like, we just want to get this through. We just want to get this through, but the Democrats are obstructing, or vice versa, whatever.
been released, and the 2 people
Facts are, if we can put ICE into the airports, we could get the TSA into the airports. He's using the TSA as leverage to get the SAVE Act passed, and that SAVE Act is going to disenfranchise a whole bunch of people.
who were inside the fire truck, which collided with the airplane,
immigrants.
we are told are in stable condition. Now, here's what happened, and as you look at the images of the airplane, you can
But by the way, they have to get rid of the filibuster to do so. So that is the ultimate game of chicken in all of our political structure.
see
So, will they do it? I doubt it.
the front of
But if
the
there's one
airplane is
presidency to happen,
completely
to have the
destroyed.
filibuster just
The collision
disappear under, it
happened
is Trump's.
around
Because
11
think about this. He actually, hold on. We don't really talk about the just impacts of all this and the obvious impacts of all this, where it's just, no, he wants to cancel the elections, get the SAVE Act, or he wants the SAVE Act so he can just keep winning elections. Say with the gerrymandering, just keep winning elections. It's just, he's stealing elections. That's just the crux of it. He is trying to steal elections from the American people. Bottom line.
11:40 last night. This is a
My God, dude, how have we gotten to this point where we're all just so fucking just meh?
Jazz Aviation flight that was operating on
That's
behalf
Trump.
of Air Canada. The aircraft, we are told,
Then I have
struck
these
a
moments where I'm just like,
Port
why are
Authority
we
aircraft
crashing
rescue
out
and
more? We
firefighting
really need to
vehicle,
be.
which was actually responding to a different aircraft on the runway. This was flight 8646. It was coming in from Montreal late last night. It left Montreal around 10:30 p.m. local time and landed here at 11:40. It collided with the firefighting vehicle shortly after the landing. In fact, we heard from officials here at the Port Authority, which manages the airport. They described the moment saying the collision happened during the landing. Now, this was a regional jet aircraft. It was traveling south,
TFS.
going very fast.
I like that,
About
actually.
130 miles.
Are you suffering from
just before
TFS,
it hit
Trump
that
fatigue syndrome?
Fire truck. Now, the passengers who did not have to be transported to the hospital were actually seen leaving the airport just a short time ago. I was able to catch up with one of them. He described the moment to me, telling me that it was a hard landing and that they had no indication that there was a problem on the runway. Take a listen.
We went down for a regular landing. We came in pretty hard. We immediately hit something, and it was just chaos from there. About 5 seconds later, we had come to a stop, but in that short period, I mean, everybody was hunkered down and everybody was screaming. Pretty quickly, we didn't have any directions because the pilot's cabin had been kind of destroyed, so somebody said, let's get the emergency exit and get the door in, let's all jump out, and that's exactly what we did.
Audie, the passengers who did not have to be transported to the hospital were set up in an airline lounge. They were reunited with their family members, and as I said, many of them were leaving the airport.
The steering wheel on the truck one was a DEI part. Yeah, you remember when the first plane crash happened when Trump got back into office and he was just like, DEI did it.
The FAA issued a ground stop here at LaGuardia Airport shortly after the incident. That ground stop has been lifted now, but the airport is closed. Officials telling us just in the last hour they expect LaGuardia Airport to remain closed at least until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The National Transportation Service Board, the NTSB, is on the ground launching their investigation. And I just have to say, the fact that the airport has to remain closed at least until the late afternoon, 2 o'clock today, is certain to cause a lot of delays, a lot of transportation issues here for passengers, which of course comes as we are seeing all these other problems, delays and long lines as a result of the partial government shutdown. So it's going to be a busy and likely, a troublesome morning for people who are going to be traveling. Audie?
Okay. Hey, that's Gloria.
Just more travel woes. Yay.
Pasmino at LaGuardia with
the fuck, man. Planes just keep crashing. Yes, because we're under a TSA shutdown caused by this government shutdown caused by Trump's fucking petulance.
I bring in now CNN transportation analyst Mary Schiavo.
Dude, you've literally had the Democrats offer twice now to fucking sign a bill, and they're just like, nope, gotta add more pork. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just put the SAVE Act, we're gonna attach it to the TSA bill. Fuck it. Like, that's what Trump did.
Inspector General.
It's not the fucking Democrats, motherfuckers. It is Trump. He single-handedly is behind this.
For the Department of Transportation.
God, you got Republicans that are even looking at this going like, that's a bad precedent to set.
She's also investigated countless aviation crashes. Good morning, Mary. Thank you for being with us.
Assessment.
Just to give people the state of play right now, we have those images of the plane.
Please explain how the Democrats are responsible for it.
Heard from our reporter, it was traveling something like.
The Democrats by no means are going to vote on something that is bad for the country. And honestly, okay, that was full. All right, that was bullshit. They vote on shit that's bad for the country all the time. But in this case, let's just take it on a case-by-case basis. We understand that the art of the deal is not capitulating anytime that your opponent just says, hey, you need to sign this. And if you don't, then you know what? We're going to blame you. It's like, go ahead. Go ahead. The thing is, I think that this is what the Democrats are honestly doing. I think that they're just waiting where they're just like, okay, keep saying it's our fault. But realistically, when it comes to the midterms, this is all you.
120 miles per hour.
But it's also annoying to see where it's just like, okay, but it also can be seen as, rudderless, having no fucking leader at all.
In for its landing. When you listen to that air traffic control, those voices, what are you hearing that you'd want to investigate?
Well, clearly when an aircraft is given permission, clearance to land.
I wanted actual capitulation that the Republicans were making.
And basically that aircraft owns that runway because as you see.
You understand that all they had to do was do a few things that the Democrats were asking for, which isn't a lot. It's very milquetoast bullshit. Like with ICE, they don't want to defund ICE. They're not even trying that shit. They were just like, no, we want them to not wear masks, dude. We want them to act like normal fucking law enforcement. That'd be nice.
Said the aircraft was going 120, 130 miles an hour on other planes much faster.
Republicans can't. They want their cake and eat it too, man.
But
it's one of those things.
The brakes don't work that way. You have you have to slow it down with the thrust reversers. You do have brakes, but they aren't principally what slows.
You still haven't answered me. Fuck the vape.
Raining down. So once that aircraft was given permission clearance
I want an actual answer with what they brought across the table that the Democrats just decided, nah.
to land, it owned that runway. Now, the fire truck we're hearing was also cleared to cross the runway. Did the controllers think that the fire truck would be crossing behind this aircraft, that it would be further down the runway?
Wait. So you can do you can do them? What?
Those are things that the investigators will
I don't know
want
what
to
you're talking
know,
about.
but because it's all recorded,
Dox them? No one's doxing police officers, so where in the fuck are people going to be doxing these ICE officers in this fucking grand way, in this huge way, man? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. You do understand that that's a comically bad argument to make when the rest of law enforcement does not have to do that. In fact, they actually tell you their name, badge number. Fuck. Half the time I wouldn't be surprised if it was just like, I reside here, you know what? Try and sue me. Go ahead.
everything that happens in air traffic control is recorded in the tower cab. Of course, there's also ground control and other controllers there, but at this point...
Can't if they're masked. That's what I'm saying. The fact is, it has nothing to do with doxing, you fucking numbnut. It has everything to do with enforcing our rights. The fact is, Gestapo are the ones that were unidentifiable. You know what I mean? That's actually worse than Gestapo. Actually, the Gestapo actually fucking didn't wear masks, surprisingly.
The aircraft was going, clearance to land. It owned the runway, so that...
No, they don't.
...will be probably where the
Check their badges again there, dude.
NTSB starts.
Can I follow up with what
After I saw a fucking ICE badge, immediately I was just like, oh, that's a lot worse than I thought it was.
said about the fire truck? I think most of us don't.
No, they need to be identifiable. Because again, if they have a badge number, then what's the point of the mask? Either way, you can trace them. See, what you're doing here is you're just like, you're going to dox them, even though technically you can dox them through their badge number. Wait a minute.
Know how emergency services work?
They are very much the Gestapo there, dude.
On the tarmac?
It is a private military that is essentially being commanded from the top down.
Tell us how this is supposed to...
Yes, without any checks or balances, any of that shit. Yeah, that's a fucking Gestapo, my man.
...be done.
But whatever.
Sure, so in air traffic control...
They're so popular, that's why, Trump has to constantly shift the fucking narrative.
...in the actual...
Dude, you do understand that this all started because he is a fucking pedophile? That, not even an alleged. At this point, it's like, dude, go ahead.
Control tower.
Fucking, let's go to Discovery, bro.
They actually have what they call it the crash phone, but they use this for many
things. The most litigious man on the entire planet.
To get emergency services, firefighters.
Isn't going after people that say that. You think that's a little odd?
Etc. To places on the airport, and we understand that a United flight that was taking off earlier and aborted to take off because of fumes in the cabin had called for services.
Dude, did you not see his tweet on Saturday? I saw his tweet on Saturday where he said he was pivoting from focusing on the enemy in Iran to the domestic radical leftists at home.
So this fire...
Yeah, dude. No, trust me. I already see it coming.
Truck, probably other responders.
ICE is regulated barely.
Well, was responding to that earlier call, and so air traffic...
Are you fucking kidding me? No, you need to have... Dude, there needs to be legal recourse for us to be able to fucking sue them if they commit some fucking crimes.
Control does dispatch...
You do understand that's how it is with, your just local police department, right?
Those emergency response vehicles, and they are trained airport specific. It's a very big, important part of each airport.
This is more than Orange Man bad, but that's all you hear. See, honestly, this is where your TDS shows. You guys can't listen to the facts or look at the objective reality around you. Everything is getting worse, and you know it. That's why you're here defending this guy. You know it's getting worse. You probably if you go out near every day, chances are that's very unlikely. But if you do, you see it. You see the gas prices. You see the people getting mad at him. You see people and how, this is my favorite one. You've seen a house or two where you used to see a Trump flag. Not there anymore.
Responders, fire, emergency, medical,
etc. What up, Tinkerbell? Good to see you.
And they are trained specific to that airport to know how to maneuver around the airport, to cross runways, to coordinate with air traffic.
Well, I mean, if they just, I don't know, release that back half of the Epstein files, what is it, 8 million documents now?
Control not to get in the way.
Gotta say, man, I don't know. And the stuff that comes out that's unredacted seems to implicate him even stronger than we thought. But you know what? No, that's right. Hunter Biden's laptop. That's something that you guys could fucking understand the context of. So you understand how that, like, let's use your logic. And let's use your logic with the punishment, too. So even with the implications of what are on Hunter Biden's laptop, you thought that there was a Biden crime family? All right, well, just based on these implications, he should not be anywhere near the office of the presidency, and his kids should not be anywhere near the office of the presidency. But here we are.
Of the train or the planes and the other traffic, but they are
all the flags are gone in my neighborhood.
Trains
yep,
specific
mine too.
to that airport. So that will be another.
As I said, the most prominent one that I saw, he changed his Trump flag to a 250th anniversary flag.
Point of investigation. But from what we've heard from the tape so far, they had been cleared to cross the runway.
Ooh, I'm going to a town where there's a Trump
had been
store.
cleared to land on the runway. The plane gets priority.
CNN's Shimon Prokupecz is live in New York, and you were at that.
Hey, Pep, if you didn't have Trump to cry about every day, all day with your life, what would I do with my life? Oh, man. I don't know.
That press conference.
I don't even know, bro. I talk about a lot more fun shit.
Hours ago.
Probably be watching some TikTok videos, back before TikTok sucked, dude.
Their initial description of what happened.
Lots of videos of, people falling on ice.
Well, this was just the Port Authority officials that were having this press conference, and they are very limited in what they can say because
has the nationwide average peaked over what gas price President Biden did? Yeah.
Not actually.
Yes, it did.
Doing this investigation.
Yeah, if you're not going based off what the average was during COVID.
Key points here.
Again, if you're not being a disingenuous dickbag, then yeah. The day that he left, the national average was at 236.
In order for the crash truck, this fire truck, a very common procedure at airports that when they are responding to something, they need to get clearance from air traffic control, and that there was an emergency. They were actually responding to a call from a United flight that said that they were having some issues.
I thought presidents didn't control gas prices. Isn't that a bitch? Isn't that a bitch? Yeah, we tried to hit you with those facts that, this thing called OPEC and these things. Oh, pesky. But then you get a president that literally is like, I can move markets while I'm pooping. And he did.
Emergency vehicles.
And now you're sitting here going, the president doesn't control gas prices.
And so that is why this crash.
Meanwhile, this is it. This is literally the demon you created. Have fun with that, man.
Truck.
Like, this is you winning right here. We have a plane crash. We have TSA lines. We got fucking, again, man. No, oh yeah, that's TDS. I think it's pretty much TDS to ignore everything that's going on in the world and how everybody's kind of pissed off at Donald Trump, but sure.
Fire truck. It's really known as a crash truck.
You guys are proving my point, dude. You guys got to sit in my chat and fucking defend your daddy.
Was on its way and headed towards
so much winning, dude. They won so hard that they have to defend him all the time.
The runway, and based on what we can hear ourselves on air traffic control, they were clear. They were cleared.
The liberal shutdown. They're trying
to proceed.
They're trying real hard.
And it seems that everything was okay and that they were following normal procedure. And then something went terribly, terribly wrong, and we have this collision. I've been spending a lot of time inside the airport up on
That's kind of funny. I did that last year, and we found out that it has increased. Yes, there were way more crashes under Trump than there have been under Biden, or had been under Biden.
Seventh floor of the park.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah, remember when they were blaming DEI?
Garage,
they can't do that anymore. So now, what is it?
To actually see the plane and the crash truck.
It's the Democrats. The TSA agent was a Democrat. That's why the plane crashed.
The front.
He would say that. Like, this is my favorite part, is if he said that, you guys would be like, yeah, he was a Democrat. Yeah, Democrats don't know how to do things. What? You guys are so fucking retarded that you're just like, feed me more info, Daddy Trump. I will go out and defend your honor with exactly what you tell me to say.
This plane is completely in pieces. It would be very hard for someone who was sitting in those seats to
But hey, you know what? Maybe this taco thing works out. Maybe gas goes down to fucking 2 something You know, maybe we all collectively forget that this ever happened. We go into the midterms, he wins, and you know what? Maybe the Republicans win by a landslide completely and just 100% legitimate. And then all we can do is just cry some more.
And sadly, of course, we learned
like
that the pilot and co-pilot were killed, but also the crash truck. I mean, these are heavy pieces.
Yeah, because I know how to be a normal person. I know how to not bring my politics to parties.
Of equipment.
Or, you know, everywhere.
The crash truck is completely either upside down.
Like you red hat wearing morons.
Or on its side, just showing us.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I don't have a fucking Kamala flag or any fucking flag to show for a politician, but I'm sure you do.
So now
how much merch do you have? Actually, legitimately, if you guys are a Trump supporter in chat, tell me about how much money and merch you have.
Happen is obviously the NTS.
Like how many hats? How many flags? How many shirts?
We will start to conduct this investigation, and hopefully we will learn more. But, you know, Audie, certainly, I mean, I keep thinking about the air traffic controller, because you could hear his voice on those.
Silver God 15.
Audio.
You think MAGA has any principles? No.
And just those moments
also,
and that
Silver
sheer
God,
panic
thank you for
when he's telling the crash truck to stop, and sadly couldn't stop in time.
14 people. Thank you. I also have 2 streams going, so it's an average of like 20. Whatever. Yeah, I'm fine. I have an audience. You're here. What's that say about you?
Here's the air traffic control tower speaking
to
that fire truck as the tragedy unfolded.
All right. You get a freebie.
Company, warning tower requesting to cross 4 at Delta. Truck 1 company, cross 4 at Delta.
Like shit.
Truck 1 and company, 4 at Delta.
Trump supporters
Front there, 4195 to stop there, please. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Stop, truck 1, stop. Jet 646, I see you collide with vehicle here, just hold position. I know you can't move. The vehicle's there responding to you now.
Pete Montine, you're at Reagan.
I do respect you streaming, though, genuinely. Thanks.
Airport for us. You're our aviation correspondent. Walk us through what you're learning, and I know you're learning
come
a
in
lot
here, you eat a treat,
this...
and then you fucking cut. You rip ass? Really? Then you rip ass?
Investigation.
Oh, dude, if I get a good fart going tonight, he's getting... Oh, man.
Is unfolding.
What is very clear, Wolf, from the early data is that this crash occurred at very high speed. This Air Canada flight operated by Jazz Air Aviation had just touched down on runway 4 there at LaGuardia. That's one of the main runways there, and was still decelerating when this collision occurred.
Caused that fart?
At around 115, between 115 and 90 knots.
Man, if that's what Pam Bondi be sniffing all day, every day. Whoo.
So that's the unit used, the
Tony?
nautical unit used in aviation.
Good to see you, dude.
Meaning this crash occurred between 130
weekend,
and 100 miles an hour. You have to think of this like the force you would see in a T-bone collision that you would see on the highway. 2 cars traveling at highway speed, that's roughly about 100 miles an hour of collision force. This is roughly the same. Of course, it will be up to investigators to determine exactly where and when this collision occurred, although I want you to look at the early data from Flight Radar 24 in which they plot out point by point which point Air Canada Express Flight 8684 was going down the runway and then approached taxiway Delta, which is the point you heard in that air traffic control audio where this truck, referred to as Truck 1 on the air traffic control audio, was told to cross across the runway. Then you heard the tower controller there in the control tower at LaGuardia frantically try to stop that truck. Then in that data, you see a bit of continuation of data there to taxiway Echo. That's about halfway down the runway. That seems to be where everything ultimately came to a stop because of the physics involved here. I want you to listen.
All right. So here's where I'm going to do the thing that a lot of political commentators don't do. And I know that I was literally saying like, oh, this is because of Trump's cuts. I want to know if that is actually true. Would this have happened if they were not in this fucking battle for the TSA?
Now, to this very...
Because that doesn't mean like all of a sudden I want the Democrats to capitulate and just get TSA there. It's like, no. Like I want to know why the fuck we have funding to fund ICE, but not the fucking TSA. Why are they being held as leverage in this bill? Honestly, more people should be focused on that part.
Very telling air traffic control audio that occurred about 18 minutes
we're doing well,
after
Tony.
the collision itself, in which a controller in the tower seems to say, "I messed up." Here.
Yeah, and this is where I think that any lawyer, this is where PEP law is getting involved here, folks.
That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know. I was here. I tried to reach out to my stuff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier.
Kyle, I got the I got the satire on that, but yeah, sorry, that one got removed.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Safest runways in history.
Important to remember here that this fire truck was responding to another incident on the airport involving a United Airlines flight that had to abort its takeoff twice. There was concern about some odor coming from likely the brakes there. It's especially hard on an airplane when you have to stop very quickly in aborting a takeoff. Some big questions here about the communications. Where the...
Dude, I'm right. Like, literally, just last year, about the same time, too, where it's just like, what is it about January through fucking March where it's just like, oh, yeah, you know what? Everything is going to be fucked with aviation.
Actual breakdown occurred. We know, even from the investigation of the January 29, 2025 mid-air collision.
I believe air traffic controllers are still being paid. Oh, okay.
Paces
well then, okay.
From here at Reagan National Airport, that
I'll just
radio
walk that back.
transmissions
I'm not
can be
make this
perfect. Pilots can
referendum on Trump.
do
then.
what's called stepping on one another, where they're both transmitting at the same time, making transmissions and radio transmissions garbled and unintelligible.
See, my TDS is so bad that I'm even trying to make sure that I don't just go attacking him for something that he didn't actually like have any cause in. Is that something that MAGA would do? No.
So that can be...
Fuck, they're convinced that Biden somehow caused... Like, I'm convinced that they're like, there was a hurricane. Biden caused it. Notice how there was no hurricanes last year? It's because Trump was in office.
It is at play here. Also, of course,
we're the ones. TDS.
Fatigue of the air traffic controllers. This occurred very late at night, and we know air traffic controllers are really stretched to the limit. Many working.
Well, I know they're not TSA, but I thought that they were still like air traffic controllers were still part of that bill.
10-hour shifts, mandatory overtime because of a years-long nationwide shortage.
Honestly, that kind of makes sense though. With like the situation that we had last year, they wouldn't want that to repeat. So I feel like that's a bipartisan thing that everybody can get behind, where it's like, hey, maybe we should always keep the air traffic controllers funded. Maybe we shouldn't use them as political pawns. I don't know, man. It's kind of like a fucking...
of air traffic controllers.
I feel like some rich fuck was just like, guys, we kind of need them.
Of course,
it's like we fly private, and they kind of help us with that.
The NTSB will look into here as it is just beginning its investigation and just gathering all of the evidence. The airport closed until
anybody remember
at least
the ATC's shortage? And how the airport specifically was called out by a whistleblower after being practically unsafe.
2 p.m. Likely could be closed later as investigators sort out everything on the scene there.
Miles, you know a lot about these kinds of horrible developments. The NTSB is leading the investigation right now. What is it likely focusing on, at least right now?
This, Wolf, is all about air traffic control, and in this case, one particular controller in the tower cab who gave permission, cleared for landing that Air Canada regional jet.
Trump needs to fund the ATC and not have that dipshit Duffy
and
in charge.
also gave permission.
This is the whole point, man. Like, they got 3.5 more years to fucking make all of these agencies the very worst that they can be.
For that emergency.
And I don't think that there's going to be like, oh, hey, we're going to get a replacement in here and they're going to do such a better, like, dude, this is going to take years to clean up. And somehow, some way, the next 2 election cycles is going to just be like, look at what the Democrats did to us. You don't want more of that.
Vehicle to cross the same runway at the same time. Listening
like
to
watching the George Floyd stuff and then being like, wait a minute, you were president.
Him on the radio and the recordings. As it becomes evident, what is going to happen is very difficult, frankly, because it's the realization of it becomes quite evident.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, the only thing that's really political about this aviation stuff is how both parties have fucking capitulated to the lobbyists of the fucking aviation lobby.
He tries to stop the emergency vehicle, but it was obviously too late. So the context
this won't be the
of
last incident by a mile.
Wolf, is that
it doesn't seem like it.
an air traffic control system that
is Trump's
for a
fault.
long time has been bursting at the seams. Air traffic control.
That's fair.
Staffing is still quite deficient. There's mandatory overtime required for.
Oh yeah, that's part of it too. Is they never actually refilled those positions because there were a bunch of fucking TSA after the last one. They just fucking straight up retired.
Air traffic control personnel. There's
I
probably
know
some
one of them
fatigue issues
from
that
O'Hare.
will be.
She used to go to my old comic shop, and she was talking about how this was the last time that this was happening to her because she's like, I'm retiring. I'm finally getting my fucking pension, and I'm never having this happen again.
Looked at by the National Transportation Safety Board. And one other thing, Wolf, this runway at LaGuardia, runway 4,
welcome to the show,
has a runway status lighting system, which is a technology designed to stop and prevent what happened here. It's supposed to detect active use of the runway and turn on some red lights on those approaches to the runway, which would indicate to that truck that this was not a good idea to cross that runway.
No.
It will be interesting to see if that system was operating properly, and if it was, did the the emergency responders focused on their mission to
a traffic light?
deal with
Yes, a traffic light. Yes, he is talking about a traffic light. But you understand why, like, sometimes things are just bullshit. Where you're just like, that's a traffic light.
Emergency. Maybe didn't see.
This is why some people hate Democrats, is because this is how they talk about simple things, where it's just like, dude, just keep it simple.
Yeah.
You don't talk like a human. We need to institute these red lights and sensors where the sensor would have caught the red light, and then it would have stopped one of the either truck or the oncoming plane because they would have seen the red light.
I thought it was interesting and
And we're all just like,
Miles, that 18 minutes after the crash, an air traffic controller appears to say, I messed up, to a pilot who witnessed the crash. Listen to this.
yeah, he fucked up by saying that, by the way. I keep saying this.
Good to watch.
Like, God damn it, dude. He's going to get sued by every he's going to be like, I fucked up, and they're going to be like, that's personal liability. He admitted it.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. I messed up.
No, man, you did the best you could.
All right, Miles, I want to point out that determining root causes of accidents can take maybe, based on my experience, and you have a lot more than I do, at least a year, maybe longer, and often involve multiple contributing factors. How will these communications factor into this investigation?
Well, I mean, it's there on the tape, Wolf, and it is hard to listen to that controller now has to carry that with him. That was his mistake, but it was his mistake specifically and individually, but that's put in the context of a system that has set him up for failure. It's a system where they are overworked. LaGuardia Airport is one of the busiest pieces of concrete on the
Dude, just like that. Boom. Wonder if it was a DEI hire.
Planet when it comes to getting airplanes in and out. The system is blinking red, has been blinking red. You go back to more than a year ago.
Had more than a year to think up a new response, but here we are.
The mid-air collision at Washington National Airport. The question I have in my mind is, when is something significant?
We're going to be deep into year 4. They're still going to just be like, fucking Biden.
To change. And what I'm talking about here is reducing
it's funny to me.
the tempo.
There are some things that are just so fucking out of pocket where it's just like, God damn.
Flights. Everybody wants to fly. The air traffic system is vibrant. Airlines are doing well, or at least up till the oil shocks recently, they're doing well. The question is,
so your answer, if they find out that it's a fucking white guy in his mid-30s, then what?
Should we be slowing down this tempo to recognize the fact that we have a system that is beyond its capacity?
How far does your goalpost move?
Capacity.
I would like to know where the end zone is.
Let's bring in the CNN's aviation analyst, Peter Gultz. It's good to have you, Peter.
That looks like a fucking cartoon of an
do we understand now about this deadly collision? I mean, based on your decades of experience in aviation, what questions have we had answered at this sort of, in this early stage, and what are we still waiting to hear?
Well, this accident, Becky, is really eerily similar to the accident that occurred over a year ago in Washington, D.C. You have very crowded airspace. You have a
Their goalpost is on wheels, no limit.
control tower that has been habitually understaffed.
Yeah.
And you have it's in the evening where visibility is difficult. Listening to the tower tapes preliminarily, it really is going to focus in on the instructions given by the air traffic controller and his response to the emergency vehicle.
Okay, and then you find that in their history, they have a fucking perfect record.
Vehicles
Then what?
all have transponders.
Then what? You understand where we're going through this? Or like why I'm going through this with you? Where it's just like, I don't think that you have a realistic approach to this. Because I think that you have an agenda.
Emergency vehicles travel the airport every single day, and they do it.
If it's a black woman, you're going to fucking freak the fuck out and be like, see? But if it's a white dude who like is, admitted MAGA fucking TSA agent. Oh, somehow, some way, not his fault.
Safely. This is a very
Am I far off?
Rare occurrence. Something happened when the emergency vehicle requested.
I don't think I am. And that's what's fucking sad, man. I mean, jokes aside, that's kind of fucking sad.
That they got approval to cross the
I know
road.
I keep making this point, but goddamn, that's the reality that you guys created. Like,
Take a listen to this audio recording of an air traffic controller in the tower shortly afterwards.
That wasn't good to watch.
Yeah, I know I was here. I tried to reach out to my staff, and we were dealing with an emergency earlier. Nothing.
No, man, you did the best you could.
Yeah, I think there's
mandatory note determining the root causes of accidents can take a year or longer and involve multiple contributing factors, of course. Yeah, what do you make of what we just heard there? And then, you know, I guess what can be done about these incidents?
Well, the NTSB is on the scene. You'll get a briefing from them later today. But I think that underscores that the language used to approve the crossing of the runway may not have been as precise.
What am I being defensive about?
As required. And
I'm literally saying the facts. I didn't defend anybody's honor in the slightest. I just said, what if? And that's what you come up with? Maybe not be so defensive. I'm just asking from a professional aviation sense.
You know, the reality is this is the world's busiest.
We know no, see, this is why you guys are such jackasses, is because we see through you. You guys want to make it about DEI. You want to make it either it's a woman driver. Like, you guys already have that that's sense of humor, which, okay.
Airspace. There are 5 large.
Where'd you find your sense of humor? Fucking the mid 80s, like you fucking hacks.
Airports with
lady drivers.
25 miles of LaGuardia, and you have a tower that has 11 positions, and you have
seriously, like, that's the most embarrassing part about MAGA is the fact that they're just like, oh, comedy's legal again.
3
you've never been good at it.
Controllers assigned to it.
That's kind of my favorite part. You guys don't even recognize
that has been
it.
requested. They're understaffed, they're overworked, and mistakes are made.
How am I jumping to conclusions?
I just want to get your sense of the
sometimes when I pee too straight.
data that I know has been revealed in the past sort of few hours or so. The Air Canada plane was going at 104 miles an hour.
Yeah, sometimes you get a fucking hair stuck on your pee hole and then they just go
before it hit that fire truck.
It's worse than
Is that normal speed at that point of its sort of journey?
Yeah, absolutely. My guess is this
long-haired dude problems.
Aircraft has a touchdown speed of about 135 knots. It probably a touchdown, perhaps 300 yards up the runway. The pilots, their attention is solely on the runway ahead of them. They are not looking.
Things happen in life.
Left or
Dean, I want to know your exact answer. If this was Joe Biden's presidency, what would you be saying right now?
Right, they are looking
directly
at the runway. So 104 knots seems about right. The question is the driver of the truck, the emergency truck, I believe,
it would somehow be, again, DEI, Joe Biden hires, open border. The open border caused this.
That he was given permission to cross the runway. And that's where the attention is going to be.
Joining us now is David Susi, a CNN safety analyst.
Are you so mad that I'm having an opinion about something?
And a former FAA safety inspector. David, thanks for joining us. I want to show you and our viewers images and the video shot by a passenger on the plane, Jack Cabot. The passenger took these images from the tarmac.
I would be saying the same thing. People make mistakes. We're not perfect. I asked this guy, Dean Johnson, who is constantly in my chat, fucking just blowing Trump. This dude is just like, yeah, I would have a fucking nuanced answer and not say it's Joe Biden's fault for, causing this government shut. Oh, because under Joe Biden it would be a Republican shutdown. Wait a minute. Oh, I see your game.
As you can see, he and his fellow passengers had just made an emergency exit. Boy. These still images show the extensive damage from the impact. The plane's nose completely obliterated. The fire truck looks like it had exploded. And you have investigated and analyzed, as we all know, hundreds of these flight accidents over the years. Just after this collision, after midnight, what stands out most to you?
Well, you can see clearly that the damage to the front of the nose is so significant. It's about 25 to 30 feet of the front part of the aircraft is missing. So
that's what I said.
Because that's gone.
Yeah. If they find out the pilot's black, a woman, anything,
the aircraft goes from a nose
then it's DEI.
down position to a nose up position, just because the weight behind the wheels is more than what's in front of the wheels now. So you can see that it's changed.
Tragedies happen in life. Yeah, except some of these tragedies actually have like a direct contributor that could have been avoided. Like this war in Iran.
Up forward. So one of the things that really strikes me,
all we had to do is just, not go into a war for Israel's sake. But here we are.
Moved forward, and the aircraft was damaged in the nose. This could have been much, much worse. Well,
some of y'all believe that it's over. Some of y'all don't believe that we still have a lot to accomplish. Which one? Because I honestly, I don't even know. What's the MAGA narrative with the war right now?
Had that truck been 40 feet further or 40 feet back, then that it would have struck against the wing, the fuel cells, the engines, and would have created a huge fire and would have had many, many fatalities. So as tragic as this is for the two that...
The Republicans, because the Republicans decided to fucking put a pork-filled bill in front of the Democrats and not actually have a good faith vote.
We've lost.
That's why. It's actually... Do you understand this when you're in power, right? And you're negotiating with somebody? Technically, if they have leverage, you're supposed to negotiate with them to to have a general consensus on agreement. But no, we haven't had anything like that forever. Literally since Trump got into fucking politics. Actually, since Obama got into politics, I'll be real. Mitch McConnell fucking established this precedent. This was before Trump. But after Citizens United, and then once they started pulling the fucking... we can't have a vote during a presidential election for a Supreme Court justice. That would just be unheard of. And then later, literally 4 years later, we have to get this justice approved through the Senate because we have power.
Could have been much, much worse.
Fucking A.
And just out of pure luck, that airplane
honestly,
hit in the middle of that fire truck. And
I think that was the first time that I just realized, I'm like, dude, politics is all fake, and like they all work together to fucking keep us fucked.
Reduce the number of fatalities.
Like that was it.
Significant.
And then they continued it through Trump, where I was just like, that's crazy. But now the thing that really gets me is the fact that they got rid of those guys. Like when you got Mitch McConnell, that's just like, I don't agree with Donald Trump unless
Yeah, 2 fatalities, the pilot, the co-pilot, 41 passengers, other crew members were injured, some significantly. We'll investigate.
Both sides do that. The thing is, Danny, the Democrats, when they're in power, Joe Biden actually capitulated. He would always cede to the Republicans. This is what you don't understand. That's what we always perceived as being weakness. Now that we're playing the same fucking game, you're just like, why would you do that?
There's seek out video.
Literally, it's like you read The Art of the Deal and you're just like, why would you do exactly what Donald Trump says to do in the book? That's fucking crazy.
And images from other passengers and crew members.
You're on the other side of this. I'm the main character. You're the one who's supposed to capitulate to me.
In hopes of finding more information.
Fucking Christ,
yes,
man.
they will. And there's the FAA as well will be investigating this.
Yeah, but his nominee was Merrick Garland. Yeah, which obviously, you know what? Hindsight being 2020. Thank God that he didn't make it there.
From an air traffic perspective, to see what the FAA failed to do, and that would be the air traffic controller. At this point, it appears, listening to the video or listening to the audio from that, is that the truck was cleared to go across this runway for a different incident, but was cleared to go across, and almost immediately the air traffic controller started saying, "Stop, stop, stop! Don't go onto the runway." But it was too late.
According to the Epstein files, Clinton and Bush double teamed a little boy, ate the intestines. Yeah,
fire truck had already entered.
There's also a bunch of stuff about Trump in there that's fucking just as bad.
The runway.
That's literally just as implicit. So are we doing this thing where there's evidence that, because again, I'm not grading on a fucking curve. I don't care who goes to jail in this fucking Epstein fucking bullshit. Get them all. including Trump. I don't have fans. I'm not a fucking fan guy here. I don't give a single flying fuck about a single fucking name in the Epstein files. Get them all, including Donald Trump.
So one of the things I would look at as
when the guy's mentioned more times than God in the Bible, that might just mean he had something to do with it.
Investigator is, number one, why was it cleared to go when there was aircraft coming in? But number two is, when he said stop, 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 did he evaluate if it was better that the truck continue, and should he have said go faster to get to the other side? I'm worried that when he said stop, that
we agree in that. Well, then why do you guys do this thing where you're used as fodder to fucking be like, nah, that's a bunch of Democrat propaganda, nah.
Fire truck said, okay, we're going to stop, and stopped in the middle of the run.
Dude, like for real, Danny, if you truly agree with that, then you think Pam Bondi is the biggest fucking moron on the planet, right? Same with Kash Patel. Like, you don't believe them for a second. Did you see that? Did you see Dan Bongino getting confronted?
So
that was pretty funny.
Really...
Dude, he looked fucking worried too. He was just like, yeah, what have you done to serve? And he was just like, I was a fucking cop for 13 years, asshole.
To know exactly those details.
It's just like, oh shit.
But as an investigator, I'd be looking at that time sequence to see what all happened.
And right now, David, what especially worries me
I sure as hell think Bondi is a moron. Well, what about the guy who hired her?
Air traffic.
Does shit never roll downhill for you? Or is there never anybody actually taking the shit? It just appears.
Controllers are clearly overworked, often working 6 days a week, 10-hour shifts. How does that impact the nation's aviation safety system?
Well, it has a great impact, but I don't think it's a direct safety impact necessarily. Each one of the airports is under strict mandates now to make sure.
The problem is evidence. You're talking names on paper. Yeah, and I'm talking, you know what, they were implicated. I don't care. I don't care if they're names on paper anymore. This idea that we need to fucking all of a sudden play fair where they have bought their way out of the court system for as long as they have, fuck off.
That they're meeting the requirement of 2 controllers and that they're overseeing it properly. As you recall,
I'm going to say this very, very carefully.
We had a very
so I was watching this movie. It was called The Purge.
Significant issue with a lot of air traffic.
Except the thing is, I had an idea.
Controllers that were not manning properly each of these air traffic control centers. But as far as I know at this point, I think the mandates
where in this movie. Like, this is all just a theoretical movie. Like, I want to write this movie where, like, during the sequel, they do this thing where all the people, instead of choosing to, like, go after each other, they just decide to go after the people that are in power.
So been put into place.
And they just, like, they turn all the tables. Dude, that would be a fucking awesome movie.
To make sure that there's proper staffing is there. And if there's not, then Wolf, what they're doing for the first time in history,
actually, I would watch that. I would watch that.
They're actually reducing the number of flights based on capacity of what that air traffic control center can handle. So I think that it's not a direct safety concern.
First one was good. The other one seemed to push an agenda.
Impacts as far as what availability of the aircraft, and as you know, the delays that are being caused at the airports, both now from the TSA and as well as from the air traffic controllers.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Wait, even the people. Wait. So you're telling me that families that have lived here with and they're immigrants are not entitled to due process, but these rich pedos are. Dean, do you see why people don't take you very seriously?
It needs to be investigated, and they have to come up with
fucking going around during election season, lock her up, blah, 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 all the fucking hyperbole from you guys. Then we get to this, and now it's just like, yeah, you know what? We got to fucking due process. We got to, you know what? We got to make sure that we cross those T's and dot those I's.
Some answers.
Okay.
To make sure it doesn't happen again. David Susi, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, so you're just a fucking, yeah, Mr. Quack. Yeah, Mr. Quacker's literally living up to his fucking name. Holy shit. No wonder. Man, don't have to take you seriously.
I may miss my flight that's in 1 hour. And I think that the government is full of it. I really do.
Usually for a domestic flight, you come here 2 hours, 3 hours in advance.
What's ICE doing? All I see in all these videos is just them walking around doing this shit.
Today I'm 5 hours in advance.
Howdy, partner.
So it's not fun. I mean, I cannot, I don't want to miss my flight, so I came.
I'm saying it's a quack point of view to see that as being a priority and not locking up these fucking even alleged pedos.
Because
again, alleged pedophilia is enough for a lot of people just to go fucking bonkers on this shit. But nah, not when it's a Republican, not when it's, the president of the United States who really, dude, he doesn't have a convincing argument that he's not in the fucking files outside of just like, no, I'm not. And then you read the damn things and you're like, he sure is in them a lot. Like, goddamn. Like, even the ones that are unredacted, he's in him a lot. And then you guys find the one thing where you're just like, well, he tuned in to Epstein, and he said to that one cop that he did a good job. And then you find out that was completely fucking fake, that he didn't get rid of him from fucking Mar-a-Lago. And then you also find out that interview was done in 2019. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with them.
Dude, there are 3 million files. I have perused the ones that that have become fucking famous. I've also done the thing where I'm just like, oh, let's go look into some of these that not everybody has been showing. Not what I would exactly, I wouldn't say do that for your weekend light reading.
Bringing ice in, and
there's a lot there, man, and holy fuck. Like, honestly, if you want, like, that's why I'm so angry, Dean. Yeah, I have read them. I have read enough of them to just be utterly fucking disgusted that all of them need to be like, all of them
but they've just been standing. When I've seen them, they've just been
need to be tried, and they need to be fucking held to account, because this is insane. And it's insane. Do you understand? You're doing it right now, Dean, calm down, buddy, calm down. I know. I implicated your guy. Calm down, bro. You see what you're doing right now? You're doing it. You're actually doing it in real time. You're standing up for Epstein and the Epstein class. Good job.
That badly needed.
I'm so happy that we actually got him to do it.
Because they said, what I heard on the news is that it was going to be for
throw him in jail and then let JD take over. He doesn't even like JD Vance anymore. His new toy is fucking little Marco.
Seems to be flowing smooth.
I even have it in the beginning of my show. I mean, literally, I'm not gay, but I like Marco Rubio.
I mean, it doesn't affect me personally, but I'm sure it makes a lot of people nervous, and it's sad because I bet a lot of people have a lot of anxiety coming to the airport.
So the lines are still long, and now you just got ICE just walking around the... cool. Tax dollars hard at work, folks. Cool. Cool.
Travelers are barely moving at Houston's George Bush Intercontinental Airport. We're talking...
You know where the airport doesn't have these long lines? Minnesota.
Wait times of more than 3 hours or longer.
CNN's Ed Lavandera is following all of this for us. All right, Ed, you're there in Houston.
That's how I know who read it or not, by how angry they are about it. Santo, exactly.
What's it like?
Like, dude, you can just do a cursory fucking search. Like, go to whitehouse.gov to the Epstein files page. Just put in a random number for the page number. Unless it's completely blacked out, which again, that should fucking bother you. I guarantee you're going to come out feeling a little bit dirtier than you did going in.
It's an absolute...
And I don't think it's like at some point, you do kind of break this whole party brain thing where you're just like, oh, I need to protect the damn... Like, this is what... Like, I'm so glad I don't have this. I don't need to... Like, I don't go into it as a fan, as a stan, as a whatever the fuck of a politician. Here you are, afraid that your guy might be implicated. I think that, Dean, you're showing it right now, dude. You are so scared that Trump actually might be in it, and we're right. You're terrified that if they release the back end of the files and he is in it, then you have spent this amount of time actually standing up for exactly what we were saying. A pedo.
Brutal travel day for thousands of people trying to make their way.
Marco's definitely presidential material. You know what's funny? Actually, Kamala Harris, for all the fucking ripping that they did on her for the primary, Marco Rubio had less support in the presidential primary that he did with Donald Trump. So let's just let's remind people of that. Let's remind people of that when it's an actual national referendum. Yeah, he's not too popular.
Airport. Let me give you the sign. A look at the sign here. We're in Terminal E. That's 200 minutes.
Don't forget, You know how for like every time that you guys are like, we can't elect a woman? Yeah, there's a lot of dudes in the Republican Party that are like, a brown person with a Mexican last name, Gaffa.
Believe it or not, that's
like he's Cuban.
Good news. That number earlier, about an hour and a half ago, was 260 minutes. But this line,
that moment that you actually have to like look at your side, just be like, sometimes we are really shitty.
Goes the checkpoints are over here. It comes all the way
Not
back.
Afraid of nothing. Oh my God, this guy's got like fucking 5th grade bully energy. Just nuh-uh. And like we finally turned the tables on him. Like
here,
it's like my school bully where I found out that his mom was fucking somebody else, and I was just like, dude, your mom's cheating on your dad. No, he's not.
Escalator
winding
its way around.
Not. Turned out, yeah. And they got divorced by 5th grade. I laughed at them
several more times.
Everybody else was just like,
subway
oh,
area that connects the various terminals here. This is one of 2 of.
Turns out you can't afford a private school anymore when she takes all the money.
Security checkpoints.
Oh, that was also
open.
That was also a thing. She divorced the dad who she cheated on.
Everything else has been closed. I can take you in here past the signs here to give you a sense of just how much more waiting these passengers have to do. The line here continues to wind its way back and forth before they're able to get through the security checkpoints. We have seen close to 24 federal agents around various terminals that have been able to get through today. It's not exactly clear to me what they're doing. They've been kind of standing around the edges, clearly not involved in helping process the thousands of passengers trying to make their way through here. So it's not exactly clear how they're helping, how they're alleviating the pressure that this airport is under.
My buddy just convinced me to add soy sauce and brown sugar
39%
to like this crock pot meat recipe. I was just
called out. We're not sure of the numbers for today.
Completely random, but I'm going to try
tomorrow. But clearly, this airport severely impacted, where we've been talking to people, Brianna and Boris, who have been waiting in line for hours and hours, knowing fully well that they are going to miss their flight, but they wanted to get on the other
what exactly have I lied about?
Side of security, and they will wait on that side until they can be rebooked on their next flight. Boris and Brianna?
Wow, that is a long time. But I guess it is
I'm so tired,
better
boss. I've definitely got MAGA fatigue. Same.
than 260 minutes.
Benzo Scarlet. I am totally right there with you. I felt it today, too. Like, I'll be honest. Like, there was a moment where I'm like, wow.
Which is just outrageous. Ed Lavandera, thank you so much. Live.
I'm a whack job. Okay. What, for calling you out? Wow, did you? You really did get bothered by me pointing out that it's like, no, dude, like, we can do this math where eventually, because of everything that has come out and even the stuff that hasn't, we can just point out that it's like, dude, no, you guys are afraid that he is not doing as well. That you are you're coping.
Houston.
Like, this is cope. Like, this is actual cope. You have to go to a left-wing streamer and you have to literally just be like, you guys have just got TDS. Everything's so great.
Let's talk more about this now with John Pistol. He's a former TSA administrator and former FBI.
When did you defend Trump? Oh, you might not have.
Deputy director.
Sorry, I
John,
got a few people in chat
that I'm
going back and forth with.
We're seeing these ICE agents at these airports around the country. What assistance can they provide? Which of their skills do you see as possibly transferable to mitigating this overcapacity of security?
Wait, if you're not a Trump supporter, then what is your ideal person to like be in power now then?
Security lines at the airport.
Like a libertarian? Like, what are we doing here?
Well, thanks, Brianna. Yeah, the ICE officers, agents.
Dude, literally every single fucking shot of these assholes, they're doing nothing. They are just walking around doing nothing.
Are not qualified to be TSA screeners because they haven't gone through the training and the protocols of how do you do something that, for example, if something alarms on a person, or if they're not familiar with the computed tomography software and the machines and everything. So really, they can help at for example, the exit lanes out of the 425 plus airports that TSA provides security in. There are a number of those, the majority of those, that have TSA officers who are at the exit lanes where people are getting out of secure area, and so that's not a security check for the passengers. They can help with the queue management, the line management, and hopefully they could be a visible deterrent to a potential terrorist who may want to go in and make a name for themselves by shooting up or doing something terrible. with the passengers line, with all the press coverage now, it's an opportunity. Oh, and by the way, we're at war with Iran, and there may be somebody who's inspired
add some Worcestershire
to do something bad because of that war. They've had relatives killed in Lebanon, as one individual
I already knew that
did in a shootout. So
it was the brown sugar that did it.
A number of
that was it wasn't actually the soy that was the part that got me. Where I was like,
I wanted to ask you about
sugar,
because as we're watching,
he swears by it.
As we're watching them,
brown sugar, onions. He used a little. He said that he used onions and onion powder. I'm like, holy shit!
And we are showing video of them at various airports. They're generally walking around. I guess you could say they're sort of patrolling. Yep. They are armed.
Orlando,
and
not Midway though.
You and others have
guess who's going to be flying through Midway?
Raised this concern that when you have so many people outside of the secure area, it is essentially just this soft target, right? That is so vulnerable. Having those ICE agents there, is that something that does give you pause that they are there as a deterrent?
Government jobs? You mean being qualified for them? Like any other job? Holy shit, dude. Worcestershire.
Well,
all right, shut up.
Hopefully, it's a force multiplier.
I'm not doing this.
For
the we're back to it, okay? That's how I'm going to say Worcestershire sauce. It's because I can't say fucking Worcestershire sauce. So it's Worcestershire.
The airport police do in all the major airports and a number of the smaller, mid-sized airports. So each airport has...
That's a clippable. That was a clippable moment.
Of any size has their own airport police.
Did that just have a crash out over
that? The challenge is they are stretched thin right now to try to do anything. Forget if there's a crime on airport property.
Worcestershire. Worcester sauce.
Yeah,
Worcester. Watch your sister sauce. That, I always thought that was funny. Watch your sister
management
sauce.
And as a visible deterrent, which these ICE officers, the agents might serve as that in that role.
What? They all have coffee. They all have coffee cups and are just, hey, well, you know how I was a bitch boy that didn't want to wear a mask during COVID? Well, I got no problem now in this airport.
So if that happens, that's a good thing. There's just so many unknowns. And by the way, with all the call outs, the TSA officers who are calling out because they haven't been paid for a month nearly, that just exacerbates the problem of, are there soft targets that somebody is trying to exploit because they see it as a vulnerability now? Or worse, there is a potential terrorist who actually thinks they can get through a security checkpoint, like Abdul Muttalib back on Christmas Day 2009, or Richard Reed in December.
You know what I hate about myself? I saw a Daisy, do it down a Daisy. Yeah, I totally saw like that they added it to mac and cheese. I'm like, ooh. And then I tried it. It's fucking fire.
Although one with the shoe bomb or the underwear bomb with non-metallic.
Chili. It's always, it's good chili
so
too.
There's just a number of issues that unfortunately,
I am not sponsored by Daisy Company at all.
For the traveling public and for
just
TSA officers,
do a dollar.
Could be solved if Congress do their job, the administration do the job collectively, because that's what it comes.
$125K to walk around and drink Starbucks. Dang. Yeah, that's why you're starting to see a lot of normies.
There's compromise involved.
Looking at it. Like honestly, I noticed this one where out of all the people there, they had like 4 Mexican ICE agents and 1 black one. And I was just like, I have a feeling that they're trying to do this for optics.
31 years.
I don't know. I'm just going out.
Government.
That's just it's a thought. You know, I'm not trying to push a narrative. I'm just trying to say it's just on my notice.
They want, and so let's get back to work.
You're not American,
ladies and gentlemen,
nice.
And get some things resolved here.
Ryan, tell us what the status is where you are, and I know you've been seeing ICE agents there. What have you been seeing them doing?
Yep. Finally, we can take a deep breath here. The numbers have dropped off. The lines are getting shorter. I think the average wait time now is under 40 minutes. So if you have a flight to catch
that's normal
today, it's a good time to come to Hartsfield-Jackson International. Talking about those ICE agents, you can see a few behind me right there. And then I'm going to walk you this direction, and you can see some more of them gathered over here. This is what they've been doing for the most part today, is doing the patrols around the airport, talking and gathering, not really helping the public in the sense of...
Well, mall cops are out of a job.
They're not taking tickets from anybody.
So they're not doing shit. They're not doing shit. They are walking around the airports just being ICE.
Interacting with the public.
And then taking shit at the airports, because my favorite thing that I've been watching is because people are pissed off and waiting in line, they got nothing else better to do but to just be like, hey, fuck ICE.
We've seen so far. They're not checking anyone's ID. At the TSA checkpoints, they're not doing that as well. So the big question is, what have they been doing mostly? Well, it's been providing perimeter security.
Actually, I did call Dick Durbin's office today, and I told him not to vote on that piece of shit bill and to keep pushing.
As you can see over
sorry.
here. If we come back this direction...
I mean, if he's fixing it with ICE and the problem goes away, then what's the incentive? You know, it's almost like he's not actually fixing problems.
There's also a contingent of officers.
Right? So...
over here.
Are we admitting that ICE is like, this is all just a fucking...
And the reason why...
an optical illusion created by the fucking Trump administration to make you think that something's getting done?
Is what we're being told is there's a protest scheduled against ICE here at the airport.
Or are we just going to admit that it's like, oh no, I fixed it. So now that, you know what, the Dems can just, you know, ignore the Republicans and not vote on that shitty bill.
Police officers from the Atlanta Police Department ready to respond to what may happen when protesters arrive. And we've been told they actually applied for a permit. So now you're bringing all these people, surging them into one area. This is where the lines have been long throughout the day. The lines now are gone. So that's a good news, whether it's the north, the south terminals, or even the main checkpoint. We've been told that the lines now...
in 2028, they likely will. Or they will when, you know,
again, are under 30 minutes.
If the Democrats do take the House and the Senate, I can tell you right now, ICE is not going to be getting a lot of funding.
Which is fantastic. That's after Sunday.
Like, they may be revising that whole, you know, funding till 2028 bit.
When it was more than 5 hours and we saw lines...
Because all they have to do is look at it. They have to start an investigation into the actual funding, and then they can just hold it all up.
Inside the building. When we arrived here at 6 a.m. this morning...
Which I think we should, you know, since we are all about protecting Americans from waste, fraud, and abuse. What's to say that they are not, you know, committing some waste, fraud, and abuse in the field of ICE? What's up with that? How come all of a sudden, like, it's just beyond you guys that, oh, yeah, there's totally some shenanigans in here. But nah, we'll ignore that because, you know what, they're going after the people we don't like.
Thousands of people trying to get to the airport. We talked to several people who we just checked through to try to see how long it would take them. Average wait time was over 2 hours. And right now, the airport GM is actually telling us they believe the numbers are about a 30% call out. And now we've talked to TSA Stewart, who tells us,
God, this is where I have to say mainstream media really is so fucking stupid.
Look, they believe,
God, every time
things could get better, but they want to get paid sometime soon.
This is also how you know it's like, oh, okay, so CNN, fake news, yet they're pushing the Trump narrative. So so CNN's still fake news, right? So we're admitting that the Trump narrative is fake?
Is this going to be the new norm?
As long as we're all on the same page, guys.
You know, is every weekend, you know, going to be a 5-6 hour wait at the checkpoints to get on your flight, if you can even make it. What's evident with your eyes, you're seeing is this is a breakdown of the TSA system. That's what you're seeing. When Friday comes and there's no paycheck, what are we going to see next weekend?
Yeah, guys, we'll continue to watch this right now. Again, the numbers seem
pretty good. We're going to see a bunch of fucking ICE agents just being like,
joining me now,
how do I use this computer?
One of the many agents, TSA agents being impacted by all of this, Aaron Barker. He's a TSA employee and also president of the TSA union that represents Georgia's TSA workers. Aaron, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. You just heard those comments there from Secretary Duffy. He said, look, they know how...
No, Brady. Just because I said that I want them to go after that, because honestly, fine. You can do all these cuts and get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, but they didn't. What they did is they got rid of a bunch of fucking red tape that honestly helps us, the consumers.
People down.
Like, dude, you do understand that they were this close to getting rid of the FDIC, right? Like, you know that thing that protects your bank account from being emptied out just randomly?
They know how to...
And you going to the bank and being like, where's my money? It's like, we took it.
Deal with...
That agency was almost gutted. So tell me again, dude, like, how sincere were they about this?
With, you know, some of the security screening that you do as a TSA agent, which I should point out, you go through...
Also, I think I did a good job in pointing out the indiscrepancy in the way that you guys care about actual fucking waste, fraud, and abuse.
Extensive training for. Do you agree that these...
You can guarantee there's some waste, fraud, and abuse and fucking ICE I mean, did you not see them walking through the airport with their Starbucks? Again, $125,000. I mean, at this point, if I can get guaranteed airport duty, maybe I will join.
ICE agents could be brought in. Would you be comfortable with them joining you there at the security checkpoint in that manner?
I don't agree with that. We have extensive training, as you just stated, and it takes months to be able to, and even after months of training, there's still things that you encounter that you don't see every day, or situations that arise that don't come up every day. So to just throw them on the checkpoint like that, I think that is a recipe for disaster. It's going to create chaos. So I do not agree with that comment.
There's also some mixed messaging here, right? Because we're hearing that from Secretary Duffy, but then Tom Homan, who's overseeing this deployment, he has said, look, this is just to help for functions that ICE agents are not trained for. He says, this could help with maybe security lines. So we're seeing that in Atlanta. My colleagues there on the ground saying ICE agents are outside the security checkpoint. I guess essentially it could be sort of a crowd control situation. Does that help, though, in your view, when it comes
Okay, so what are they doing?
times?
Sir. You see the line? Get back in the line.
No.
What the fuck?
In Atlanta,
Yeah, this is a blatant waste of money, but okay.
there are people already out there directing the lines and directing passengers to navigate the airport. I don't think that helps. I think that would probably put more passengers on the edge. Just from
If somebody's on welfare for 10 years, is that waste? Do they have a disability, Danner? I don't think so.
I don't think that's a welcomed thing there by the traveling public.
What have you been told by your bosses about these ICE agents who, again, are already there on the ground in Atlanta, and what their role will be, and how that is supposed
Were you asking if they have a disability and then applying that? Ooh, wait.
to work with your role?
No, disabilities don't. Honestly, no, dude. The fact is, a lot of these motherfuckers, they come from this really, really cruel mentality where if you don't have the ability to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, then you don't deserve to fucking even have a place in society. Honestly, if they could, and there was a way to just kind of, Soylent Green the entire nation that is, the radical left or the poors or any of it, just anyone they deem as just being fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Just ew.
They have not spoken.
We don't want them
to me
here.
directly.
Ew.
I'm actually not in Atlanta.
Dude, then you would have it.
Today I'm visiting one of my other airports in Savannah, and
I'll just tell my non-functioning no, Ravy, you know what? Fuck you and your stupid kidneys. You know what? You didn't do the right things and you didn't vote Republican, so now your kidneys suck.
basically
God.
it's just the same thing that you said. As far as I know, they will just be
You
walking
guys are
and
gonna go cuckoo soon?
monitoring the line, so to speak.
Dude, we're literally laughing at this in a non-cope way too, where it is just oh, fuck it. This is just kind of funny at this point. The most funny part is watching MAGA. I'm doing this weird social experiment where I'm just waiting, where I'm just okay, I'm just waiting for every single one of them to go full mask off. Some of y'all have already gone full mask off, which it only took a year and a half. Some of y'all kind of tiptoe it though.
The union had called this ICE deployment a quote
What up,
dangerous escalation.
Good to see you.
Do you agree with that assessment?
Hey, Pep, have you ever considered this fake situation I made up in my mind?
Well,
it
I do
depends.
think that it is concerning. I don't necessarily think it's dangerous. I do think that it's concerning for the traveling public to have ICE there, just based off of what's being circulated in the media.
Okay.
So I do think that it could potentially be dangerous.
Aaron, what is the biggest challenge for you
Then you don't technically have a disability.
and your colleagues today?
I'm sorry. If you're not legally disabled, then I'm going to just call you on your bullshit.
Not receiving a paycheck, having to show up every day to complete the mission and for the oath.
Yeah, no, Dean's a boomer,
we
for
took,
sure.
He
He doesn't understand general wealth. He thinks that everything is going to work out the way it did for him. Yeah, typical boomer shit.
servants,
Honestly, why you get made fun of for being a boomer.
and to not receive a paycheck, it's very disheartening. People are upset.
24-hour news cycle is the
very
bane of this
stressed
country.
out.
Yeah. Well, also, I'll admit it. Like watching it as entertainment, like
because
there's a
our
part of that is
lawmakers
also
are
kind
not
of
doing the
not
job that
great.
they were elected to do.
Like, dude,
want
I was
very much to-
watching. Okay, so I was watching Max Velocity. Here, you know what? Fuck it. We'll go back to watching stuff here in a minute. So I was watching Max Velocity. He's a weather guy, right? And there was supposed to be this big weather outbreak that didn't happen. And he tweeted about how he's like, oh, you know what? I'm really glad this that the weather ended up kind of shifting south and not hitting any of the continental United States. The amount of people in his comments that were fucking freaking out where they're just like, oh, man, there wasn't a big tornado cell today. Oh, man. And he had to fucking check his audience where he was just like, if you're watching me for entertainment purposes, specifically because of like it's like you're watching this for like gore or anything like that, then what are you doing here? Like, stop. You need to check your fucking head. Like, seriously, because I know too many people that are like that, where they watch this shit and they just dissociate and they don't see how like their humanity is just gone. And that's what's as something simple as a tornado watch, where you're just like, yeah, if you're hoping for that tornado to touch down, it's fucking crazy. Like, is it interesting if it does? Yes, there's merit there, I guess. But it's also like we have to recognize the trends. We have to be able to, I don't know. It would be nice if we could do that, but goddamn, you know what? As someone who lives in the new Tornado Alley, I just don't know anymore because my own insurance. If you guys don't want us to talk about global warming anymore, then tell my insurance. Yeah, my insurance is literally they registered it as climate change, where they're just like, well, you know, climate change is here. It's just like, oh, really? Wait a minute, acts of God and climate change? So you're saying in theory I could not believe in both of these, but still get hit for them? That's fucked up. I'm kidding about the climate change part, but whatever. Carl, how's it going? Carl, how's it going, Carl? I'm sure you get that a lot. How's it going, Carl? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Also, if you guys are just joining us and have not already liked and subbed to the channel, hey, consider doing so. Makes it very, very cool. I try to like every video that I watch all the way through. Even if I don't like the content creator, I hit the like button. I'm that kind of person. Where it's just like, you know what? I can at least do this. There's only 2 channels that I will not do that for. And that would be CBS News, because they definitely lost the trust, so they deserve to never have the like button hit. And David Pakman. David Pakman is just, I don't know, man. I've literally liked right-wing videos where I'm just like, oh, this is painful. But then I'll watch like a bit of a David Pakman video and I'm just like, I just can't. Sorry. Ugh. You want to talk about a guy that like fell off? Holy shit. That fucking guy. Anyway, the fact that Mark Wayne Mullen's nomination advanced after Fetterman joined Republican in the vote. Fetterman ain't been the same since the stroke. Yeah, I know. Talking about Fetterman is just, I'm sick of talking about Fetterman. I'm sick of talking about what's her nuts, Kirsten Sinema, like when she was there, that one fucking cranky fuck from Virginia. Like, the way that they have always been able, like, to have an operative in the ranks of the Democratic Party who, right when they get there, they're just like, technically I'm a Republican, but I caucus with the Dems, so I'm going to have to vote on a few things with them, not to piss them off too much. But realistically, you guys, if you pay me, you got my vote. Cha-ching. There it goes. I still like Stephen Colbert's videos, even if it's... I'm talking CBS News. Anything that's Viacom related. I mean, come on. I watch Star Trek stuff. Like, this is what pains me, is the fact that I still haven't got rid of Paramount. I hate to admit it, folks, but I kind of watch Star Trek like to decompress at the end of the night. Like, that's my comfort food. I just watched The Best of Both Worlds again for like my 80th time last night. So If you don't know, that is the episode where Picard becomes Locutus of Borg. So we haven't either yet. I have to admit that sometimes, like, yeah, there's a few things where I'm like, it's worth it for now, because I'm trying to. So my solution is, because I already have, like, I understand that I'm not gonna necessarily miss out if I don't see the new fucking Starfleet Academy. Anything from the new Star Trek universe outside of Picard, I really don't care about. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, I think, at some point, if I can find it all for an affordable price, I would like to get them as physical copies. But goddamn, you know what? Physical shit has got, like, I just looked at a DVD release. God, what the fuck was it? I think it was Predator. I think it was. But dude, it's like $40. Like, what the fuck is going on with movie, like, DVD physical media prices? Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, let's get back to it. I told you the stun lock would be short, so. Also, we do have a Piers Morgan video to hit in a little bit.
Last thing that we alluded to a little bit earlier before we get to Andrew Wilkerson is specifically about Israel and these alleged strikes that are currently happening, where they are claiming that Iran is trying to damage the holy sites in Jerusalem.
No, not a set. Cheap? No. I was looking at one movie. I think it was Predator Badlands, and it was like, it was $39.99. I was like, get the fuck out of here. And it wasn't even like a steel book.
Of course, with that is, if something were to happen, whether it's
That's
false
ridiculous.
flag or a real attack, who knows, from some sort of falling debris, it could trigger
Yarr.
a literal religious war on top of the disaster
Yeehar.
that we're already in. So let's
I gotta
play
delete that
some of this
comment, sorry.
footage that was coming out of Israel, where you could actually see these Iranian ballistic missile fragments, according to the Israelis, that struck near the old city of Jerusalem. They're saying that it fell roughly 400 yards from the Western Wall and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The reason why this is important is that the Prime Minister Netanyahu immediately began using these strikes as evidence of a holy war, of being targeting, and why other nations need to be brought into it. Let's take a listen from the Prime Minister, what he had to say.
If anyone needed an explanation of why Iran is the enemy of civilization and the enemy and the danger to the entire world, you got it in the last 48 hours. In the last 48 hours, they fired a terror weapon on civilians, on children.
No, what? A bridge too far. Wait a minute.
There's
a
children's nursery here.
All right, it's like you're going to say a hospital next, or you're going to start saying, oh, they were bombing encampments. Right? Because that's a bridge too far for Israel, right? You do understand that the rest of the world is sitting here just like, tell us more, dude. No, I am genuinely happy that fucking people are looking at this shit, like this specific video, and they are cooking his ass. They are cooking, like, dude, Israel is kind of fucked in all of this. They really are, because they don't understand how bad their PR actually is in the world. They don't get it.
That person's home here.
Like, Trump's support in the Zionists in America will not be able to fucking hold this.
Civilians.
Like I said, man, gas prices are up. That's what made people care. Not kids getting fucking, obliterated in these bombing raids. No, not a school getting hit. No.
Families.
No, it cost them fucking $5 extra at the gas pump. God damn it, bridge too far.
They fire terror weapons on civilians, and often they use cluster
once in a while,
bombs, which
like I
are
said,
forbidden by international law. The second thing that they did is that they fired on
They don't care.
Jerusalem.
No, they just don't care.
Right next to the holy place.
They don't care about any of it.
Places. They sent
You
ballistic
know what they care
missiles
about? They
that
care
could have
about us being mad at it. That's like, they're getting it. Like, I'm giving them what they want here, folks. They want me to be fucking, I'm just a mad liberal. Oh, this Netanyahu. Oh, I can't.
Destroyed the church of.
I can't even stand them all.
The Holy Sepulchre. The Al-Aqsa.
All the pain and suffering in Palestine in the last 3 years. Oh.
Mosque and the Western Wall. The three holy.
Oh, I suppose since he brought this up, and you know what? Yeah, that is bad. So, you know what? I got to care now about Israel.
Sides to the
Is that what he thinks is going to come from this?
three monotheistic
Like, seriously.
religions, they don't care. They're firing on everyone. Third thing
I hope that they fucking do the same thing I'm doing right now. Just not
an intercontinental ballistic missiles 4,000 kilometers right into Diego Garcia, the American-British base. They can reach now with
they don't though.
These ballistic missiles.
The thing is, they don't. You do understand what a false flag is, and do you understand that even like the intelligence community in England is coming out and saying, nah, we're pretty sure that Israel did this shit, but all right.
Everywhere in Europe, almost everywhere in
thank
Europe.
you for the
So he talks there about, so remember, that's why we spent time with Diego Garcia.
A lot of propaganda pieces there.
Right to here, Diego Garcia mentioned there at the end, the Al-Aqsa and the holy sites of Jerusalem. They're talking about that could be a potential for, you know, some sort of precipitating event for a complete takeover or destruction of the mosque.
This is the fun part. Like, just maybe, like, I'll in retrospect be like, ooh, maybe I was being a little too hopeful. But for real, I believe that this is the part in my career that is the most fun, where I get to like see all your chats and subs and just kind of shout you guys out as you come in.
Also, the cluster munitions and targeting civilians. You know, the Israelis would never use cluster munitions, right? Except like multiple.
I care about your health. You are too young to be better.
Times over
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Where were you when I was 17?
To remember.
They're not even part of the. Neither Iran or Israel signed the the treaty banning use of cluster munitions. But anything from this man talking about, oh my God, civilian, like you opened
my
this
ass.
box.
It's selected for MAGA.
You have no room to talk. Like, yes, you're right.
Wow, they're really going to try and sell us on a fake Jesus return?
Iran is committing war crimes. You assassinated their head of state in the opening salvos, and the Americans bombed schoolgirls and murdered them, murdered 100.
Okay, so I'm glad that you can understand that, but not like... So really, you're going to just leave that critical thinking at the door when you hear about a fucking missile that they definitely don't have that just happens to hit not an American base, a UK base.
68
yeah.
So you're gonna lecture the world about civilians.
They also can't find like the point, like where it even came from, and they are kind of like, oh,
okay.
I mean,
yeah, sure.
It is a little sus because it kind of came from this side.
Most moral army in the world. Yeah.
And do not forget this video, which has been flagged by Tucker Carlson and many others, of a rabbi from 2024.
There's too
saying,
many people finally going against Israel, and I think that that's also why, like, this was the 11th hour, like, move by Netanyahu was to go to war. This is where I totally believe this. I don't care what anybody in my chat has to say, whether you're on my side or not. I do firmly believe that Israel and Netanyahu, they made the decision and then just said, you're either in or you're out.
If we need to, we could pretend
that's
that
why
there
I
was
think
an
they do have
attack
blackmail on
on
Trump.
Al-Aqsa and then use it as an excuse to rebuild their temple.
I think they do.
It's all moved by Hashem.
Totally believable.
To this location, to that location. We don't know. Maybe one of them.
I think that BB knows that this is his last chance. Yeah, it is.
And clear the place for the third Bet HaMikdash.
Yeah, but this is also what I fucking hate about Israelis, and I'm gonna be real here, is the fact that they won't ever throw him under the bus.
That could also.
They literally did that get behind the flag bullshit.
A miracle. If it was up to me, the last time when they shot hundreds of missiles, I would pretend that one missile came from Iran and shoot it down. You know, then all the
just give the whole game away. At least they're listen.
Iran, it will be the end of the problem.
At least they're this egotistical to where they are going to make these fucking mistakes. God damn, dude.
Never too late. You deal with a bunch of cowards. The Israeli leaders, they just want to pass the week.
I'm sick of people being in 2026 and still being as dumb as they are, myself included. Oh, you spend too much time on your phone and TikTok.
There you go. That's a very controversial rabbi,
realistically.
Mizrachi, who was very upset, by the way, at Tucker Carlson for...
Not saying that spending your time here is necessarily a waste of time, because honestly, and I'm not trying to just blow smoke up my own ass here, even... No, for real, like this type of streaming and like these types of communities are invaluable because, like, number one, you know, like this is kind of like the community square. That's why I keep saying, like, this is kind of like a stoner circle of the internet, where it's just like, yeah, this is a place where we can all kind of converse, and it's like an open forum.
For playing that.
God, we were just talking about AOL chat rooms yesterday.
Playing him his own words.
Tom Powell on his channel was talking about AOL aim and shit like that. I was chiming in.
For
How dare you.
exposing some of the things
Look,
that he said in the past.
Shout out Tom Powell.
I mean, look,
Tom
I
Powell.
absolutely stand by anyone's right to play some of the thinking that comes out of the region, because I've said it many times, after October 7th, if you listen to the most hysterical lefty, or if you listen to the totally psycho settlers about what their goals were, and, you know, the lefties were saying, like, here's what Israel's going to do, you would have been much more accurate in understanding.
I swear to God, you just put a green top hat with a fucking
where
fucking
things were ultimately
clover in
headed.
it.
I mean, at the time, when you talked about the greater Israel project, you were considered a complete and total nut job.
Oi, laddie.
Now you look at Syria, you look at Lebanon, you look at the West Bank, you look at Gaza, you
like
look
a citizen
at the
of
whole
Oz.
region, right? And you've got our own ambassador
Rough to see
being
you, the
asked
wizard,
again by
the
Tucker
wonderful
Carlson,
wizard of
hey, you know, the
Crystal
Bible
ball, she told us all.
says that this is the
It's just
area that
because.
Israel's supposed to make up. You cool if they take that area, which encompasses, you know, parts or the whole of multiple countries in the region? He's like, yes, they do that.
I like
That's
coming in and learning something, like confirming a piece of news with you. Like, did this really happen? What you
fine.
think? Yeah.
That is official stated government policy coming from our
Yeah, it's also why I try to be as like open about this as possible, where I'm just okay, 99% of this is just me doing commentary and pontificating. Every once in a while, like I say, I have oopsied into journalism.
ambassador, which was never disputed
Which is hilarious
by the
to me
president
when
or
I do
anyone
it, where
else
I'm just
in
like,
the
really?
administration.
Me?
By the way, that'd be a good
So-
question actually to ask somebody
We're in trouble.
in the administration whether they stand by that. But do you put this past the Israelis?
God, if my
You
therapist
think
watched this stream, she
they
would be so
wouldn't
mad. She'd
do
just
something like this if they thought it
thought
would
we
benefit
talked
them.
about having a little bit of self-confidence. It's just like, but that's not good for comedy.
They absolutely would. And again, you have to think of, not only do you have, you know,
I don't wanna
fanatical, religious fanatics
kidding, I
who
do.
are in control of the government and deeply influential in terms of this government coalition, in terms of that
Oh, dang, you're
society
for
at
real?
large. You have Netanyahu, again, as this old man who wants to have his legacy and his imprint on the world. And you have this connection between the
I knew you were joking,
eschatology of, you know,
with
the
somebody in chat,
the
but
Jewish,
no,
the like
that was
Jewish
comment,
extremists
yeah.
with the
Every once in a while, I'll catch one of
American
those where it's like when y'all are joking, it's just like,
converge in the site of Al-Aqsa Mosque and what they would, you know, rebuild there as the third temple. So,
Yes.
you know, you've got the
yes, that is exactly what they want.
war justification.
Trust me. And then all of a sudden, you're going to be like, why are they bringing a bunch of red cows to the just middle of Jerusalem? Oh,
of this, you know,
because the thing is, they are going to have to mass broadcast that. By the way, so yeah, you're going to see some sick shit when that happens.
racist rabbis.
Because it's not just like, you know, oh, just a little bit like we're just taking cow to the slaughter. No,
saying like, oh, these Arabs, they're maniacs.
No.
They're
they call
crazy.
for it to be very violent.
They'll all fight each other. So you've got that idea of let's turn all
Bibi
these
wants to summon
people
Yahweh.
against each other.
I guess, but that's not even a fucking Jewish prophecy. I don't understand this
And
shit.
they'll all fight each other, and we won't have to deal with them. You see that in some of the.
I've never understood how like some of these people like they got sucked into a doomsday prophecy that isn't even part of their fucking religion, like Catholicism
or strategy, right? We actually know one of the attacks.
Like when I went to my Anglo-Catholic church, they were very, very adamant that we did not read the book of Revelation as like oh yeah, you know, that's a prophecy. No, they literally just said, okay, so here's the deal. This is kind of like an end cap on the Bible. The author may have been crazy.
On Bahrain that was purported to have come from Iran.
Fucking John
now
from
we know
somewhere.
It was a Tomahawk.
God, I forgot his name.
That was a U.S. missile that actually, you know, did the damage there in Bahrain. We've had other indications that the Americans and the Israelis are actually.
Well, prophecies are also like it's self-fulfilling. Again, I have already lived through this prophecy at least 2 to 3 times in my life. If you count 2012, then it's 3.
Responsible for some of the attacks that they are blaming.
2003. We already went through this, man. We thought it was the same shit.
Iran. Why? Because they want to.
It's a 7 mountain mandate thing. Yeah, I know. I understand.
Draw the entire region in. They want to make it so.
They want the fucking river. It's essentially the river to the sea because that's what they were promised, the promised land.
That those Arab Gulf states that they also fully join the fight without hesitation.
As I said, I tend to make some good points occasionally, and I recognize that I'm not exactly what I would call the pinnacle of, you know,
the Diego Garcia strike. If that is, you know,
being smart.
If that was a false flag, which I think is possible, I'm not saying it is, I'm saying it's possible. What's the goal of that? To draw
sometimes I embarrass
Europe
myself,
in.
and I just don't.
This is the way that they think, and it's the way that they
Perpetual
operate.
end times.
And
Yep.
Bibi in those comments.
Well, yeah, you got to keep your people scared, but you also got to keep them in this like way.
about how, oh, Jesus Christ would lose to Genghis Khan.
You gotta keep them just ready. Like, you want them to spend money, but not get like to the point where they're nihilistic about it. Trust
what
me.
he's asserting there is we can do.
But that's where I call on all of you fine folks. If you encounter Christians that truly believe in this, make sure that they make you the power of attorney, because there's no point in them having their kids or any of their family members. Remember, the heathens are going to take over the planet at that point, and we're going to need it to fight whatever demon hordes come. So
because we are inherently the good guys, inherently. Not
ours is a much better movie.
Not because of our actions, just inherently. This like supremacist view.
Heaven always sounded like
we
it
can do
sucked.
anything.
Okay, so we get to go sing worship songs for 24/7. Cool.
And it's still good because
like
we're
hell to
trying to
me.
prevail over them, and they are inherently evil. That's his view of the world. Like, that is what he laid out. That is what he meant by those comments.
Yeah, this was, I mean, that quote was so wild. Yeah, what was Emily's take, actually? I'm curious.
You know, Emily's very measured.
Yeah.
She just explained, like, well, it comes from this book, and here's the
Will
view.
Durant.
Yeah.
I was a little familiar with it, but it was like, here's the thing. He clearly was not quoting it in a way like maybe I would analytically. He was doing it in like a praiseworthy.
No, he was literally doing it like, oh yes,
like
here,
trying to,
here
I
comes,
think,
here comes Jesus.
So it's one of those.
Here
Yeah,
comes
it's basically like
Jesus.
evil wins out. I'm like, well, that is true. You know, in a matter of like test of wills and military force, but to cite Jesus' name in that. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, I can't make that work.
Again, I mean, I don't know how many times these Christian Zionists need to be.
One of my favorite jokes recently was like, does Jesus jerk off like this, or does he jerk off like this?
Like literally spit on by these. Literally spit on, if you think I'm joking, about the way some Christians there are treated for them to wake up. I will never understand it. Like, they look at them like cattle. I've seen that. I've talked to some of these Israeli people.
It's
They're
Easter
like,
season.
oh,
We're
yeah,
going to see
these
some of
crazy
that.
people come over here. They need us to die so that their Messiah will come back. They literally laugh at you while they take your money, and they want you to continue to support them. And they do. I just, it's so nuts. You know, the Paula White stories.
Hey, guys, what's Jesus' favorite gun?
Recently came out from our
a nail gun.
Religious Liberty Commission and all of this put together. That's why,
wow.
You know, to your point, October 8th, 2023, when we're sitting here talking about Greater Israel.
Jesus probably hates getting wood. Ooh, I like how this just turned.
And Third Temples, you seem like an insane person.
Red heifer.
But Tucker, yeah, the red heifer. I mean, yeah, Tucker made a good point where our society is so secular, we can't conceive of this stuff. Because to me, it seems nuts. But even though it does, I am empathetic, not in like a way that I appreciate, but like empathetic enough to understand like this is a real religious conflict for a lot of these people.
That's how I think.
And I don't put it past them. Both the Israel,
100%.
yeah, you know, I mean, who knows? Even potential some sort of what the reaction to that could be. Considering the history of the region and the Second Intifada and the whole like going to the mosque or the Temple Mount.
Yeah, nothing pisses me off more
Don't
though
put that to the side.
than when they try to frame this as some like 2,000-year-old blood feud. It's like Israel is a modern creation, and I'm not saying
but it was a modern creation with the idea of instituting this. Like, dude.
Everything.
The long game was, trust me, man. It's been what, 100 years?
Thing was hunky dory all the time, but you had Christians, Jews, and Muslims who, by and large, were able to peacefully coexist for generations. No, this is not a religious battle. This is a political battle over land, territory, and sovereignty. That's what this is. And so, you know, I think the leaders who are involved here, you know, Trump is not an evangelical, right? But he's happy to use that if it serves his war aims. Netanyahu is, by all accounts, a secular person, like not super fanatical religious. But
this was not as much a joke, but just like can you imagine the splinters?
Be happy to use
like carrying the cross, and then
like, people's genuine religious.
Yeah, the nails hurt, but it's those little like
views and fanaticism. Frankly, is he happy to use that for his war aims?
And then the crown of thorns.
So it's like
so many splinters.
Any other sort of psyop, it's a tool to manipulate the masses. It's a tool to justify things that are otherwise not at all justifiable. You know, I mean, he uses
doctor
also
teacher would be having
like
a fucking just
the children of the light and the children of the
conniption
darkness.
right
Again,
now. Oh
the
God,
framing
dude, this kind of joking, by the way, would have gotten me expelled.
He puts out to the population. The population believes, by the way, judging by their own reaction to the atrocities that their state routinely commits. He puts out that effectively they are.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think that Norse mythology is also very interesting, but they also have a giant snake that kind of just like, I'm not sure if he pooped out the planet as much as he spit out the planet.
And forever, the good guys. Period. End of story. And I think there's a lot of Americans who believe that.
There's some wacky shit in
about
there.
America too. If it's us, then it's the good guys.
The fucking wolf that constantly dies and then comes back.
It doesn't really matter.
You know how that's the night and the moon. Like,
No matter what we do, if we did something it was an oopsie, it was an aberration. If one of our sworn enemies does something bad, that speaks to their direct character.
Hindu is way more interesting than Christianity. They have dual spirits.
Sure, that's because they
fuck.
are inherently bad. And so that's how they can go about justifying all of these, wars and wars of aggression and, invasions and ethnic cleansing and genocide, war crimes and bombing schoolgirls, etc. It's because they're inherently
first fun
so
fact.
in any case, anytime I hear now that directly religious rhetoric coming from any of these leaders, but Netanyahu in particular, my ears really perk up because I think it's very, very significant. And so the moment he mentioned and Iran is targeting near the Al-Aqsa Mosque, I found that to be
everybody shuddered. We were just like, oh, I'm glad that even non-Christian, I'm an ex-Christian, right? But because of obviously my background, immediately when I hear the show, I'm just like, oh no.
Very ominous comment from him.
Totally agree. All right, we got
red flags all around.
Let's get to it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
I already did. All right. You see what I did there? I haven't even watched Kyle's video, but I just like Kyle as a broadcaster, so hit that like button. Again, even if you don't enjoy the content, really does help me out. And yeah, you know what? Then you can always come back and have some more arguments with me, because I'm one of those weird lefty streamers that actually allows discourse in his channel. So I will admit that before I go into this, actually, I kind of want to go over this. I have noticed this where there's a lot of channels that, I thought it was kind of hyperbole coming from some of these chatters where they're just like, oh my God, some of these leftist channels, they just do not allow dissenting comments. Yeah, I saw it. No offense to one of my mods here. I think that you know who you are, but they mod for the serfs. Holy shit. That's one of them where it's just like, no, you're gone immediately. They don't tolerate, it's like a no MAGA in chat mode. And I'm just like, oh, okay. I mean, then again, I also like to converse with my chat. That's, I don't know. Maybe that's not the best thing, but I enjoy it. But you need to calm down before you have a heart attack. I'm fine, dude. I am just fine. My heart rate is good.
To make a deal.
But make a deal. I'm gonna make a deal. I don't even know where that came from. Every time you hit one like button or hit the argue button to help out the pep stream. Yeah, the argue button. That's what it should be called. It's the argue button, And also, here's the other one. You guys can totally donate to the stream to help out my wife's cancer fund. All proceeds do go directly into the cancer fund. And yes, the cancer fund does go to paying off the medical bills and also keeping us in our home, because my wife is out of work for this entire cancer treatment. So, and we have gone through our fair share of loop-de-loops with this fucking government and insurance and all of the fun stuff that you go through when you get sick in America. It fucking sucks. So, to that, you guys could help out through donations through the link, or you guys can get yourself a tiered membership. I should actually start going through these more. The $15 memberships, they're probably my most economical one, as far as if you want to just have all access to the Discord, have access to all my gaming codes, all of it. As far all of it, probably should hold off on saying all of it, but yes, you get my gaming tags for both Switch, PS5, and my Steam account, and then you guys also get access to the Discord, which is a lot of fun. If you are interested in joining the Discord, however, just let me know and I will consider it. But with that being said, let's move on. One of these days I'll get a Nightbot.
Now, needless to say, Israel has become more and more unhinged. And
shit. Most important part. thank you for the support, guys. Anybody that is watching, just commenting, hanging out today, and yeah, anybody who does hit the like, sub, or donate to the stream, want to tell you guys, I really do appreciate all of you for making this little bit of a hobbyist dream come true. So thank you.
And insane over time. And now, I mean, I just
had to answer that question, by the way. Again, sorry, my God. I had to answer a question about, like, what hobbies do you have right now? I was just like, oh.
There's no hope. It is a depraved society.
Paint?
The likes of which, honestly, we probably haven't seen since the Nazis. And I mean that. So at the same time, about 35% of Americans support this illegal and offensive war against Iran. The number in Israel is 82%. 82. So you genuinely have like a society-wide problem, okay? So.
But how do we get, like, this is my problem with polls, man. That 82% doesn't really speak to, like, the people that I know from Israel, or just, like, some of the people that I have spoken to that kind of tell me what their experience is.
As this war is continuing to spiral out of control and escalate and become more and more dangerous and lead to more and more of a global
I forgot
recession,
about those. Actually,
right?
here.
Israel is using the
into the
cover
hobby again.
of the carnage and the insanity to commit even more crimes, okay? So take a look at this. This is insane. Right now, 1:45 a.m. local time, settler militias are raiding more than 9 Palestinian villages in the occupied West Bank. From Bethlehem all the way to Nablus, settler pogroms are happening everywhere. This began at 12 a.m. local time and has not yet stopped. It's 1:45 a.m. at the time he posted this. So we have some short videos here. You guys know what a pogrom is. I mean, they're just doing this crusade of ethnic cleansing and annihilation and murder and terrorism and trying to steal more and more Palestinian land. So here's one short video of one of the houses of a Palestinian who was set on fire. This is what Palestinians in the West Bank deal with. And by the way, this is why, it was always insane to me when people would say about Gaza, like, oh, well, if Hamas wasn't running it, then Gaza wouldn't have been destroyed because Hamas was the problem and they're terrorists, and that's why Israel did what they did. Well, we have no Hamas in the West Bank, and guess what? They're meeting the same fate as the Palestinians in Gaza, because it's not about how you act. It's more about the insatiable bloodlust and the attempt to do Lebensraum from the Israelis, right? I mean, that's what's happening here. Okay, look at this one. Another one. Car on fire. It's a car of a Palestinian on fire. More here. Another house on fire. More.
Yeah, I heard about the West Bank having a bunch of people ramping this shit up.
So at the same time this is going on, CCTV footage shows hundreds of Israeli settlers storming the village of Jalud in the West Bank before launching their pogrom, attacking Palestinian homes and setting them on fire in an attempt to burn people alive. Look. Middle of the night, in the dark, running in with an attempt to destroy people's property, murder them, take their land. I mean, this is dark. And this is going to get literally a fraction of the coverage it should get.
Could you imagine if they pulled that shit in America? That's one thing where it would be like
international media. Again, because
Castle Doctrine coming in
of the illegal and offensive war against Iran. Okay? They're using the cover of that bigger story to do this.
Foster's is Australian for beer. Is it actually, though? Like, I hate misconceptions about shit like that.
And as everybody knows,
there's only one that I've ever actually... Oh, no, that's not... Two. And it's Milwaukee and Chicago. Milwaukee does indeed drink a lot of PBR. Chicago does indeed drink a lot of old style.
Excuse for this. And by the way, this has been fostered by the Israeli government. It's been fostered by the U.S. government. When you give the Israeli government endless money and endless weapons, and it's a fact that the IDF just sits back and let this happen. These are, by the way, extremely religious, illegal, extremist settlers. That's who they are. Okay, and they genuinely think they have a religious right to the land of Palestinians who have been there for fucking generations.
Red
now
Stripe.
This is like, what, the third the fourth different time.
When you can afford it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that is expensive.
Israelis are saying out loud the thing that in the past they would whisper.
Meanwhile,
quote,
just like I like my 50-cent beers.
We did in Gaza. Israeli defense minister says IDF ordered to flatten homes in Lebanese border villages. Like we did in Gaza. The place where they destroyed like over 90% of the buildings and flattened the land completely. And now you have, some official outlets referring to places in Gaza in the past tense because they were basically wiped off the fucking map by these genocidal psychopaths. Now the same thing is happening here in Lebanon. And by the way, they're destroying all of the bridges that would take you from South Lebanon to the north. And Israel said, we're going to take South Lebanon up to the Litani River. And that's what they're doing. And by the way, as people were evacuating, because they were told to evacuate by the IDF, what happened? They got bombed on the way evacuating. And then when many of them set up tents on the beach, they were bombed on the beach as well. Again, barely a fraction of the fucking news coverage that it should get. IDF strikes on over 100 medical facilities in Lebanon kill 40 medical workers, health ministry says. Well, what happened? I remember Israel saying, oh, we would never attack hospitals. That was the first hospital bombing in Gaza, the Al-Ali hospital bombing. They made a big stink saying it was anti-Semitic if you blamed Israel because they say it was a misfired Palestinian rocket. That's what they said. Well, that was the first hospital they bombed in Gaza. 40 hospitals later, now nobody even talks about it, that the Israelis basically wiped out every university, every school, every hospital. This is what they did, okay? And they tried to do the same shit here. You work the refs. In Iran, they did this. You work the refs with the first elementary school they bombed. They go, oh, what are you talking about? The Americans did it, to be fair, that one in particular. But everybody worked the refs. Like, no, that was an Iranian misfired rocket. Trump used the Israeli playbook. That wasn't us. That was Iran. They did that. It was a mistake on their part. Turns out that's total fucking bullshit. And here we are already, double-digit hospitals bombed later, right? In the case of Israel and Lebanon, triple-digit hospitals bombed later. And again, nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about this. This is terrorism. That's what this is. It's terrorism. It's demonic. It's evil. You don't do this. If you have any sense of morality and ethics and humanity in you, you
Keystone 30
don't
pack?
do this.
Ugh.
You don't go after innocent civilians. You don't go after families. But they don't care. They don't care because functionally, the Israelis have fully dehumanized.
Oh, shut up. The thing is, people would actually care about October 7th if they didn't commit in October 7th almost daily on the fucking Palestinian people. So enough of you.
Muslims in the region and fully
You do understand that like most people in the fucking global community have woken up to that fact.
Humanized. All brown people, all Arabs in the region.
Yeah,
that's what
again,
they've done.
This is what happens.
And
This is what happens when you commit atrocities, especially like that was why we were all laughing at Benjamin Netanyahu being like, they are coming after our cities and they are bombing. They are bombing hospitals. They're coming for our civilians. This is unconscionable. It's like,
They don't care. Like they're gonna go after anybody and everybody who gets in the way of Lebensraum.
Again,
and them
man.
crusading through the region and creating a greater Israel.
There's nothing funnier than watching these people that like they take the gaslighting and then they're behind it too. When they're just like, oh yeah, totally gaslit by fucking Bibi Netanyahu. And then
or the new Fourth Reich, which is what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
All right, but I'm still not done.
Yeah, you know what? He's right.
Mohammed Shahada says, Israel tortured a baby, burned him with cigarettes, pierced his skin with a nail, held him hostage for 10 hours, all in front of his father, to pressure the dad into a false confession.
Oh,
Not
Carl's
even
still telling the
demonic
fucking
would
fake
describe this
IDF
barbaric,
fucking
savage,
propaganda.
monstrous,
Really?
psychotic behavior. And by the way,
yeah, that turned out to be fake. That's odd. That is odd. But you know what you can watch? You can actually watch this this really disturbing video that went viral on Twitter about a fucking Palestinian father who was tortured. And wait, no, I'm sorry, I have that mixed up. They tortured his baby in front of him to get him to fucking give up his land rights. But yeah, sure.
There's fucking...
Tell me more about how we're supposed to care now.
Pictures of it. We know their names and everything.
Yep.
This is what
Here we go.
The Israelis did to this baby.
Yep.
A literal baby. Fucking burning him with cigarettes. What the fuck? What the fuck? Sometimes I wish there was a hell, so I knew these people would go there.
Yeah,
the U.S. ambassador in Beirut.
That's what sucks. That's what really sucks about being an atheist and also not believing in karma, where it's just like,
Today stated that the U.S. government asked the Israelis to, quote, spare Christian villages in South Lebanon. As somebody in the replies points out, they go, the U.S. government did not say, hey, spare civilians. No, they said spare the Christian villages. Mm-hmm. So if you're a Muslim civilian, don't care. You're guilty enough. You can fuck off and die. And by the way, there's no guarantee they're even going to listen. In fact, I would say quite the opposite. They're not going to fucking listen. Israel's going to go after the Christians just as well as they're going after the Muslims.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to do.
Not as openly.
But in other words,
they are.
The U.S. government knows.
And then they're going to blame the, actually, they would blame that on the people there. They would, on the Islam, as the Muslims. Jesus.
Oh. You're doing a crusade. You're doing a barbaric pogrom. You're doing to Lebanon now what you did to Gaza. And we're going to sit back and watch and say, just please be kind on the Christians. I mean, it is, man, to say that any semblance of international law has collapsed is the understatement of the century, man. Because it just literally doesn't exist anymore. It's might makes right. It's law of the jungle. Mm-hmm. And the biggest terrorists are us and Israel. Mm-hmm. And it's not even close, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Okay, then we get to Netanyahu, who seemingly is alive here. He is
seemingly alive,
going around to places in Israel that have been hit by Iranian missiles and blown up.
Videos?
Iran has done a number on Israel since the beginning of this illegal and offensive war, started by the axis of Epstein of Israel and the U.S. And listen to what he's saying here. Watch this.
The thing they did is they fired an intercontinental ballistic missiles 4,000 kilometers right into Diego Garcia, the American-British base.
I had reported this as well, but it turns out it's false. It turns out it's not true. There's no evidence of it whatsoever. They deny it. And so what it looks like happened is basically an attempt to blame them for some shit that, again, potentially Israel did, just like they allegedly attacked the
AI videos were test primers. That makes sense.
Saudi Aramco the first time.
That makes a lot of sense.
To try to drag these other countries into the war.
Right.
Israel wants Saudi Arabia to join the war on their side. Israel wants Europe to join the war on their side. And so that's why he's out there going, can you believe they did this and you're just going to sit there and let them do it? But it looks like they didn't fucking do it. It looks like they weren't lying when they said only 2,000 kilometers is the extent of how far their missiles go. But that would have been 4,000 to go to Diego Garcia, right? And so who's out there talking about this 24/7? The Israelis. So it looks like, again, they're trying to drag other countries into it.
Yes.
They can reach now with these ballistic missiles everywhere in Europe, almost everywhere in Europe.
Yeah, at this point.
I've been warning that for years.
Yeah.
The fourth thing that they did is that they shut down the important maritime strait of Hormuz, trying to blackmail the world with oil terror blackmail.
Funny he keeps bringing up blackmail. We know Mossad has Epstein blackmail on Donald Trump. But he says, oh, it's blackmail to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Motherfucker, you started the war. It was an illegal and offensive war done by the axis of Epstein.
What? Can we just admit that he's wrong? Like, he's wrong in his phrasing there.
They get to do whatever they want in response, in retaliation. You started it.
Stupid.
Four things that they're doing in 48 hours. And I ask the leaders of the world, the leaders of the free world, the leaders of the moderate states, what more are you waiting for? President Trump has correctly said that Israel, the United States and Israel in this great partnership, we're fighting the battle not only for ourselves, but for all of you. And he asked a simple question, where are you? And it's time to heed President Trump's call, his leadership, and his vision, not merely for our sake.
You know what's crazy? Just how, like, on the cusp we are of all realizing that this is all bullshit and we're being controlled, but then, gotta keep to the team sports.
But for you
just gotta keep to your team.
Your sake.
So it's kind of crazy because he is trying to blackmail all these other governments into joining this illegal and offensive war on the side of
making enemies in the Democratic Party.
Axis of Epstein.
Oh, I forgot to tell you about it.
And it's so obvious what he's doing.
I got a story.
And by the way,
like
they are not budging.
Here.
If anything, they're going further in the other.
I really pissed off somebody in the Democratic Party
direction. They're going. Oh,
not nobody well known, but it's a local politician.
If it was true that Iran could launch a missile 4,000 kilometers, then I'm definitely staying out because I got no beef with these people. Yeah. I got no problem with them. You motherfuckers started.
I'll be surprised if I get an invite back to one of these events.
Shit. And so if that was the goal, man, is it backfiring spectacularly. But man, Israel is just completely and utterly unhinged. It is so insane.
Larry.
But I'm still not done yet.
No, guys. As much as I appreciate y'all trying to protect me, no, guys. This is, I want MAGAs to see this shit in chat. Because again, that's nothing that's going to get flagged, but that's fucked up. Like this guy, Larry, who's more than likely a fucking bot account, but I don't know, because Larry D-Bag, which, softer than his wife's chances of survival. God damn, dude. Like, this is where I just got to call out MAGA on just being intellectually fucking weak as shit, where that's the shit that they do. Where they take something like lowest common, like not even lowest common denominator, just like they go to the absolute fucking pit of despair when it comes to comedy. And then they're like, how come no one's laughing, you bunch of fruits? I'm so funny. Comedy's back, baby.
Listen,
I gotta say, guys, like that's why it's so easy to make fun of you. That's why it's so easy to like look at anybody from MAGA and just be like, oh, okay, well, they obviously support those types of people, because I never see them calling each other out like that, where it's like, yo, dude, I don't even agree with this fucking guy's politics, but that's fucked up. Like, I do not see it nearly enough when I see this shit in my chat, where I'm just like, wow, guys. And you guys, you're sitting here like, we're pro-life, we're the nice ones. How come the meanie bobini lefties?
To this.
Really sending their best? Yeah, they really are.
In the last 48 hours.
MAGA is a mask for that Zionists are using to get you to hate patriots, like nihilist Zionism is using Israel to manufacture hatred for Jewish people. Yep.
Iran targeted a civilian area.
It's the Gutfeldization of comedic disclosure or discourse. Disclosure. No, because Gutfeld is also just not funny. Like, again, yes, he does like the mean shit, but look at how like people react to that in his own audience sometimes when they're like not, being the fucking cackling cows that they are.
They're doing that as a
Every
mass
once in
murder
a while, even his fucking audience is just like, that wasn't funny.
weapon.
I can't. Listening to Israel go, can you believe they attacked civilians? You guys brought about the world where that is on the fucking table. Fuck you. All you guys did was mass murder civilians for the past however many years right in front of our face, live streamed in 4K. You are known as the civilian murdering country. Like, that's the thing you are most fucking known for. And now you're going to go, oh, can you believe they attacked civilians in another war that we started illegally? Fucking spare me. If you wanted sympathy, maybe you should have never opened the fucking door to killing civilians in the first place. Because we, unlike these people, we are, genuinely universal.
There it is. Israel is not populated by real Jews. They're the non-Semite converts of Khazaria. I'm telling you guys, like I said, we did it a little more mask off at my church, where we just called Jews placeholders, and we were just like, no, we're actually the chosen people. Like, they don't even believe in Jesus Christ, but they just happen to be on the land, so they're just placeholders for our ascension.
Our approach to morality.
I mean, realistically though, even with that line of thinking, you gotta so think of it this way. The Christians all go there. They have their rapture, which,
and I agree.
Open to interpretation.
Everybody should abide by the international law and the laws of war, the Geneva Convention.
I don't know, guys, because what really bothers me about the whole like rapture thing is they miss that part where they need to be at the field of Armageddon to actually get raptured. They're not going to get just raptured from their house. Like, you're not going to be in the middle of the suburbs getting fucking raptured. Sorry, Trish, that's not how it works.
And the Nuremberg tribunals, but you cannot be the ones to completely and utterly rip up the agreements, piss on them, diarrhea shit on them, and then turn around and go, now you need to abide by the thing that we can, go around whenever the fuck we want. Fuck.
Galatians doesn't prove shit. The Bible doesn't prove shit.
You.
God damn it. Let's be real. This is my problem with fucking Christians in general, or anybody that believes in an ancient book over the practical realities of their fucking lives.
Luckily, no one was killed, but that's...
Sitting here saying fake news, fake news, fake news, but you believe a fucking book from over 3,000 years ago. Cool.
Due to
cool.
Luck.
Yeah, bro.
Not their intention.
Totally
Their intention is
fucking
to
awesome.
murder civilians. Second, they fired.
Never have to wonder why in the year of our Lord 2026 we're like this close to having a fucking holy war for nothing.
Jerusalem, right next to the holy sites of the three monotheistic faiths: the Western Wall, the Church
the
of the
Bible
Holy
isn't
Sepulchre,
just a collection of short stories to learn from.
Okay. What he says here is terrifying. Because he says,
adorable.
Oh, Iran is going after all of our holy sites, including the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Ladies and gentlemen, there is
Bloodstone,
a
you're 3 minutes early.
0%
What the
chance
hell?
that Iran fired on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. 0% chance. Here's Netanyahu saying, oh, they did. They fired on all the holy sites, the wall, the church, and the mosque. That's what they did. That's what they did. Do you understand what's going on here? Netanyahu is already trying to lay the groundwork to say, oh, look, Iran fired
Real question was meant by 4K.
on the mosque before, and then what I think is going to happen,
I think it's probably insinuating that there's 4,000
Israel is going to
pixels or whatever.
purposefully
I
blow
don't
up
fucking know.
the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Because in their
YouTube, hi, demon.
religion, they want to get rid of that mosque
Hi.
and build the third temple, right? And that's
Hi.
supposed to usher in the return of the Messiah. This is all part of like the red heifer fucking thing, the
I'm sorry. I was being a bad demon.
prophecy, right? This is what, Mike Huckabee believes in this shit. It's all tied into the rapture and Armageddon. And so it sounds like what he's doing is laying the
Wow,
groundwork
so uneducated about.
to blame Iran and say, Iran did it when the Israeli government blows up the mosque to then go ahead and build the third temple. Bro, if the Israeli government blows up the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which it looks like now it's inevitable that they're going to do it, and they're going to blame Iran.
Spamming your Bible verses doesn't work, especially when they're in the Old Covenant, by the way.
They are literally
keep
demanding
going.
a global holy war.
Yep.
That's what they're doing.
Yep.
They are
Another one.
demanding
Oh, Book of Daniel, my favorite one. That's the one that they literally ripped off to create Jesus.
a like fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Jews versus fundamentalist Muslims.
Mhm.
Like they are demanding a global holy war.
No, it's
Holy-
Peps 420.
Holy fucking shit, man.
Yeah.
The hardcore
Now, here's the thing.
atheists were always completely and utterly right. The
I do have my opinions on this video.
cringe ass Reddit atheists who are like,
I think that he's one of these ones that he's like me. He spends too much time doing this shit, and I think that Kyle is a good barometer for me to kind of like check myself and be like, oh, dude, I think that if I start going like to this point, yeah,
religion is stupid and
much.
it ruins your logical, rational mind, and it turns you into a fucking like jackass. Like all that shit, totally true. Because here
Yeah, it
we
does.
are, and they're trying to usher in a global holy war
Yeah, it totally
by
does.
potentially blowing up one of the holiest sites in Islam and blaming Iran when clearly they're going to do it. Oh my God, bro. Finally, ready? I got to give you this. So Al Jazeera said, breaking. Israel says 4,292
we're kind of
people are injured since the start of the war.
Well, yeah, Satanism is actually it's not what they think it is.
Now, to this
they don't know what the Church of Satan is.
point,
Like they really
ladies
don't.
and gentlemen,
But
Israel's
whatever.
not allowing
Yeah, Jess,
any
you
negative
are right.
information
Okay,
out
yeah, you're right
about
that.
themselves in this war. They were hiding. You're not allowed to release videos of Iranian missiles blowing shit up, Iranian drones blowing shit up, the fucking aftermath, cars on fire, buildings that have crumbled. You're not allowed to show any of that at all. So now, out of the blue, like that, all
that
of a
makes
sudden,
sense.
the Israeli government goes, 4,292 of us have been injured. Oh. In other words, trying to hype up
Have you guys noticed that 4K is not exactly better?
just how fucking hurt Israel is.
I've been playing my Switch 2 on a just like 720 or no 1080p. It's fine.
Just how like powerful and strong the Iranians are. So as this person points out, there's only one reason these numbers are suddenly coming out. Either Israel is feeling the heat now, or they are trying to justify in advance what they are about to do. So I submit to
No one cares, Brian.
you, what the fuck are they about to do?
No one gives a shit about what you believe in your holy book. The thing is, this is the problem with like holy rollers is of all colors and creeds. I don't care if you're one of these people that cannot get behind the idea that most people don't need to abide by your God or your laws. That's for you, dude.
Because we just went over. This is a government
like fucking A.
That
like
did a
you can't be an American patriot and also be a Christian fundamentalist because they are antithetical to each other.
genocide in Gaza. This is a government that's doing pogroms in the West Bank. They're going to steal all of Gaza.
Here we are, literally living in this America where all these fucking Sunday holy rollers, they also rolled a fucking church with their fucking Trump hats
They're
on.
going to steal all the West Bank. They're currently stealing
maybe not as much,
all
but
of South Lebanon. Eventually, they'll get to North
AKA fuck your
Lebanon
God.
too. Right. They've stolen parts of Syria. They're trying to create the Greater Israel Project. They're working on Lebensraum and the Fourth Reich. That's what they're doing. This is what we know they're doing. This is what's out in the open. So what the fuck are they planning if they're currently trying to gin up sympathy by saying, oh, 4,200 of us have been injured? What's next?
Meanwhile, I hope Mother Gaia just fucking shakes us off like the bad fleas we are.
Are they going to bomb, all of the power plants in Iran? Are they going to use a tactical nuke in Iran? What the fuck are they planning? The fact that they're trying to garner sympathy makes me shudder at the thought of what they might be about to do. So, holy shit, man. I mean, they got to be reined the fuck in. Look, I'm as anti-war as they come. And I've told you guys that time and time again. One of the main thrusts of this show is that I am anti-war.
That's where but the crux of it always comes down to, but.
Having said that.
Yep. Just say but. We get it, dude.
If there was ever an argument to do regime change.
Having said that, I'm about to say something that's very, very contradictory to what I just said.
The government of Israel. If there was ever an argument that you need the world collectively, not unilaterally that the U.S. should go in there and fucking us overthrow them. No, multilaterally. Take the entire world, what remains of the UN, and all of the...
Worshipping their orange cow.
The countries of Earth with...
Well, it's like they ushered in the Antichrist knowing that that had to happen, but I don't think that they realized that part of the Antichrist prophecy is also, they were going to do it. Like, they love to forget that part, that the Antichrist wasn't going to be, like, voted on by a whole bunch of heathens or, the other. No, literally to usher in the Antichrist, they have to fool the Christians.
Any conscience,
like, that's how this works
whatsoever, should go in there and should overthrow the government of Israel.
And now,
because
we're getting dangerously close
what
to the
they have
end
there
part.
is it's demonic, it's satanic, it's evil.
But you know what? Because I'm not like one of those people, unless they fucking literally make the earth uninhabitable, which I'm not, honestly, with the people in power, I would not put it past them to do it.
It is pure.
And then try to do the Ark thing where they just have like 100,000 people and that's it. Like where they're just like, they look at like what it takes to reproduce humanity and they're like, oh, let's do a start over.
Terrorism. It's pure terrorism. They are pure.
I mean, we're already kind of in this system where it's just like, dude, you either are born lucky enough to fucking live in a family that might, be able to make it, or you're probably not, statistically. And we're going to be fighting these battles, these ideological battles that don't actually matter with these politicians that just keep robbing us blind and killing us and using us for fodder.
They're terrorists. They're also part of a death cult.
And also, taking our daughters and our women and fucking, doing the most unspeakable crimes to them. And here, you got people that are fucking standing up for that. Like, that's what's crazy to me, man.
It's also a theocratic, fundamentalist.
God damn. How much cognitive dissonance do you need to fucking have? Like, how many times do you need to be hit in the head to just become a fucking unthinking Trump supporter? I want to know.
State.
Because goddamn, sometimes it seems blissful as fuck.
Apartheid state.
You lefties are miserable. Yes, because we are fucking cognizant of exactly what is happening in our fucking society.
I cannot say enough negative things about this place. I cannot say enough negative shit about it. And, they're currently involved in what, a 6-front war, 7-front war, attacking all of their neighbors, stealing more land, causing all the problems, massacring babies. And we're all supposed to act like, oh yeah, this is it's everybody else that's the problem. I think not. So I don't know what they're planning here, but I know whatever it is, it's going to be fucking disastrous.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and
All right. A little bit of fun time, pre-fun half. Hell yeah. I was looking forward to doing this one.
There are these MAGA podcast wars going on.
We deserve this, honestly, Maddie. We deserve this.
Ben Shapiro is the founder, editor-in-chief, whatever you want to call it, emeritus of Daily Wire. Michael Knowles is technically his employee.
Right.
And Michael Knowles is saying, I'm not going to say what you want me to say because I'm scared.
Mark Levin got accused of having a micro penis, and his response was to run to daddy and be like, please tell them I don't.
He totally did.
Relationship between the left and Tucker is very complicated because you see the interview with Ted Cruz.
You're like, stop making fun of my pee-pee.
And you're like, thank you. Of course, many of his views are disgusting and abhorrent.
Obviously, this war would not happen with.
I mean, dude, I love watching what's happening with Dan Bongino, Kristi Noem fucking getting thrown under the bus, even though, you know, she's the charge of the shield of whatever the fuck.
Not Benjamin Netanyahu. But Trump is also a key player.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Surprised?
That's exactly what I was expecting with her.
With how anti-war and anti-Israel
I'm just glad that she can't fuck up South Dakota.
Like, shocking.
Hey.
I mean, it's shocking. The Democratic base is not putting up with this crap anymore. They're disgusted with Chuck Schumer. They're disgusted with Democratic leadership. AIPAC did not want their name on the ads.
Yep.
They know they are completely toxic.
Being aware is such a curse. It's such mind torture. Yep. I agree. We're not kidding with Mehdi and Friends. I've never actually watched this show ever. So
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Crystal Wall.
And we're not kidding. The flagship Zateo podcast and an excellent guest today. Crystal, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's nice to see you.
Crystal doesn't need any introduction because all of you know her as hugely popular commentator, journalist, co-host of the insanely popular Breaking Point YouTube show, which has over 1.9 million subscribers last time we checked. We're trying to catch you. We're trying.
Flirting with 2 million here,
We're
guys.
trying.
No big deal.
We're behind you, but you know you're a really good pace setter. You set good examples, and you guys just won an iHeart Podcast Award for Best Political Podcast. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. We had totally written that off, had zero expectation of winning. You know, originally we thought it was like a fan vote thing. So we were telling our audience like, you know, vote for us. And they were like, we literally can't. We went to the website and we tried. So when we realized it would be just like chosen by whoever, we didn't think we had any shot. So
it's chosen by the head of Clear Channel.
Cool. It's like the first award that we won as a show. So.
Much deserved recognition.
But Pep, I don't want to wear anymore.
If you're not watching Breaking Points, you should be. Tell our viewers.
Hey, Kenzie.
What is the premise of Breaking Point?
That is actually a really great question. The premise of Breaking Points is news, but from a populist left and populist right perspective, an honest perspective, but with people who have different views that don't always align. There are some places where we do align. So, for example, with regard to the Iran war, you know, Sagar, myself, Emily, Ryan, all of us are very adamantly opposed, and we wear our own political views very clearly, but we also are very committed to the truth, to breaking through, you know, typical media propaganda, et cetera. So that's the idea.
Propaganda is a good word for right now. Funnily enough, I was thinking about this when I was looking at your career and just preparing for the show today. It's like both of us, here we are, ex-MSNBC hosts, living at large in independent media world.
Now refugees.
Dude, I already made it in this fucking industry as far as I'm concerned. I had somebody reach out to me and tell me that because of my show, they were going down the MAGA pipeline and they decided, nah, you know what? Not everybody on the left is like that. And honestly, I feel like I've been lied to. And then they also kind of saw where they were like, oh, wow, hey, I don't always have to go to, you know, the other side immediately. I can have nuance to my politics. Yeah. And that's all I needed. That was literally all I needed to just be like, yeah, I'm going to do this. I don't care if I have 2 people watching me.
Well, it wasn't MS Now, thankfully, when we were there.
Yeah.
I do it with just as much gusto, too.
You know, I don't know how you feel about it, but for me,
best thing that ever happened to me, to be honest.
Best thing that ever happened. Career-wise, best thing that ever happened.
Yes, career-wise. At the time, I've said this openly.
Yes, career-wise, Trump is the best thing that's ever happened. Like, to me, fuck. Somebody even said it. They're like, if Donald Trump wasn't the president, do you think you'd actually have a channel? I'm like, probably not.
I was very upset when they
honestly
canceled my show.
I mean, I would have a channel, but it wouldn't. I'm not sure if I would still be doing politics the way that I am. I don't know.
Obviously, who wouldn't be?
Because dude, that was the one thing that I found out about like Biden's era, like from some of the people that were broadcasting during the last 2 years of Trump's presidency, was that it was like there was this hard shift, and they were like, yeah, dude, we definitely saw a drop off in our numbers.
But looking back, it was we're in a much.
But I mean, if you're a cynical piece of shit and it's all about the numbers for you and like getting engagement and not actually caring about your country, then sure.
Imagine not being able to do what we...
Why can't I have that? Why, dude, sometimes, every once in a while, man, I'm just like, God damn it.
In this moment in our history, with what...
These grifters, dude, just think about it. They don't care. They don't care about your criticisms of them either. They got their nice homes. They're paid for. They don't have to worry about shit.
What's happening at home and abroad.
Oh, my God.
Here, I have to worry about all that shit, and on top of it, I'm just like, I hope I can maintain my integrity.
Without our platforms.
And the limitations just inherent to the format. Also, just these like, you know, a little short. Okay, you get 5 minutes. You get 7 minutes. You got to go to break. Wrap. Like, just those limitations of the format before you even get into the corporate structure and all the pressures that come from that. I mean, it really is not adequate to be able to cover the moment that we're living in. So yeah, every day I'm grateful that they cancel me.
If all you care about them is the numbers, I would argue you're already in hell.
Even though at the time I was very upset, I was deeply depressed, etc.
I hate to say this though, like there are certain content creators that I watch and I'm like, oh, they don't care about any of this.
Same. It was a blow, but now I think, thank God, thank you very much.
And it's funny. I mean, I get a little bit of pleasure out of seeing some of the people who are still.
You have more important shit to worry about than politics, dude. I'm not doing this because I think that I'm going to change the world. Like I said, if I can change one mind, then I'm already doing my part.
Are trying to do what we do.
No, dude, it's about having smaller goals. Like, dude. Not everything needs to be grandiose. I'm not sure if you're one of these millennials that got told that you can do anything you want when you grow up. You can be whatever you want, whoever you want, and make as much money as you want. Like, seriously, dude. That was the biggest fucking myth that we were ever fucking told, number one.
You know, like launching their...
Number two, I just hope that you can also just look at the practical realities that we live in and just go, yeah, you know what? Maybe if I can just do that one thing, if I can vote to change one thing, if like, for instance, if I could get enough people to just stop being class traders and try a new healthcare, like a new form of healthcare where it's not based on fucking insurance, that'd be great.
Their podcast and trying to carve out their separate lane.
100% that they're going down that road.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the former head of MSNBC, my former boss, Rashida Jones, has now just taken a job as CEO of Peers Uncensored, which is hilarious.
That's
real.
That's a full circle from
wow.
going to running a cable channel to now seeing where the future is and being head of a YouTube company.
Yeah,
which I think is fascinating. It's funny, the timings you mentioned. I'd like to do tough.
You know what's funny? Watching all these media figures do that shit though, and knowing that it's like theoretically I could reach the same numbers at some point just from here doing this.
As you know, I love to kind of hold.
Like, I'll give Vosh some credit on that one. Seeing him be one of the biggest names in this space and like having similar numbers to some of these channels is kind of fucking cathartic.
People to account and kind of not move on and repeat the questions. Hard to do that when you've got producers saying, got to go to a break.
Yes.
I remember when I interviewed Congressman Dan Crenshaw, the one Republican congressman I got to come on
skin
my
in
show.
the game? I do.
And we went for like half an hour without a break.
I vote when I can. I vote in the primaries. I try to be as nuanced as possible when casting my vote.
Which was unheard of, and
I do what I can.
Mission beforehand.
I protest when I can, and I try to get my voice out, and I try to also make this stuff a little bit more palatable to you.
We need to drop ad breaks. I can't be stopping for an ad break in the middle of like some tense back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about that on YouTube.
Right.
And
exactly.
You guys have used the format really well. I do want to play a clip. I want to start off with a really good clip. My favorite Breaking Points clip
all significant.
is you versus Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Let's play the clip, and then we've got to talk about this.
But you're a United States Senator. Mm-hmm.
Literally half the time that I like see somebody that like I'm just like, how? Okay, your only redeeming quality, I guess, is that you were the fastest swimmer. Like that's the only reason you're here.
Like you
brought nothing. Like there's nothing else to you.
Not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You have
I'm
backed
so glad
Israel,
that she did this.
as far as I can tell, from your voting record at almost every turn. Are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now, Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States Senator. There are things you can do. Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, like, what more could I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you regret any sort of...
So it's sad, tough, strong. Dude, I'm literally a fucking public face on YouTube, numbnuts. Do you understand that I've already gotten the death threats? I've already gotten, like, docs. Like, I've already been doxxed. I've already fucking had, like, I've gotten the DDoS attack. Like, Carl, shut the fuck up. You're literally behind a keyboard in a chat. You look... Holy shit, the lack of self-awareness on this motherfucker is astounding. What the fuck?
This morning.
That is a United States Senator and former CIA person being held to account by...
Big tough guy.
Crystal Ball. When I first saw that clip, two things. One is I thought to myself...
We know that he has a Facebook account that doesn't have his fucking picture on it.
Has any senator, there are 100 members of the Senate,
Jesus
50 Democrats
Christ.
roughly, give or
Is that
take.
where you learned how to do this?
Have any of
Kinda
them
shows.
ever been asked a question about funding, quote, massacres, as you put it quite bluntly to her? No is the answer. What an indictment of our mainstream media. And I think I texted you after that event saying, number one, amazing interview. I was in awe of that interview. And number two, how did you get her to come on the show and answer those questions?
I'm still asking myself this question because we didn't reach out to her. She reached out to us.
Which is itself quite interesting, a reflection on the state of independent media.
Well,
yeah, it's because she saw Sagar. No, the thing is, she actually thought that like Sagar and Crystal were more centrist than they were. And on top of it, she probably thought like with Sagar there, it's like, well, at least this, even if she goes a little farther left, she'll be kept in check.
I actually asked her that question in the interview. I was like, why are you
Not pretending to be anything, man.
here?
I'm just a dude behind a microphone that happens to be okay at this.
Because it was confusing to me. And as in my preparation for that interview, and what I
Make enough to be
tried to
happy?
do, as I'm preparing for something that I know will be difficult or contentious, is I really try to think about what is the
That's a hell of an accusation there. She has.
heart of
You do understand that even though being a public figure, things like that can get you into big trouble. So careful.
the thing that is the
Because are you saying that as a fact? I'm waiting.
is the contention here. Like, what are the things people are going to want to know? What are they going to be asking themselves?
I'll let that one go to Discovery.
And one
Let's go.
of the questions
Let's fucking go. Like, if I get a surefire where it's just like, all right.
was that one. Like, why are you here? When
Are you
know
actually
that
accusing me of that? Because then one thing I would expect of you is that you have the balls to put your full name and also make sure that we can look you up and just, make sure. Just because you're such a big, tough guy, right?
where we are is very different from
Not afraid of a little defamation lawsuit.
where
What's the answer to that
she
question,
is.
Kristen? Why
Well,
was she there?
I
The
think
only
that
time I would actually ever fucking threaten that is where it's just like, no, all right. You want to say that I'm lying about my wife's cancer? All right. Defamation suit all day. That's a guaranteed fucking win for
what
me.
happened.
Let's fucking go.
This is basically what she told us is that she realized
Oh, look at the little bitch run. He's not even in here.
I need to go on podcasts,
Yes,
right?
as many
Like,
Democrats have since the Kamala
yeah.
catastrophe.
exactly. Like, this is the thing now. I need to
Again, are you saying that as a fact?
do podcasts. And
Hey, Brandy, are you saying this as a fact? Is this your real name? Are you willing to stand behind that?
so her staff,
This is the new fun game that I get to play.
a lot of staff on Capitol
Do they actually have the balls to stand behind what the fuck they say?
watch our show. I'm sure they
Because honestly, I know how defamation law works. I know how media law works, and I know that my right here, this is not protected by YouTube with you accusing me of such things. So, all right, say it with your chest, buddy.
watch your show too, and are fans of the show.
No,
and so they
seriously, all right,
probably came to her with like breaking points.
And now they're fired.
And yeah, I'm sorry to those
You
staffers.
wanna, I'm not talking about hand to hand, you dumb fuck. I'm going to take you for every fucking dollar you have.
My apology.
That's how that works. I can prove that you are trying to defame me, numbnuts.
But
please continue. Seriously, I'm dead serious, man.
I think they probably
I ain't playing no fucking games when you try to fucking say that I am faking my wife's cancer to get money, because I can, in fact, prove that that is not true. So, if you're trying to defame me on my channel as a public figure, I have a surefire fucking case on this one.
probably presented it to her.
I also have somebody that will sue your fucking ass for this. So, you want to play? You want to give me your full fucking name? You want to actually do this? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it.
It's like it's bipartisan, and so she's thinking like,
They're always like, you want to fight? Yeah. But then they hide behind their fucking keyboard. Little keyboard warriors here.
oh, morning
There'll be
Joe,
cover. There'll
like
be cover. But
centristy.
Saga didn't give her cover.
No, Sagar gave her no cover, and so I think I don't
Interesting.
know if she didn't
I
want
get a buck at the most with
the
these
show. I
fucking
don't know if
broke asses.
she wasn't aware of our perspective. I actually think she was aware coming in that it would be a
Ugh.
tough interview for her,
Do it. Do it.
but she has a lot of confidence in
Again.
her own ability
Oh, fuck.
Very ambitious.
to spin things.
I mean, I respect her for coming on the show.
I'm just
I
waiting
said- I
for
think I
that
said that
moment
at the
where
time
it's
on
just
social
like,
media.
all
that
right, let's
a lot
go.
of
It's like,
senators wouldn't come anywhere near it, even if their staff begged them to do a podcast. The vast
Yeah.
majority don't do podcasts.
All right.
We often forget we see the Ro Khannas of this world and even the Gavin Newsoms doing a lot of media, and we forget that that's an aberration. Most Democrats, the vast majority of House and Senate
My
Democrats
dad can beat up your dad.
Yeah.
They don't go anywhere.
We've asked Gavin many times to come on our show.
I've been asking Gavin Newsom for a while. You know that Hassan Pike has been publicly calling on Gavin Newsom to do his show.
So
Gavin's done a lot of shows. If you're
yeah.
watching Gavin Newsom, we all would love to have a chat. We know you're the front runner and we would like to have a chat.
Indeed.
Do you think podcasts are going to play a massive role in 28? Everyone talked about 2024.
Peplaw's going to be right in the case.
Podcast election. It was for
Actually, that's one where Peplaw is going to... Peplaw now defers to...
the GOP. I don't think
a certain...
it was for the Democrats, not for
law firm that kind of works with these types of cases, has a very good record.
Harris. I mean, she did, I can't remember that famous podcast.
Call Her
she did.
Daddy.
That's it.
Yeah.
Which apparently they built a
I'm just waiting, though. Like, because for real, man.
set for with a massive...
People think that just because I'm a public figure that they can come in here and say shit like that without being penalized. Like, dude... Yeah, you can.
Amount of money.
Yeah.
And also, your account is not protected like that. You know, when I can like,
read
do
about that recently.
little things
But
on my end.
Trump did
But
do
I'm still waiting.
a bunch of crazy far-right podcasts and comedy podcasts. A lot of those podcasters now having...
Y'all are funny. I love this life. Yay!
He did do that. 28's going to be that on steroids, do we think?
I think so, because I think podcasts, I mean, this is just mainstream now, right? This is not the edge of media. It's not some
No.
fringe thing.
As you said, everyone watches it. Staffers, people in government.
Yes,
prominent- yeah.
absolutely. And every age group and every demographic and every
not fringe.
class. I mean, everything. And especially, I think part of what's happened on the Democratic side and why you know, your departure from MS now at this point, came at the perfect moment is that there's also been a real loss of faith in a
You're not a public figure? Yes, I am. I had to register as a public figure to even do
lot
this.
of liberal institutions.
Yes.
That's kind of what happens, especially when you start getting threats. Like I know you know nothing about this because you've never actually done anything with your life as far as like trying to do this or like go be a media figure or anything. Like honestly, you're a waste of space that's in a fucking left-wing chat, you know. But here you are. I happen to know that you know nothing of what you speak.
So Republicans have long had antipathy towards the quote.
But please. Go on.
Unquote mainstream media.
But Democrats backed it up.
But Democrats for a long time, like
No, dude. Go ahead.
they were all in on the Washington Post and the New York Times and
Brady's
MSNBC.
sitting here thinking it's like,
throughout
I
the
got him. Ooh, I got him.
first-
Look at him telling the truth.
Trump era.
So true.
And this is very different now. You know, they feel betrayed in a lot of ways by those
That's not how that works there, Brady.
outlets that they
The
previously
people who hate the New York Times most right now are not conservatives.
liberals.
It's liberals saying, why the hell are you saying washing Trump? Which the Times is
or
doing.
Washington Post. I mean, they've had a massive
You sound super heated, dude. He says as you're completely quiet.
drop in subscriptions. It's a detriment to their business. Not that their billionaire owner, Jeff Bezos, cares,
Yeah.
but because of the way that they have shifted as well. So that has pushed a lot more just sort of normie liberals
What up, Jehu? Good to see you. Been a minute.
of all
How you doing? How's that mental health doing?
ages off
Hope
of
you
those
all are
and
doing
into,
well.
you know, podcasts,
Man,
YouTube, et cetera.
that's one thing you gotta do is take care of your mental
What do you
health.
think about people who will say, okay, fine, they're going to podcasts. I'm not going to say names because I don't want to pick on people right now.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
But they're going to safe spaces.
Yeah.
They're not going to come. Alyssa Slotkin's not going to come back on your show because she got such a rough ride. This was always a debate,
Yeah.
right? I'm someone who does tough interviews.
Right.
And the people would say to me, why don't more people do it? And I said, because of access, right? Access to the
That's
reason
right.
the Sunday shows don't grill Lindsey Graham is because they want Lindsey Graham to come back
That's
again.
right.
So they don't give him a hard time. That's one
My
of
opinion has nothing to do with her love and wishes, well wishes from Minnesota. Well, appreciate
the
that.
reasons. There's many reasons, but that's one reason. How much do you feel that pressure? I know I feel that pressure. I still do what I got to do. But, you know, you and me and Jennifer Welch, who sat in that chair very recently, who's grilled Cory Booker and grilled a bunch of
Brady, I wouldn't have guessed you were an unemployed alcoholic with control
other
issues.
Democrats. Is there a danger, though, that the Democrats say, yeah, we're going to do podcasts, but we're going to do safe spaces like the Republicans do. We're not going to
Fucking chat.
do the...
Of course. Yeah, I mean,
I didn't know chat joined the roast. All right.
they already do. We just talked about how Gavin Newsom, like,
Tony.
he will go. I mean, I want to give him credit. He went on. He's gotten some tough questions
Yeah.
in some places.
Keep going,
but
man.
You
Damn.
did Van Lathan, I think, he did a good job
he
pushing
did a
180.
great,
Fucking nailed that guy.
great job. Yeah, but clearly there's like a line. You know, he'll do ones that he'll get some, but he's, you know, he's picking and choosing.
No, I have great
his
faith
spots.
that Gavin Newsom
No,
will
that's funny because
be coming on the show. So I have great
I'm not a Democrat, so haha.
Mine too. And mine too.
And,
But-
well, he has right-wing people on his show, interestingly. He's
Yes.
happy to have people on his show. So that is
Look
why...
at that loser seething with rage. Meanwhile, Pep is just like,
But here's what I would say though is that the candidates who do subject themselves to those more difficult spaces, whether it's on the left,
They really are the epitome of just like, stop having fun. Stop having fun.
to the right, by the way. Like,
God, you're talking about politics and you guys have a community and you guys are like, you're so fucking, you're not being all bent out of shape the way I want you to be.
guys who are willing to go on Fox News, who are willing to go on, on Sean Ryan or some of the more like right-wing coded podcasts, they are going to have so many more reps.
Sure, the moment he starts getting cooked by Chad, he's just like, y'all are awesome. Have a good night. I gotta go.
And be so much better in debates. They are not going to be caught flat-footed.
He literally just did the fucking comedy equivalent of like, all right, folks, well, I appreciate, like, nobody laughing at the joke. I forgot to say that he bombed. It's just like, well, folks, appreciate all the good times. All right, make sure you tip your waitress and try the meal.
This is part of the thing with Kamala is like, yes, she was not great in these interview settings, but also she wasn't great in those interview settings because she didn't subject herself to those interview settings.
Dude, Tony,
So
the
she
fact
could
that you were
get better
so
at it.
dead
I
on
mean,
with
as you
him.
know-
Although the Rogan, if she had gone on Rogan, it would have been
It would have been absolutely, but that's because she has not
But also
over the
life.
course of her
Career.
career.
Lefties are
put in the
miserable.
like a
reps.
lot of Democrats.
To be fair, a lot of people, I
To
don't
be
know.
prepared, because, I mean,
actually,
I-
now that I think about it, some of like the biggest left-wing streamers are very much not.
I remember my
Hassan's not what I would consider a miserable person. Vosh either.
first time doing like a cable news interview. I was a deer in
But I have seen some smaller lefty creators that
headlights. I could barely talk. I
You
was
know,
terrified,
they tend
right?
to get a little.
This is something that you, like anything else, get better at over time. So
I think
if you're
Vasora
someone
handles it the
who
best.
is thinking of running for president,
As far as just like, okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to take my anger and I'm about to learn you something.
the best
Whereas
thing
me,
you
I'm
can
like,
do
hey, you guys want to laugh and get high at the fucking stupid politics and maybe a few fart jokes?
to prepare yourself so you're not caught off
Yeah.
guard by some question you didn't expect is to go in places where you're going to be
I never have
challenged
to
and
wonder why I'm kind of like,
where it's going to be
I'm not like the black sheep of this space, but I am definitely, I'm on that side.
uncomfortable. That's the way that you grow.
On that basis, Ro Khanna's got it locked down in 20 because he's everywhere.
He is
I can't
everywhere.
switch on any.
Definitely a kind of a shift when you go from my show to like the Valley Labor Report.
Kind of TV outlet, podcast outlet that he's not there. He's dedicated.
Whatever.
This episode is sponsored
I'm
by
happy. I like me. I like me.
LED.
I like my program.
As the core was built on the same encryption used by services.
Some of ours.
do.
Right now, there are these MAGA podcast wars
Oh, yeah,
going on. And I got to say, I'm enjoying them as an observer, as an outsider.
We deserve this.
I mean, I've
honestly,
never
Maddie.
seen it.
We
Right?
deserve this.
It's always Democrats.
Wait, I just saw Hassan blow up on his chat today. The only time Hassan got heated with his gets heated is talking to his
In
chat.
disarray. The left with the
What was he getting heated at his chat for now? Was it the
circular firing squad. The right's always
story
message
that
discipline.
came out
Everyone
about his 5-star stay in the fucking hotel that was proven to not have lost power one time?
sticks together.
Yep.
That was not a good look, by the way. When he got pictured with that Code Pink lady,
Fall in line.
Yep.
Not this time. Explain to
meanwhile you had Ryan Grimm and the rest of them on the flotilla.
our viewers who
I
have
don't
been
know, man.
spared.
Oh my God.
Just give us a
I don't
summary
know.
to
As
normies
I don't
watching.
know. There's parts of me that are kind of like, I'm glad that he did what he did and he's bringing awareness to the issue. But the fact that he flew in, the fact that he stayed at a 5-star hotel, and then he's acting kind of like he was part of the whole thing from the very beginning. I want his chat to go on.
What is
Dude, yeah, his eating habits and his picking his teeth. Someone needs to find me that clip of him getting yelled at for picking his teeth.
What are the right-wing MAGA podcasts? What is going on right now?
Well, I mean,
It's big.
It is big, and so it would take a long time for me to give you all of the subplots.
Wait, he flew? Yeah.
But I mean, the major fissure is around Israel, and I mean, the real question for many of
Flying is not a flotilla. Yeah.
these people is like, do we hate the Jews or the Muslims more? Right? Like that's what they're.
I forgot who I even saw on the flotilla. It was a random person. I was like, oh shit, they're there.
Them
Sadly well put.
are really fighting over. I don't want to lump everybody in that
True, but
bucket,
many
but
of
that's
Yeah, him not going on the flotilla was, with the rest, kind of upset me, not going to lie, because I'm pretty sure he said he was going to go on the flotilla.
the
Yeah, but that would require him to be uncomfortable for a little bit.
sort of flavor of a lot of it. And so the latest flare up in this, you've got, Tucker and Candace, and Megyn Kelly has now kind of joined that side because she can see this is the way the young base is going.
Yep.
And then you've got Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. Actually, Piers Morgan has now jumped in and going after Ben
I
Shapiro.
heard there was a lot of, a list of cheaper hotels that Hassan wasn't allowed in
Here
Cuba.
and there fighting.
I don't buy that. Oh, how convenient for him that he ends up in one of the most expensive hotels in Cuba.
Latest flare-up has been Mark Levin has apparently been going after Megyn Kelly pretty relentlessly for a long time.
Because he's got after me too. He's an awful.
Yo, dude, I'm not even trying to be that like fucking Hassan like hater where it's just like, oh, dude, but like, bro, this was easy. And, like, he's getting cooked by his own side on this shit. Like, this is what pisses me off about Hassan sometimes, is he doesn't know how to take the smoke from being a champagne socialist. Like, just to own it. Like, he almost did with the fucking house and everything else. But then sometimes it gets a little close and he's just like, I'm still...
Super Zionist, awful person, you know, and
was a never Trumper, by the way. Always should remind people in these.
No, for him it was a vacation. He got to go to Cuba on vacation. That's what happened.
Trump.
For everyone else that went on the flotilla, it was actual hard work.
Acolytes. They used to hate Trump.
And that's true of a lot of the people who are his biggest fans. I mean, Ben Shapiro was not a Trump guy, right? So in any case,
thank you.
He's been going after her and these very, you know, vicious and ugly, calling her like, you know, a great grandma and stuff like that. So finally, he sent out some tweet that she responded to and was like, micro penis Mark Levin is, you know, coming
I can't believe this happened
after me again.
And instead of just being like,
and this,
what kind of criticism is that? He was just like, made for the micro penis.
Launched a whole new round of this war. And it's been kind of interesting to watch.
Can you sue him for it? Can you prove otherwise?
In preparation for this conversation. And I listened to her full response. I watched some other right-wing media and how they're responding to it, etc. And
Crystal's one thing. You know what? Crystal has some opinions, but she ain't stupid.
There are a lot of people who are like, how dare she? That's so vulgar. It's so inappropriate. I'm like, in the era of Trump,
I know.
I mean,
what Trump said about her.
Right. Exactly. Yep. That's absolutely a great point. And think about remember in the 202016 primary, they were comparing dick sizes. Like this is nothing new.
It was Marco Rubio.
Yeah, fucking Marco Rubio. And then they had the, what was the guy? The fucking Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, what happened to him?
Apparently was rocking a hog.
He was not a fan of Trump either. What happened to him? I don't know where he ended up.
Interesting. But so in any case, they found this over the line. And of course, it's very like misogynistic. And she kind of hints at that in her response of, you guys had no problem with Mark when he was saying all this stuff. And now suddenly I respond and you've got the issue. But
what's funny is that Megyn Kelly used to love Mark Levin.
Yes, she did.
That's what I love about this. So for me, two memes come to mind, two GIFs come to mind when I'm watching. One is the Jon Stewart eating popcorn meme. Like, that's me. I'm like, this is amazing. When I see the latest, I go to check. And the other one is the Ken Watanabe Godzilla versus King Kong one, which is let them fight.
Oh, yeah.
Right? For people, I do a lot of public speaking and events, and audiences always like, what do you think about Tucker versus Ted Cruz? What do you think? And I'm like, as an outsider, I love it. I mean, I'm not, we'll come to Tucker in a moment, but for me, it's kind of like, I don't need to be involved. I don't need to take a side or, you know, endorse one tweet over another, but I love watching it.
Absolutely.
As you said, we deserve this.
Well, and here's the thing is, you know, to zoom out from the micro penis conversation to the macro,
the big picture,
the macro conversation. You know, this is a sign that everybody knows the Trump era is coming to an end one way or another. He's incredibly unpopular. They're going to get destroyed in the midterms if they're free and fair remotely at all. They can see the writing on the wall, and they can also see that.
Yeah, but if he try it, like, honestly, you guys want to see fucking mass unrest in America?
You know,
that would do
especially with an online young.
Take the optics of taking the elections away.
Right.
Yeah,
the direction they're going in
very dark.
Yeah,
and you know what?
It's a very
that's dark, and if he
dark direction.
But you know what? You guys need to reconcile with that. If he even plays with that, that's him. That's this fucking president making these decisions, and it's blatantly unconstitutional.
In many ways.
Sorry.
They are, you know, they're very Groyper-pilled. So they're sort of reading the room of how this
if that don't do it, nothing will.
Thing is coming apart. And in the same way that after Bernie lost in 2020, there was
Mark
a lot
is
of, like,
legit funny as fuck.
Left on left fighting and squabbling and drama, etc. They're kind of in that moment now where Trump is betrayed. You know, some of his promises, I would say it was all very foreseeable, but they, you know, there is an element that feels very betrayed. There is a sense of who's going to take the reins next. What is that direction going to look like? And so all of these personal grievances also that were underneath the surface, those are coming up too, which is why I say, like, partly it's about Israel and like Jews versus Muslims. Partly it's just these like incredibly petty, personal, vicious beefs.
That's such a great segue to I wanted to bring up Candace Owens.
Okay.
Wherever I go, people talk to me about Candace Owens, right? And she's become increasingly popular, but also increasingly extreme. I mean, she's literally being sued by...
Unironically, I got asked by my stepmom
the president of France.
It's
like, she's obsessed with trying to.
Do you know anything about this Candace Owens lady? Is she actually like a good source? I was like,
Lady of France is a man.
I didn't know what to say. I was like, yeah.
These are interesting causes she makes aside from Israel. The personal grievance is so fascinating.
Look, everything in me not to say she's crazy.
Completely goes after her.
We'll see.
He's the guy who hired her. He's the guy who gave her a
All I
platform.
know is the next time I go visit my dad, it's going to be interesting.
So anti-Semites, but only really about Israel. She was pretty similar views when he hired her, and he didn't have a problem then. And he platformed her for years when she was saying anti-Semitic things.
Of course, yes. She said that whole thing about like Hitler was fine until he didn't want to just make Germany great again.
And that was TPUSA when she was with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, remember, again, this was proto-Nick Fuentes.
Exactly. But
that's why he didn't like Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk was stepping on his game.
Ben Shapiro fine with her at Daily Wire. But now, as you said, they can't keep their discipline. It's so interesting to see these powerful enforcers unable in the world of social media to just shut things down. I want to play a clip, hilarious clip from the Daily Wire of Ben and Michael Knowles, who's one of his top players.
Thanks.
Let's play that.
All right, Carl, we'll take care.
Clip.
Right, Michael, I'll just ask you straight up. Is Candace Owens doing something evil by attacking Erica Kirk?
I think that it's wrong to attack Erica.
It's kind of weird. Like, Carl was actually kind of riding that line of being blatantly disrespectful, but now he's just like, I'm going to say I don't agree with all your thoughts and or beliefs. Take care of you and your family. Thank you.
And
they said, just get air.
The sentence with her name in it.
I'm not going to dance.
I know how I feel about Ilhan Omar. I don't give a shit. She's not my representative, and I just don't give a fuck.
So good.
I'm happy that we have representation in Congress, and I think it's weird how like obsessed people are with her. It's almost like, I don't know, the dog whistle of her being a Muslim woman. Like if she was just like a white dude, and you guys did the same shit, I might not fucking like just play that card and just be like, nah, seems like but no, it's disingenuous. Like you guys just hate her because she wears a fucking hijab.
Are fighting.
Not just girls are fighting, just for context, for those of you
we get it, dude,
who are blessed not to know what the Daily Wire
is. It wrong to care? Yeah, it kind of is, man. It's kind of wrong to like, because you're not honest with why you do.
Wire is.
You like this whole, she married her brother to get in all this shit, all the fucking smearing. Like, again, I had to go and actually look that up, by the way, and just be like, is this true in any way?
Ben Shapiro.
No. And even fucking, like, I had to go and do the AI approach with that one, too, where I'm just like, then where the fuck are they getting this from?
Is the
fucking Megyn Kelly was the earliest source of that one. So,
founder, editor-in-chief, whatever you want to call it, emeritus of Daily Wire. Michael Knowles is technically his employee.
Right.
And Michael Knowles said, I'm not.
Who cares? Why don't you care where Trump gets his money from? He's literally taking it from oligarchs, you dumbass.
I'm going to say what you want me to say.
Why the fuck do you care? Oh, that's right. Brown woman. That's why. Brown woman, hijab. Shut the fuck up, you racist asshole. And start applying this, like this waste, fraud, and abuse mentality to actual people that are committing waste, fraud, and abuse. Look at the fact that our deficit is raising by trillions. Trillions. Not just one. Trillions. But here you are, not actually giving a fuck.
Knowles is friends with Candace and Candace's husband.
And honestly, if you do still support Israel, that says everything we need to know about you.
And he doesn't want to.
The right and the left hate you, dude.
Backlash.
And he wants to, make Ben happy, but
that's my favorite part. Is actually watching that where like the right and the left, like the most ardent MAGA supporters are kind of like, fuck Israel.
He doesn't want to piss her off. And she is very powerful. I mean, in terms of her media platform.
People are scared.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump is scared, Crystal. He put out a statement
AI
praising
is good
Mark
at tracing
Levin
the source of
which is hilarious, right? The guy is running a war that is a disaster.
That he likes money that comes from from Israel, though.
The crap out of the Middle East.
Probably.
And he has time to do a long Truth Social post praising Mark Levin, stepping into. And my favorite part of the post, he says, some others have been attacking Mark Levin. Even Donald Trump couldn't bring himself to say Tucker Carlson's name or Megyn Kelly's name. Even he's a little scared.
Well, and here's what I love about that whole dynamic is Mark Levin got.
They just want to be bigots. That's all. That's all it is now. I can't see it any other way. Yeah.
Of having a micro.
No, but that's the thing. They lost all credibility when that's all they care about. They never apply this to a Republican. They never apply this when there is actual fraud happening from their own party. Like, Jesus Christ, the insider trading that just took place based on fucking Trump making that announcement today, go care about that, Teddy.
Penis.
I don't care what Democrats are also implicated. I want them gone too. But why don't you take your fucking time and that whole obsession that you have with Ilhan Omar and apply it to the people who just fucking raped us with insider trading.
And his
You said that many
response
times so far,
was
Chris.
We're paying a fucking higher cost of fuel. Guess what? They're making out like
to run to daddy.
again, they have more money than God, but no, we can't charge them taxes. Every single fucking time. Let them rob us blind. Oh, the Democrats robbed us blind and didn't do anything for us.
That's
Please tell them
God, they work you so hard.
I don't.
Tell them,
Please.
help me.
Rescue me.
Fuck.
Help
Rescue
me.
me.
Yeah, so it's just pathetic.
Dude, with their hands up their ass, your ass so fucking far. Are they tickling like the that little G spot in you, or do they just have you by the tailbone to use you as the puppet? Like fucking.
Like all the way around.
It's insane. You are so useful to them.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to Zateo.com.
You better be against the government. I have been against the government for a long time.
And subscribe now.
I'm not even a libertarian. I just understand that politicians lie. The thing is, there used to be like politician lies. Now Donald Trump's lies are fucking dangerous. He's a dangerous fucking person because he's so fucking monumentally stupid. And he is used by the forces like fucking Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu because of how stupid he is. They don't even have to work at it. They know how to inflate his ego, and that's it. That's all he needs.
We're supporting fearless, independent journalism.
And then we've got to talk about Tucker Carlson before we move on this subject. Tucker Carlson has become this phenomenon. Wherever I go now, people on the left, people in the Muslim community come up to say, when are you going to have Tucker Carlson on the show? What are you going to do with Tucker Carlson? What do you think of People are obsessed with him. I get asked about Tucker Carlson more than I get asked about my wife and kids these days when I'm out and about. A, how did he get this big? And B, what do you make of this?
It'd be actually kind of weird if like a random person was just asking about your wife and kids.
Tucker Carlson Network. We're speaking on a day.
Especially if it's not like a big, like, part of your platform. Oh, that's a little
later
odd
today,
to
we're
me.
taping the show on the same day, I believe. Joe Kent, who just quit as director of counterterrorism over Iran from the Trump administration, doing his first interview with Tucker Carlson, not Fox. In the old days, it would have been Fox Primetime. Obviously, Fox is not sympathetic to his views, but Tucker is now a phenomenon. What do you make of his, I don't want to call it journey, change, stance?
I mean, I think it's all about the platform that he's on, right?
journey.
Now he's not with the audience of Fox and in those particular constraints.
Wait.
So there's a different audience to be gained online. And so that's what he's increasingly courting and cultivating. And, I mean, Tucker is an interesting case study for a whole lot of reasons, but
his name's Tucker. He wears a bow tie and he laughs like that. Can we just get over the fact that it's like, yeah, this guy's going to be president? It's like
one of them being that even though
and if he is, just that moment when I thought, it can't get worse.
Ted Cruz, for example, I'm sure knew that it was going to be contentious with him and Tucker. Tucker is so undeniable because he's so
Could you actually like elect someone that laughs like that?
So large that they still feel the need.
Could you actually elect someone that laughs like that? I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
To go on.
Yes.
They still feel like they have
In
to
fact,
do
Huckabee went on after.
I got to give credit to that guy from SNL that did the fucking Tucker Carlson bit. He nailed that.
After watching what he did to Tucker.
Yes.
To Cruz, excuse me.
Yes, to Cruz. And got, destroyed and revealed something very important, which is why the relationship, I think between the
Tucker
left and
Nepo
those
baby
of us
Carlson. Dude, again, we only apply Nepo baby to fucking like these people. Dude, there's so many.
who are, pro-Palestine.
There's so many.
And, and anti-Zion.
Fucking, I hate to say this, and I'm going to do it. Zora Mamdani was a Nepo baby. Let's stop.
And the relationship between the left and Tucker is very complicated because you see the interview with Ted Cruz and you're like,
not even trying to protect this, but goddamn, at least like, let's be consistent in our criticism.
thank you.
Yeah.
One person hold this,
doing?
evil man to account.
We're watching Crystal and Mehdi Hassan on Zateo, and also just kind of chatting.
To expose him, and same thing with Mike Huckabee. On the other hand, of course, many of his views are
Carlson's a
disgusting and
billionaire.
abhorrent. And
I'm not saying he's a fucking. Trust me, I'm not trying to fight for him to be in the running for anything, or I'm not even trying to fucking stand up for him.
And he didn't hold Nick Fuentes to account or Vladimir Putin to account.
He sucks so bad.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, Teddy, I will agree with that.
Right. And, at the end of the day, for me, my worldvideo.
Mamdani's not a horrible person. He's actually a dude. He's already filled potholes where you have people in New York that are just like, hey, I didn't think that Mamdani guy was going to do much, but you know what? He's already filling the potholes, so that's going to, you know what? He might have my vote next time.
Worldview is centered around the view that all human beings are equal, that we all deserve equal rights, that we all deserve equal dignity and respect. And I abhor racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, all of that bigotry. And he does not share that view.
He's a Christian nationalist. I don't think
he's a Christian nationalist. Yeah, that's it. And right now he's playing a particular game that I see not just him, Joe Kent, you mentioned, did the same thing in his letter, where they are very comfortable saying Israel, Israel, it's all Israel's fault. And let me be very clear. Israel has been wanting this war with Iran for at least 40 years. Netanyahu bragged about this is my 40-year fantasy, right? There is no doubt they were in the corridors of power here in D.C., whispering in Trump's ear and trying to persuade him to do this. But at the end of the day, this is Donald Trump.
That's not him. Actually, Teddy, if you're an actual New Yorker, you understand that that's the garbage. Like the garbage actually has like a union that has to like make contracts and shit with the city.
He is not some low.
That's why it's always been kind of a joke because it's run by the mob.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, I thought you knew that.
Official lamb. He's not
because you live in New York, right?
A baby. He's not a toddler. He is the most powerful man on the planet.
A bit of a toddler, but yes,
he is not a victim of happenstance here. No. The blame falls on his shoulders.
Yeah, dude, Teddy saw Fox News showing trash bags in the NYC. What's that about?
And so what Tucker's game is to just talk about Israel. He might have a guest on, like he had Sagar on. Sagar's happy to criticize Trump.
I never want to hear a Trump supporter talk shit about Mamdani's character. Again, they're fundamentally unserious people. Like, this is just a blood sport to me at this point, where it is just like, fuck it.
Guest on that will do
like, and all of them are all walk out of this like, I own that fucking stupid lib streamer.
Never does.
Without realizing that they're just giving me more ammo to just fucking constantly be like, see?
But not
they are just as bad as we thought. Cool.
Him. And for a while...
Interestingly, Marjorie Taylor...
Maybe that's the psyop, is that they don't actually want us to fucking communicate, so they have these bots that are just like, no, we're trying to remind these people that, MAGA are horrible people.
Green does.
And
she's cost her career.
And you guys can't have common ground because we can't have that. We don't want you doing this thing, where we got a little too close after that whole Luigi bit.
That's it. Right? That's it. He wants to have his cake and eat it.
He's not a communist. He's a fucking socialist. You need to fucking know the difference before you go spouting stupid shit that you know nothing about.
Saying this because I have these conversations I mentioned.
Yeah, he's such a communist. He kept Tish James as the police commissioner, you fucking retard.
I can't
get the fuck out of my chat if you're going to be here with that shit.
Away from Tucker.
Seriously. I have tolerated your bullshit for enough time here, Carl, but that's the shit where I draw the fucking line. Because that's how I know you're just a disingenuous D-bag.
Wherever I go, on air, off air, people want to talk about it. And I try and make this point, and you also tweeted this point earlier this week, and I was so glad when I saw your tweet, because I was like, yes, Crystal's coming on the show.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with not handling real life. It's the fact that you're, like you said, yes, we lost 13 soldiers, but then you come out here and say, he's a communist. How's he a communist? When did he actually say something about wanting to be a communist? What has he instituted as far as a policy that is communist?
This week.
I'll wait.
And now you've made that point so well. This idea that there's these two extremes right now in this city, in particular in DC, where there's people on the right, like, as you say, Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent.
The rent control was a huge fucking deal in New York. And I can tell you right now, the only people that are mad about it are landlords.
And others who are saying, this is all Israel. Israel duped us into war, manipulated us into war, tricked us into war. It's Netanyahu's war.
36. Oh, damn.
Mm-hmm.
Treating Trump like a child. And then there's the mainstream, I think you could call it. There's the Ben Shapiro's or Jake Tapper's or whatever it is, people on cable news saying, this is anti-Semitic to say it's all about Netanyahu.
Democrats losing every day. Yeah, except except those pesky elections that they had. Oh, shit.
Oh, Trump.
Yeah, losing so bad that they fucking had a Trump plus 37 district go to a fucking runoff. Yeah. Georgia? Oh, damn.
President, it's Trump's decision, as Netanyahu's not part of it.
Right.
He clearly is.
You're telling me that they're actually at risk of losing a Senate seat in Texas? What?
I think you and I and people like us need to be able to...
This is the thing about being a political nerd, is that I know a lot more than you when it comes to this type of shit. And I can tell you right now, just with the trends in politics alone, if Trump, like they were saying, doesn't fuck with the election, he's going to lose. Like, this is where he might learn the term landslide.
to walk and chew
like
gum
for real, dude.
at the same time.
Yes.
And I hope you understand how unpopular he is.
Say,
fuck, man. Even anecdotally, I have seen way less Trump stickers, fucking shirts, hats, any of that bullshit. The flags are all but gone in my area.
This war would not.
The fact that they were even in my area was kind of questionable, but
what happened without Benjamin Netanyahu. And this is the point Ben Rhodes, of all people, made to me, a former deputy national security advisor last week.
You are.
He said, are we saying that
you're so comfortable in how the country's going that you have to sit here arguing with a lefty on YouTube that has under fucking 50 people in his audience? Yeah, dude.
There would be
keep telling me how secure you are.
War without Netanyahu? No. Netanyahu is a key player, but Trump is also a key player. And why won't
there? Did you actually read the Bible? Because there's like actually no like hell in the Bible.
Tucker Carlson.
That came later, but yeah, you know so much.
And others call out Donald Trump.
And we know the reason for that. I mean, because they want to stay in good graces with his base, and it is a cult. And if you cross daddy, then they're afraid that they'll lose audience.
Attacking him Tucker hasn't attacked Trump, and Trump's already attacking Tucker.
That's right. And I think it's very possible Tucker does want to run for president, and he knows the history of people who have directly gone after Trump. I mean, Thomas Massie also was getting pushed to the sidelines in a primary funded against him, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. So and then you could go back to like the Liz Cheneys or the Adam Kinzinger. Like there is a long list of
literally hasn't answered one of the questions I asked.
Republicans who have tried to directly
Teddy's here like every day
challenge and confront Trump.
That's fucking again a crazy amount of fucking commitment to a streamer that you hate.
Who are now irrelevant to the party. So
legit, you do show up more than some of my fucking average watchers.
He wants to try to preserve that standing and walk this dance. Now, what his defenders will say is, no, he wants to maintain his access so he can make this case. And I may have sympathy for that case up to a point, but now it's like, okay, you tried that mode.
Yes, you failed.
And you failed. We're in the war. So like
now you need to speak truth to power. That's what you believe.
Yes. Yeah. And I also get sick of the game playing like the 4D chess. Oh, if we do this, they'll do that. Now, sometimes you just have to tell the truth. And that is what the most powerful thing is that you could do in the moment.
Yeah. I mean, watching him on PS.
And that's where Democrats fail consistently.
Morgan Reese, Tucker Carlson was on PS.
Because they also play that game where they're just like, well, we don't want him to outmaneuver us. It's like, dude, he outmaneuvers you just by accident because you don't do anything.
Morgan recently. Actually, I think we have a clip. Let's play.
And then when you do, you let fucking Chuck Schumer be the fucking face and voice of it.
I don't want to attack Ben Shapiro, other than to say, like, that guy went to Harvard. Ben Shapiro was all about the money and about the clicks. And Ben Shapiro and a lot of these people are saying it out loud. We need to penalize anti-Semites with the law. What does that even mean? Facts don't care about your...
They keep on showing up because you keep giving them a reaction. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, exactly. I ended my own monologue response to him by saying those exact words, which probably triggered.
How has nobody ever just called him out on just being so fucking weird?
His little pussy bitch outburst today as
he's just so fucking weird.
Pissy bitch outburst. These are the MAGA wars, the podcast wars. Tucker Carlson, by the way, if he does run for president, he's got message discipline there. He came to attack Ben Shapiro. He had his talking points. When I watched Tucker, I think
Carl, did you get sad?
That other meme, the clickhole meme of the worst person in the world, just made a great point. Yeah, I'm always like, yes, that's a great point, but it's Tucker Carlson. Yes. And now Megyn Kelly's in that group. Like Megyn Kelly has come after me. I can't stand some of the.
I'm a D-bag. Oh wow, you know more. Been shot, friends die. Yet here we are. You know what? Your last statement did register. Good. 30 followed you. Not worth it. Love and prayers
stuff she
for
said
your
and done
wife.
over the years, but right now when she's calling out Levin, you're like, all right, I'll take it.
Whatever, man.
So let's talk about the big picture. Obviously, these guys, as you say, the fissure is over Israel. Iran is causing a bigger fissure. I should point out
go home now.
That some of this is overstated. It's podcasts are short.
Meanie Bobini lefties.
But the MAGA base is still with Trump.
Don't you just love how like somebody comes in here trying to bully, but then they get fucking like they get bullied out, and they're just like
the vast majority of them. They haven't ditched them and said you betrayed us. A few have.
It's such an important point because that gets overstated.
We always say the
time.
MAGA split on this, and it's not quite. I mean, there is a split, but the vast majority of Trump voters, because they're in a cult, still support him. But the rest of the country, thankfully, including independents, have clearly turned on Israel, and they were against this war from the beginning. They haven't switched. Are you surprised with how anti-war and anti-Israel American public opinion has become?
Shocking. I mean, it's shocking. Having obviously followed and covered the space for many years, like it is obvious that this is where people should be, especially after watching, multiple years of a genocide unfolding in their feed. But just to know where we were a short time ago and the lockstep support that Israel enjoyed in a bipartisan manner, and to see now on the Democratic side.
Yes. Thanks,
I mean, we
Teddy.
just had these primaries in Illinois, which were kind of a mixed bag. But the most telling part to me is AIPAC did not want their name on the ads.
Yep.
There were no ads about.
They created fake new organizations.
Fake new PACs funneling money in through their donors, so they weren't associated with it. They know they are completely toxic in a Democratic primary. They know that.
I'm not a Democrat, Lizard,
so
or Lizardo.
That is such a sea change. And I think
It's funny, I was in a Democrat stream before I started watching you, and he was praising Schumer so much to the point that he had a meltdown when some random person criticized him for taking AIPAC money.
it's very important
Oh, fuck him.
to
And honestly, fuck that stream.
for the way Israel is thinking about this moment for them as a nation and the Iran
The
war.
fact that like more and more people are waking up to that kind of thing, because like, dude, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I don't even know who this person is, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and just be like, yeah, they're probably fake. They're probably fake as fuck. They're probably very calculated in the way that they like speak and just all this shit.
They know that the politics in the U.S. have changed irrevocably. And if there is a Democratic president in 2028, they're not going to get the same carte blanche, because I do believe in the Democratic primary. This will be a major litmus test.
Isn't the worry, though, that I don't want to be the cynical guy here, but isn't the worry, though, that in a
Tells me I
Democratic
was being a
primary, and
meanie
we're seeing this
beanie, but still
already,
sticks around.
you will have mainstream candidates saying what needs to
I'd
be
love
said.
to
They'll
avoid
talk
that
the
stream.
talk.
Yeah,
But
right.
once they're in
Who the
office,
hell-
will they actually dare?
Who the hell was that? Can I just? I'm gonna guess though. Was it either Dean? Was it Dean or Parker?
Talk about conditioning aid. Will they actually say? Will a President Newsom say apartheid? Governor Newsom said it in passing at a Pod Save America
And
live
then
event.
immediately walked it back.
Will President Newsom say? And similarly, Governor Shapiro is a different issue because we know he's much more pro-Israel, anyways. But some of these candidates, like Pete Buttigieg, for example, who've been kind of slightly adjusting their
that's a hell of an assumption.
views per podcast
Yeah.
on Israel-Palestine. Is the public going to see through those people who genuinely believe this stuff? A Ro Khanna, a Chris Van Hollen, an AOC, obviously, versus people who might not be, who might just be seeing the internal polling and know that they can't be as pro-Israel as ever. Once they're in office, all bets are off.
I am cautiously hopeful.
Okay, good.
Although I certainly understand and respect your cynicism. And here's what I would say is oftentimes that extreme pro-Israel sentiment comes with also just an overall alignment with the donor class on a variety of issues. And you see this with Gavin
Kamala running? I hope not. Yeah, she probably won't make it.
Newsom, right?
I don't think she'd make it past the primary this
He's
time.
really trying to find that how
There's
do
enough
I
people that
massage
felt
this? He knows
burned
he's got a
by
problem
that
because
whole
you've got
process.
donors here.
Realistically, I know that it was like kind of cope for a lot of Democrats to just be like, "Oh no, we don't care. We didn't need a primary." It's like,
You got the base over here. He's
yeah,
trying
enough
to
people in the base that finally turned around and said, "Yeah, we didn't even get a primary."
find out where to be. And, on something like funding a genocide,
sucks.
there just is no
No.
middle
Kamala
ground
blew it. Yeah, she
massaging
fucking blew it.
message
Yeah.
point.
Dude, they both blew it. They all blew it. The Democratic establishment blew it. That's why I'm saying this is our moment. And if like the likes of the DSA can't fucking get with it, I don't know what to say.
Talking point place to land. So over time, that is going to reveal itself not only on that, but another issue for him is he's fighting against this billionaire tax, wealth tax in California. The Democratic base is not putting up with this crap anymore. They're disgusted with Chuck Schumer. They're disgusted with Democratic leadership. They're disgusted with capitulation to Trump. Now, Newsom does a good, sort of show of resistance to Trump. And I think people really like that. And that's why he's a front runner. But I do believe, especially
The
based
record
on,
will catch up with him at some point,
I
you
think so. And also because from what I've seen of his podcast appearances, he has already been exposed in certain ways. He hasn't shown himself
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
as
Sylvia, I'm
nimble
with
as
you.
I honestly expected him to be in navigating some of these difficult issues.
You mentioned billionaire tax, and I can't think, but
I think Schumer will retire in 28, but not before he votes yes to send Israel trillions of
Jamie
dollars.
Pritzker is a literal billionaire. Do you think he's got a chance as a billionaire?
I don't think the fact that he's a billionaire is necessarily a problem for him because everybody loves a good class trader. I mean, they do.
I do. Like, that's how he sold me. Like, when he tried to get us the vote on that fucking tax referendum, which, God, we fucked up.
Well, it was actually part of Trump's original appeal. He was like,
true.
look, I'm
That's
a
a very
billionaire.
good point.
I understand what the system is. He may have other issues, as that may emerge. I think he's, also like pretty pro-Israel and according to the statements that I've seen of his. So that'll be an issue
Our
for
good
him.
friend Jennifer Welch held him to account as well.
Oh, yeah.
Let me ask you this. Iran. So how much of it Iran is going to be a role, not just Gaza in 2028? Because if you go back to 2008, we were 5 years out from the Iraq War. The surge had happened. Bush was on his way out, super unpopular. Hillary Clinton was about to be coronated in 2008.
Yeah.
And Obama comes along as this anti-war candidate.
Yep.
Dumb war. Iraq is a dumb war. He runs as an anti-war candidate. People try and rewrite history, but he ran as an anti-war candidate.
Yeah.
And that helped him win. Democrats didn't imagine that Iraq would feature because they'd already had 2004 and put up John Kerry and John Edwards, who were pro-war.
Yep.
They didn't think 2008 would come back and bite them in the arse. I wonder how many Democrats now are thinking, well, by 2028, this is all gone. It'll be an affordability. It'll be an inflation election. It'll be a change election. And actually, people like a Ro Khanna may still be insisting that Iran and Gaza is on the debate stage.
Oh, I absolutely think it could be a central issue because I don't think we're getting out of this war anytime soon. I mean, unfortunately, I think we're in this escalation trap cycle now. Just today we got the news that the U.S. and Israel struck this important oil field in Iran. Iran said, okay, all bets are off. We're going out.
Yeah, but then Trump tried to taco out today. So we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. We're going after, all of the oil and gas facilities in the region, up the escalation chain. And even if Trump decides he's going to just declare mission accomplished and walk away, the Iranians get a say in that.
Yes.
And they have been broadcasting, no, we need you to pay. We want it to be.
Yeah, and I had it.
An extreme price.
I had to do some research on this shit. So Israel state media was just like, we haven't had talks. So I was like, okay, now I have to wait for someone who's not Israel state media to fucking say that, or Iranian. God damn it, I'm getting them mixed up. Sorry, did you smoke? But yeah,
price, and then you've also the Israeli.
I had to go and look for one that was not Iranian state media, and they did confirm that it is just like, no, there were no talks. There have been no talks. Who would have talked? What are you talking, dude? The fucking the new Ayatollah and Trump are just sitting there text messaging fucking sending Snapchats.
He's going to say too, apparently. So I don't think this is going to be
That's the sad part, and they know
short
that.
war. And I've never understood, there's this talking point in American politics. I'm sure you've heard it, Mehdi, that's like, people don't vote on foreign policy. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
2008 was all about the Iraq war. That's the whole reason, a major part of the reason Obama wins.
Now the DNC apparently is acknowledging in private that 2024 may have been about
That's right.
foreign policy.
And Trump, he came out very opportunistically in 2016 and was like, I'm against the Iraq war. That was very important for him as well.
Yes.
And then he played that trick again.
In 24. And people fell for it in places like Michigan.
For it again. And here we are. But those are, I was shocked. We did a focus group after Trump won of these AOC.
I don't know. After I looked at the statistics of winning all the swing states, I was kind of like, dude, I think he might have actually stolen the election.
Trump voters to
I
see,
really do.
Okay, what is and a lot of people said,
I don't know.
not just Gaza, but war and peace in general. It was central to a lot of people's thinking, not just
Thing
because
is,
they have a
I
moral
know nothing's
objection,
gonna change
but
what
they
we're
also
going
feel
through,
like
so fuck
they're
it.
spending all this money on all these bombs and missiles and aircraft carriers
Like,
and
you
all
guys
this
understand that, right? That's the big difference too.
stuff. And I can't afford groceries. I can't afford gas. I can't afford rent. I can't.
Dude, 5.1% projected by September 1st. Do you understand if that actually happens, that the recession then, that's almost guaranteed by the first quarter of next year? Like, we're fucked.
Aspire to home ownership. And so it becomes incredibly important. I don't think you can disentangle the
Which
domestic and the foreign.
You know what's fucked up too? The K-shaped economy and explains why we're in the position that we're in, where it seems like there's two Americas, where you got the Americans that are really happy about what's happening, even some of them that aren't Trumpers, where they're like, yeah, I'm doing fine. Yeah, I got a tax cut. Gas is up a little bit, but it's only a couple dollars. Got hurt a little bit, but I got mine.
MAGA.
Then you got the other side that's just like, what the fuck, dude? He keeps fucking us. Now, here's the part that MAGA didn't anticipate, and I'm not sure if they knew their own base. Go figure. But a lot of their own base have food stamps. A lot of their own base use Medicare, Medicaid. A lot of their own base, they are 100% the SNAP beneficiaries. Excuse me.
Anti-war.
Like, why in the fuck were they so comfortable with just doing away with them?
Right?
It's almost like they kind of anticipate that they don't need them to vote for them again. And that's what I've been scared of this entire time.
It's like, America first, why are we spending money for those foreigners? They gutted USAID, that was actually helping in some places like Sudan, Afghanistan, poor people.
Yes.
But we're spending $11 billion so far, and some predictions are it could go up to 65.
It's way more than that.
It's way more than that. I think the Penn-Wharton budget study that they do, we reported on my colleague Minna, $65 billion.
Jeff Hansen doing the thing where he's just like, on average? No, on average, that's not even, dude, you can't even lie right. Like at the peak, it was at fucking like, I think 512, right? And yeah, the peak was fucking pretty high. But that was during COVID, which if we're going to do the grading on a curve thing, well, you guys did it for Trump in the last year of his presidency. You just magically forget that he really fucked up. Like he really fucked up the economy, but whatever. Yeah, Biden inheriting a fucking shit economy from a fucking shit president, it has nothing to do with that. But then he brought it back down. So you're also being a disingenuous cunt bag because you can't actually say what it was. What was the gas price? Actually, here, I'm going to give you the chance. Jeff Henson, one chance. What was the average price of gas on the last day of Joe Biden's presidency?
$1 billion is the price tag they put on it so far, which could end homelessness and do all sorts of good things at home.
Let's see.
The problem is Republicans, anti-war Republicans, the few that we have, are pushing that. Not many Democrats are. In fact, Democrats are like, should we fund the war?
So it's COVID or not? No, you just have to be able to fucking admit that, yeah, Joe Biden inherited a fucking shit economy. And then he had to work with what he had. And I don't even like the motherfucker. Here's the thing. You got me playing devil's advocate.
Some senators and members of Congress.
But you can't be real. The thing is, dude, no, just objective, like fact. Trump, left Biden with a fucking terrible economy and a terrible situation with COVID. Like, he fucked up, man. In the last few months of his presidency, he did this weird shit where, again, instead of shutting down the economy a lot sooner so we could get back, like, honestly, this is what pissed me off. When I looked at, like, what would have happened had we shut down sooner, not only, it wasn't even about, like, and this is bad, it wasn't even about the lives lost, because, yes, there would have actually been less life lost, but we wouldn't have had as big of a hit as we did. And there is evidence to kind of show that it was like, oh, well, you know, this could work for me in the election. But then he saw how he kept cascading. Like, my favorite part about COVID was that Donald Trump couldn't control it. And it did ruin his life.
We had an opposition party.
And then he tried to make people happy because he was like, I want a vaccine. I want a vaccine. And then his own base was like, no vaccines. He's like, oh, fuck, no vaccines.
That could say what you're saying, which could say.
God, think back to it. Watching him panic like every day was kind of hilarious.
Say what a lot of MAGA people are saying, which is,
in hindsight,
money on foreign wars.
Did he get a lot of people killed? Yeah.
And they don't.
He cost us millions of dollars? Yeah.
Unfortunately, because they're.
And then he caught COVID. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Part of the military-industrial.
That's right.
I don't wear a mask.
You know,
I don't like it. It wipes my makeup off.
They're getting money from the military-industrial complex. They fear that if you don't vote for a war, you'll be accused of being unpatriotic. That playbook's dead. Look at the polling. This is the first war of my lifetime where the American public have not fallen into line and given it majority support straight after it started.
Well, and it's also ideological. I mean, Joe Biden, I think, I don't know how, functional his brain was, but I think he realized that Gaza was a political problem for him, but he was committed to that Zionist project, and he was willing to take some political pain. And
makes
ultimately,
Harris's position so frustrating because she clearly wasn't committed to it, but still went along with it.
But still went along with it. But they were, he was willing.
Well, because again, incumbent position, they didn't want to fuck with any of it.
And even end up handing the White House back to Donald Trump in order to hold the line in favor of genocide. So some of it is ideological. I mean, you think of Chuck Schumer as a great example of
right
this.
now, Chuck Schumer is 100% in favor of this war.
Yes.
And the only reason he's not saying it publicly is because Donald Trump is
president. Because he knows it's unpopular
you're fucking
with Democrats and Trump is president. And here's what Ryan and Dropsite reported.
I like how you can't even believe the conspiracies that are proven now, but it's like, this is my problem with conspiracy theorists, is like they always pivot to something new.
They reported exactly that not just Schumer, but a lot of Democrats are sort of low-key
and then,
in
God
favor
forbid,
of the war,
person
but they
that they
recognize
like
it's
is
probably
in it.
political liability for Trump. So instead of fighting against it, they just stay quiet. And that's what we see, isn't it? I mean, you don't hear many there are definitely some, but you do not hear Democratic leadership out there just relentlessly making the case on this
They're so bad
illegal,
at politics, Crystal.
awful war. Yeah.
They're just so bad.
Yeah. Jeff, he had control. You know what he did? You know that high that he brought it down? Like, he brought it down to, you know what? Fuck it. Since I'm in this stupid conversation, I'm going to, gas price last day of Biden. Boom. Biden. Oops. Cost of gas under the last 4 presidents. Oh, Jesus Christ. Or Forbes can just overload my fucking computer. All right, never mind.
But I want to kill myself sometimes. Yesterday when Joe Kent quit, Joe Kent is a far-right Republican. He has links to white supremacist groups. I'm not a defender of Joe Kent. But the idea that the first reaction from...
The average gas price was $2.39 on Biden's last day in office. The national average of gas exceeded $5. Again, that's a fact. So some would say that it's kind of a big W to bring it down to $2.39 on his last day.
Democrats and, of course, Jared Moskowitz went straight onto CNN with Wolf.
What's the average now? It's about $4.
To talk about is to say, well, he's an anti-Semite and his resignation has made it all about Israel. It's like, that can't be your first response. Your first response as a politician and opposition body to say, hey, Donald Trump, your own counterterrorism director does not agree with your war. That is it. This is not rocket science. I mean, Ruben Geiger, who's quite a centrist politician in many ways, but quite populist in his rhetoric and approach to campaigning, he's come out and said, Donald Trump ran on exposing pedophiles and stopping wars. Instead, he's protecting pedophiles and starting wars. It's that simple. Say that, Democrats. It's not rocket science. Just say that.
But, a lot of it is like...
I mean, no, they have to
our
focus on...
idea of what politics should be and their idea of how to practice politics are two very different things, because their idea is like, let me say the thing that keeps me in the good graces with the donors who are going to fund my campaign and, entrench me in power. And because
that's why money out of politics. I think that's one thing that I think... I've talked to a bunch of Republicans and Trump supporters, and that's the general thing that we agree on is, getting money out of politics would be nice.
There's so much power of incumbency, it doesn't really matter, and I'm not going to debate my opponent, and we're in these gerrymandered districts.
Yes.
So that's how you end up with this shocking sense of, where are you people and what are you doing? Well, they're playing the game as it's currently constructed and as has made sense for them throughout their careers.
You are the hopeful one. No, you're the hopeful one in this conversation. So where do you see the shards of light? We started off the conversation, as we wrap up, we started the conversation pointing out that you just won a podcast award. You got 1.9 million subscribers on YouTube. Senator Alyssa Slotkin's staff, before they were fired, put her on your show. Where are the shards of light? Where are we turning things around, the super tanker?
I mean, I think the big hope for me is the distance between where the Democratic...
Could you imagine if that other straight had the thing happen that happened you remember what that did to the economy?
And where the Democratic electeds and leadership are is such a vast gulf. It simply can't be sustained.
It's not sustainable.
It is not sustainable. And the other
wasn't that the big one?
That is very helpful.
That was the big one that rose our gas to like $5.
Well, to me, as we discussed earlier, is that some of that bedrock trust of the liberal media institutions that have been so important in manufacturing consent among the Democratic base, like, we're in a different era for that as well. And that creates pitfalls, right? You rightly point out, there are, some podcasts that are still going to kind of be in that model. And just because you're quote unquote independent media doesn't actually mean you're independent from corporate influence, et cetera. That's important to keep in mind. But it creates an opening. It creates a possibility. And I think we've seen the way that liberals have come to our politics. It's no longer an uphill battle to make the case on any of the core things that we believe in, from, Israel and human rights and, high wages and Medicare for all. And all of those things are just like the overwhelmingly popular position in the Democratic Party. So
you're seeing that, across the board. I mean, as I said, we had Jennifer Welch here, and she talked about having just been a kind of unthinking liberal who cared only about abortion rights. And then she started looking into things like Palestine and other things and corporate money. And she was like, oh, this is infuriating. Even the Pod Save folks, they've been very strong on Iran and Israel recently. John Favreau and others have been calling out the Jonathan Greenblatts of this world who try and weaponize anti-Semitism and shut it down. They're as mainstream on the liberal side as you get. They literally now syndicate content to MS Now. So like, the crooked media is an interesting example of people who are willing to talk now in populist tones, willing to call out Israel, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you're right about those things changing. The problem, we've still got AIPAC throwing loads of money into races. They still did block people like former Zateo contributor Kat Abu Ghazala and others in Illinois this week. So
they didn't block her, though. AIPAC was not the one that was not the reason that she lost, and they need to stop with that shit.
But it is quite a tough battle with the money.
I hate to say that, man.
Well, and they're getting more clever.
That was an AIPAC fail, by the way.
You know, they're coming up with new strategies.
I don't know if they want to keep playing that game though, where it's just like, all right,
so people don't get the AIPAC stick.
Man, we got to fight our own battle of just like, okay, we're gonna fucking ruin these elections because now we're convincing ourselves that we shouldn't vote in the elections because they might be AIPAC bought. What in the actual fuck?
Associated with them since they become this toxic brand.
I'm over it.
So we are going to have to.
Maybe I should have just stayed one of those people where it's just like, I'm not gonna vote
as well.
I'm just not gonna vote. What's the point?
But I will say, you know, there's a big distinction between a congressional race, where having run for the House myself, and a presidential race, just the level of attention that people pay.
I don't even vote, man. Get stacks, fuck bitches.
The amount of scrutiny, it's just completely different level. And even at the congressional level, I mean, you know, Daniel Biss, who won that race, he would have been considered sort of like on the fringe of opinion with regard to Israel and Palestine.
He's a J Street guy.
Not long ago. I mean, he's sort of like a Brad Lander. Yeah, exactly.
No, I think Brad's better than Daniel.
You think Brad is more
better than Daniel Biss? Yes, I think. But yes, I know what you mean.
Or exactly like an Andy Levin, like someone in sort of that mold. So in any case, things have already shifted there, and I think in a presidential race with the debates, with all the scrutiny that comes, you will have more of an ability
instead of Kat actually fucking doing something and just also recognizing that she failed.
Assess these people and whether they just talk a good game.
And it was not AIPAC
on Twitter, or whether they're going to not just on Israel, but on
in their perfect world, there would have been two candidates, Daniel Biss and Kat Abu-Ghazali, and then all those extra votes would have gone to Kat Abu-Ghazali because then in another perfect world, you would have had ranked choice voting.
The board. Buck the capitalist class and the donor class. I mean, the other thing we didn't talk about, but has been a major focus for me, is AI, which I think is an apocalyptic disaster. This has to be another litmus test. This is existential for literally civilization.
100% agree. Sadly, a conversation for another day, but yes. And the role of the AI lobby, in fact, in protecting them from regulation and screwing us over. How are we going to have free and fair elections if we don't know what's true?
Like sometimes you just...
a separate issue. Talking of elections, last question, 2028. Yes. I don't want to do predictions, but just more desires as a journalist, commentator, YouTuber. Who do you want to see on the either? Do you want to see like a Tucker Carlson versus AOC race?
I do not want Tucker Carlson to run because I think he's much more formidable than a JD Vance or a Marco Rubio.
That's a good point.
You know,
AOC would probably trounce JD Vance.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, I do think.
Where is JD Vance? He's gone to ground.
You know what? He's out there still blaming Joe Biden for gas prices, and I'm not even kidding. But, I think that there is a decent possibility after this horrific war and economic calamity and all the, the horror of ICE and all of the things that are happening right now. I do think there's a possibility the Republican Party is just such a destroyed project that even someone like a Tucker Carlson, who I think is, talented and has given himself some plausible deniability on these things, I think there's a possibility that even for someone like that, it's just not retrievable. Like,
also,
it's not savable.
I suspect the Republican establishment would try and crush him in the same way they tried to crush and failed Trump in 2016.
Yeah.
But they might work against a Tucker.
Maybe.
I can imagine them, the causes they care about being so dear to them.
Maybe, but business is not afraid of fascism, as you know.
That's true.
So, yes, they tried to crush Trump, but there's a reason they were successful with Bernie and not
No, but if Tucker was just running on a Christian nationalist authoritarian platform, as you say, business has no problem with that.
Yeah.
But if he's running on an anti-war, anti-Israel platform, we know that the powers that be in military-industrial complex and pro-Israel lobby and even some Christian evangelicals will not want that. We saw that in the UK with Jeremy Corbyn very clearly. I'm fascinated. I don't know who the candidates will be. I don't do predictions anymore because you can't predict anything in this crazy world. It's as people who are in independent media, I think it'll be fascinating to see how we cover the race versus what dying cable news does.
Well, one prediction I will make is it will definitely be interesting. That's no doubt about that.
This is all based on the assumption we even have an election in 2028, which I'm still not convinced about, sadly.
Fair enough.
I'm kind of glad that they said it. All right. I have here, you know what? Let's do this. I got a audio clip here that I was looking for before. I can't bring it up, though. Wait, am I fucking embedded for this?
I think Trump's doing the right thing.
Watch this.
So how do you feel about the war in Iran? I think Trump's doing the right thing, honestly. What's up? I got no comment on that. You don't know why? Nah, I'm just taking a guess. You're just guessing that he's doing the right thing? Yeah. Are you serious? Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna set the scene for you. You got three guys, one dude in an Ed Hardy fucking shirt, bald. Another dude, all fucking New York, Yankees gear. Another dude looks like classic hipster from fucking Portland.
How do you feel? I mean, I don't know.
Classic guy from Portland is answering the question. Now we just had the answer from New York hat guy.
I don't think Trump's doing the right thing. Is this a joke? What? Is this a joke?
And now New York hat guy is looking at his friend going, is this a joke?
Yeah. It's a joke?
It's not. No, it's not a joke.
All right, you can fucking drive home, bro. Or walk home, sorry. Damn, I don't know what just happened.
Like, he's stoned as fuck, just like, what just happened, bro?
But he doesn't even know why. Yeah, I don't know why.
Yeah, he just crashed out and fucking walked away from the interview.
I just think, like, it's not good for the comedy. Like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't really give a fuck about the war. Smoke weed, get money, fuck bitches.
Boom. That was it. Okay, right there. I'm going to play that one more time.
I don't really give a fuck about the war. Smoke weed, get money, fuck bitches.
Look, y'all, this is...
So, the reason I even bring this up is because when I saw that clip initially, I was just like, man, oh, that guy's a dumbass. But then I thought about it. I was just like, dude, that's literally, that's everybody that looks at me and is just like, you pay way too much attention to politics. This is like, you might be right. You might be right. You know, get money, smoke weed, get money, fuck bitches. Yeah. I don't know. How do you argue with that? Because you're just like, man, I don't even care about the war. Like, it's just, dude just lost his friend, and he's just like, man, I don't even give a shit about that. What the fuck? Oh, we live in such weird times. We really do. We really do. Speaking of weird times, you know what? I'm going to play a controversial clip. This is definitely going to get some people pissed off. Here, let me move myself up. Boom.
This
boom.
is meant to appeal to stupid people, like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan. It's not just that the facts he's issuing are incorrect. It is that his cadence, his delivery, and the way he's presenting his arguments are meant to appeal to stupid people. You have to be intellectually deficient and incurious to be wooed by stuff like this.
Meanwhile, on this program, I was just like, hey, I kind of like this guy.
Do I want to watch the Tucker Carlson Professor Jang stuff? I feel like Jang's going to be in
here we
the
go.
limelight for another 6 months, and then he'll be out.
Yeah, he's got that right. People are just waking up to the fact that he's like, he's just.
I don't know a great deal
he's a moron.
about you, but I have seen a number of your videos in which you make remarkably accurate predictions. So that's what
to reach a ceasefire, and this will have dramatic consequences on the global economy. And this war could drag on for years and years. Already we're seeing major repercussions on the global economy in that flights are being canceled. In Southeast Asia, they ran out of fuel, so they're asking people to stay at home. And in a few more months, experts are predicting a food shortage.
Oh, by the way, I finally made a little purchase, very minor purchase, into a lapel mic. When I'm out on the street, I'm gonna have some proper audio.
So Americans have these ships, okay? Scrawls ship on the blackboard. Now these ships have a weakness, okay? And this weakness is anti-ship missiles. Scrawls missile on the blackboard. Mustafa Singh 6HY94X comments, I can't believe these lectures are free. Life-altering, thank you. Or this, or like weird anti-Semitic dog whistling in the comments, even on lectures that have nothing to do with Jews. You know? Professor Jang isn't suicidal. Look to who you can't criticize.
Meaning that nations will be forced into food.
Just don't play 30 minutes of him talking about how dress pants land. Listen.
And today,
I remember when he discovered fashion.
In that the Israelis
I was like right about the time I stopped watching.
Largest gas field in Iran. And Iran retaliated.
It's like he went into a J. Crew and was just like, woohoo.
By attacking energy infrastructure of the GCC.
All of his stuff looks like it's from J. Crew, but he buys it from these other websites that he fucking.
And Iran has said that its purpose, its goal, its strategy.
He looks like every fucking barber I've ever had.
Is to move oil to $200 a barrel.
Especially the ones that charge that little bit extra to do.
Oh, really you want a beard care? Impact on the global economy because the entire global economy is based on access to cheap energy. So unfortunately, I think that we can expect this war to drag on for years and years.
What up, Finn?
Eventually, America will send in ground
Welcome to the
troops.
show, man. I do not recognize your name,
Hormuz
so
will be contested.
appreciate having you here.
Eventually, this will spread all across the world.
How long do I have to go before he says?
Listen, I devolved. I used to dress like a lot better. Now I just wear fucking like
from reading.
I'm all about comfort.
Like,
I don't give a shit anymore.
Headlines. Eventually, other nations.
You had a bus driver that looked like Vosh.
So Saudi Arabia is thinking about declaring war on Iran. And Saudi Arabia has a mutual
cue the jokes
pact with Pakistan. So Pakistan will be drawn into this war.
No, the fuck it wouldn't. Are you insane? No country declares war anymore. Why the fuck would they do that? Are you insane?
So things are spiraling out of control. And
there it is. I was waiting for it. There's the first one. All right, cool.
Ali,
new here. Nice to meet you. Hell yeah, Finn. Really appreciate you stopping by.
LaGuardia, who is the de facto head of
trying to have fun
Iranian war
here.
effort, was assassinated.
Trying to do some politics with a little bit of, humor. Sometimes it hits, sometimes it misses.
And
I also
he was
tend to interact with chat. So welcome to the show, man.
Statesman in Iran who had the
I'm
authority.
gonna ask you to do the thing. If you can hit that like button and sub to the channel, that'd be pretty awesome.
Negotiate a ceasefire now that he's gone.
Yeah, got a good, solid community here.
So both sides are committed.
You might
to
experience some trolls in chat, but
and the consequences for the entire global economy are quite dire.
I just realized
that is.
I need to do that.
I wouldn't say that's the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario would include a nuclear strike by one or more actors and the destruction of the Aqsa Mosque complex in Jerusalem.
That's the first time I actually heard somebody push back on Jiang's ideas.
Which would spark a religious war. So that's as bad as it could get, but you've just described one step before the worst, which is protracted, destructive.
God, he even wears a collar just like the shirt and the sweater, just like he's such a dork.
Impossible to stop. So my question is,
my God, I've never seen a 50-something-year-old man that's just like, oh man, so swirlyable.
Because there are so many global players, big global players, the U.S. and China, I think, who would be hurt by this. Why is there not an incentive to get it settled quickly?
It's hilarious when the professor starts talking about economics.
Right. So
Mr. Rogers. Oh, that's kind of that is kind of the vibe, Mr. Rogers.
It achieves a momentum and a logic of its own. So
at least he stopped wearing the bow tie.
The United States doesn't really have an off ramp, meaning that if it tries to negotiate a ceasefire with Iran,
I was gonna say his hair already looks like a swirly.
Iran would ask for reparations, about $1 trillion, basically.
Oh, I like how O2 Bones is just like, hello.
It would ask for the United States to lead.
Yeah, you got your attention. You happy now?
The Middle East.
How you doing?
You're right. This is boring.
Welcome to the show, man. I have been dealing with trolls all day. You seem kind of, I don't know.
That's true.
Are you trolly, or you just got an opinion about Vosh? And I'm just like, whatever.
Well, are we seeing the end of Europe? You know what? Sure. Yeah, just give me that. Are we seeing the end of Europe? Hit me with it. Go.
Right. So let's look at Europe.
Are we seeing the end of Europe? Hit me with it. Go.
Because in 2014,
this is why I watched him originally.
This is a major turning point in Europe because you have these tens of millions of refugees.
Tucker is actually one of the better ones. I know.
Wars in the Middle East. Created by
he doesn't have a shit opinion about Israel.
America's wars in the Middle East.
It is,
and they were
like, let's just not do the Jake Uger like glazing his nuts so like much where he's just like Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
trying to reach.
Come on, guys, we have to reach across the aisle. Of course.
Europe. And at this point, Europe had a choice. It could choose to close its borders and maintain its cultural identity, or it could open the floodgates. And Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, she said something really, really famous, and which stuck in my mind, which is, we can do this. We are Europeans. Somehow we can take in these millions of refugees and welcome them into our societies and thrive as a people.
And they're calling it the one good thing Merkel ever did or said.
The complete opposite has happened. You've got millions of these refugees who fled into Europe, not because of their choice, by the way, but because their nations were devastated, right? Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq were all devastated in these wars against terror in the Middle East. So they go, and these are proud Islamists. They love their religion, they love their family, they love the community, and so they're not going to absorb themselves and assimilate themselves into Europe. And today, you're looking at population replacement in a lot.
Who is this guy that is seemingly confounding Tucker? Professor Jiang. He's oh God, what would you even consider him? I don't know. Like he considers himself like a futurist professor, like where he makes like predictions. But then, I found out that he's a hack. Like, and I was platforming his videos a little bit because he did seem to have some like good predictions where he did predict that, Trump would win, that he would go to war with Iran. But like, again, as Flint Dibble pointed out, yeah, you know what? Broken clock syndrome. Because this guy turns out to be a middle school professor from China. He's a grifter. He's a pseudoscientist, and he's also like super conspiracy theory, like QAnon hack.
Of cities. You go to
that like repackaged himself and somehow like has been the darling with people. Actually, I hate to say this and I hate to call her out, but Crystal Ball has a lot to do with this one. Like Crystal Ball, not even Sagar. Crystal Ball was the one that gave him like the, oh yeah, you know what? Thank you, Professor Jiang, and then saw him on fucking Piers Morgan. Yeah, he's not even a professor. He's not even a professor. He's got the title of professor because he works at a middle school that hands the title out of professor. That's what happened at my school. We had to call like Harry Potter. We had to call our teachers professors. They weren't professors in the slightest. Hell, I found out one of my fucking professors didn't even go to college to be a teacher. That was fucked up. It was an art, position, but still.
I know. I already said this guy's right wing. He literally is a Holocaust denier.
Red flags popped when I was just like, hey, like I was my best friend at the time. I was just like, yo, dude, isn't that your fucking brother? What the fuck? He's like, yeah.
It's just weird how many.
It's like anybody can be a teacher, I guess.
Emails I got from people being
like,
dude,
that's disturbing.
Guy,
certain places in Britain, and you might think you're in Cairo or Baghdad, and this has caused tremendous conflict throughout Europe. I would not be surprised.
It really hasn't.
But yeah, he's major grifter.
The Western Europe has essentially decided to commit civilizational suicide by
not familiar with this guy.
Whiplashing over to the right in response.
He's not conspiracy theorist and like where he's in conspiracy circles.
To a slight increase in the demography of non-white Muslim people in their countries. The austerity and right-wing reactionary and xenophobic politics that they're engaging in are doing far more harm than the actual influx of refugees. Listen, refugees are definitionally inconvenient. These are like people fleeing a war. They're often poor. They're in a bad way. When you take refugees into your country, you're doing it because you're being like humanitarian. It's not, you're not taking in like high-value immigrants to fill some tech job. Obviously, there's going to be some social friction. That's normal. That's life. This is a demographic shift that, in large part was caused by the West over there in Syria. Obviously, as we are with all things, we're responsible in part for what happened over there.
Pep, yeah, actually, Mitch, why don't you send that through Discord, please?
But in the long run,
I'll check that out tomorrow
they're human beings
on stream. Oh, God.
I know what to say.
Oh, God, I have this space tomorrow. Oh,
if like 2 to 4 years time, you have civil war break out,
wrap it up,
insurgencies break out in places like Britain.
No, just insane.
I think I can go one more hour.
Just incomprehensibly retarded. Dude, race war any day now. I know I've been saying this for decades, but race war any day now. Just delusional.
One thing I'll have to do is I gotta go check
on
the
population are Muslim now. Race war any day now. It's just meaningless.
And
France. Be
so the question is, why is this happening throughout the world at the same time? Why is it that these different nations, whether they're European, whether they're Canadian or Australian, why are they adopting the same policies? Not just in terms of COVID, right? But also in terms
of COVID. What? Because COVID hit the whole world? What do you mean? What?
In terms of like immigration.
They haven't. Australia doesn't have the same immigration policies as Germany at all. Australia is actually famously difficult to immigrate to. What are you talking about? Obviously, this is the great replacement rhetoric. This is, hey, isn't it fascinating how a secret cabal of people are forcing pro-immigration policies to demographically replace whites in all white European countries? That's like what he's saying. But this rhetoric is out of date, you know? Like this was the big talking point 5 or 10 years ago, but nowadays not so much.
And so that's the one of the great
at Pep Talks TV. Don't be scholastically ableist. This is the era of Trump, where anyone can do whatever they pretend to.
Questions
they
that
can.
we have to ask about
Actually,
the world
that made more sense.
Today. It seems as though
can do it.
it's almost a controlled demolition of
God damn it.
civilization. Right.
We live in such a dumb time.
Right? The Anglosphere, Western Europe. It seems as though these nations are being destroyed purposely. For what end? I don't know. But
how interesting how this guy who's so great at predicting just stops making predictions right up where it allows him to dog whistle. Yeah, I'm just noticing all of these the suicidal empathy of all white countries taking in some immigrants, like Australia, famous for taking in tons of immigrants from the Syrian refugee crisis.
This last comment.
I would just say there's a certain pattern that has emerged, and the result can only end up in the controlled demolition of these societies.
I don't even think that's up for debate. I mean, of course, just look at the bottom line numbers. Of course.
Yeah, just look at the numbers. Yeah, of course. Yeah, 2 years away from a civil war in the United Kingdom. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The white populations are being killed.
Yeah. Yep. Race war. Mm-hmm. They're all gone. It's
crazy. Not. We're just getting closer and closer to being a literal version of Idiocracy. The movie. Yes, we are. Yes, we
on purpose. And the question is why. And I don't have the faintest idea.
Yeah, it's why. I have no idea. Yeah, just got all the knowledge in the world, all the analysis. I'll say lots of insane stuff, but I don't know.
No,
I don't know what. It must be some kind of cabal, some shadowy group of people who are responsible for orchestrating this all across the Anglosphere, a very real term that white people use.
He's not in China.
Yeah, the Anglosphere, like France and Germany.
I think that I forgot what state he teaches out of, but
Anglo-Saxons in Germany.
New York, I think.
And I know there's a lot of speculation as to who's doing it. I'll just say bluntly, I don't know.
Who's doing it? I don't know. It could be any shadowy, nefarious group of people that have infiltrated Western civilization and used the left as a weapon to encourage suicidal pro-immigration policies to replace the white race. It could. I mean, if you look through historical precedent, it could be any group of people, really. I'm not going to say the race of the great replacement orchestrators. They were Jewish orchestrators. Right.
I mean, I know who the instruments are, of course, but Keir Starmer's not in charge of Great Britain. Macron isn't in charge of France. I'm not sure how many leaders really do.
What up, Spy? How you doing?
Have control of their countries. I don't know how many countries actually have sovereignty. I really don't know the.
So fucking embarrassing that Democrats are allowing this guy to be the only one who tells the truth about Israel, by the way. Like, literally, by virtue of lying on behalf of Israel, they are pushing thousands and
Republicans and Democrats are two sides of the same flipped coin. Both are anti-American.
Thousands of people to a position where the only place to get sane news on Israel is from this fucking
again. They're just out to get rich.
Nazi grifter, Super, super cool of the Dems. Like, anybody with any common sense could ask the questions that Tucker Carlson asked of the chief editor of The Economist, but only Tucker Carlson will. Has Tucker not reconciled? He's more.
I don't like Vosh much, but I agree with him on his point here.
Aligned with leftists than Republicans when it comes to Israel. Tucker is a grifter. He just says stuff. He doesn't believe. He doesn't. He's not really anti-Zionist, and he's.
I hate to say it. I'm kind of wondering how he got that clean.
He's also not really
border
a Nazi.
Around the box.
He's just
there.
a grifter. His thoughts and his positions are immaterial.
Answer. But something is going on. Is there any precedent for this in history? Have you ever seen anything like this?
If you ever seen large demographic shifts in history, why, yes, every empire ever. But, let's pretend not.
As a historian.
Right, so...
He's not a historian. He's a high school teacher.
He's not. He's a middle school teacher. You're actually giving him a little more credit than he deserves.
where the war is lost. It was lost 2 years ago. The Ukrainians have lost over 1 million fighting men. A lot of their people have fled overseas. No matter what happens in this war, Ukraine is finished as a nation state. It is no longer viable as a nation state. And rather than admit defeat and come to a ceasefire with Putin, what the Europeans are doing is just...
Why? Because Tucker Carlson is a Russian state asset, so he's probably just, you know, his rhetoric aligns here. Also, Anglosphere, this is a very Russian-coded term. Like, white Western racists don't say Anglosphere. Why would they? Anglo-Saxons, that's just one tiny component of the broader white population.
Saying that we're going to draft our men and have them fight in the trenches of Ukraine. Which
Tucker spouts Russian propaganda.
Suicide because the Russians dominate the battlefield with their drones and artillery.
By the whole thing with him, like, running for president, yeah, he's not going to get past, like, the whole first stage because of his dad's whole ties to the CIA and shit.
This is...
People, like... That's a weird part. Like, I think that people overinflate how well certain people would do because of, like, how Trump did.
So dated, dude. This is like rhetoric that's being dusted off from 3 years ago. Oh, yeah, man, Ukraine has no chance. As if we haven't all watched Russia fucking trip over their shoelaces and stall
I got
out
it, Mitch. Thank you.
for years and years.
Trenches in Ukraine. So it's almost like a suicide mission. But not only that, but the Germans have said that, okay, we can only draft German men, but not Islamic men, because we're afraid of their loyalty.
What the fuck is he talking about? Literally, what the fuck is he talking about?
Which means that you have a situation where, you know, local men like British, French, German men are being sent to die.
Ukrainian? What Ukrainian? What are you talking about? It's Ukraine. The Ukrainians are the ones who are fighting.
Sure, we'll leave Ukraine this year? I don't think so.
The local British, the massive British, German, and French enclaves in Germany are getting sent to the front lines. The funny thing is, what he's saying is true for Russia. Russia puts their ethnic minorities to the front, so that the whitest Russians die last. They have selectively conscripted from the many non-white ethnic populations across their enormous country. Ukraine hasn't.
Hey,
because Ukraine is pretty much just full of Ukrainians.
Trenches of Ukraine, and you know, back at home, you have...
The cat just came in, tested the dog, and was just like, and then ran out.
These immigrant populations that are not assimilated into your culture. So it's a really weird strategy. And I don't know who comes up with these sort of with this sort of stuff. And look, there's no historical precedent for this. There just isn't. I mean, there's been incidents of mass immigration.
His stuff.
You could go back to the fall of the Roman Empire and how these you know, hordes of immigrants flooded the Romans, and it's
flooded the Romans. Yeah, man. This is like Stefan Molyneux stuff. Oh yeah, man. The Roman Empire fell because of like immigrants or something. The empire that expanded and assimilated hundreds of ethnic groups all around the world. Well, not all around, but like across the world.
It's Pep. It is. What up, GMA?
Fell because of immigration. Yeah, that's totally, yeah, 100%. Yeah, true.
Cat's always be on some shit. Yep.
It's like
Professor Jiang is a psyop.
Alt-right YouTube.
Isaac, you think?
YouTube talking point mixed together.
What's the psyop? I mean,
haven't heard these in a while. Tucker just gets.
I'm always open to like exploring how something could be a psyop.
Make this face the whole time. He's like, damn, it's like a rehash.
Computronium.
You know?
It's almost impossible to assimilate so many people. Eventually, there's going to be a cultural takeover.
Yeah, man, assimilate them into the Russian Empire. Is that how that worked? Assimilate into the Russian Empire? What does he think that like the entire Roman Empire was like Italy or whatever? Like Rome expanded their cultural reach. It was an empire. It was multicultural. You didn't assimilate into a monoculture.
I think he's just doing the Jordan Peterson. Oh, that's what he's doing. No, you're right. It's that pseudoscience bullshit, Yo.
when you were conquered
Good call.
by
Good
Rome.
call.
Eventually, with so many people
Yeah, I think you're
who are
right.
insistent on maintaining their cultural identity, eventually, because they have more children than you, eventually they're going to
I think a psyop is like Billie Eilish.
overwhelm your cultural identity.
Really?
Yeah, and I do
She actually has a lot of music I like. What's the psyop with Billie Eilish?
I think that is the story of history, one population replacing another. There's no such thing as multiculturalism. There's always a dominant.
You know what the psyop is? I thought she was British for like the longest time until somebody was like, no, dude, she was from LA. I was like, what?
Sure that, that insists on dominance.
Should be looking British.
Of course. I just don't think there's ever been anyone who thought this could happen globally, like a systematic targeting of a race for elimination globally.
There's a few artists that like are super popular that I do not mind, and she's one of them. Where I'm like, no, it's
possible
cool.
until pretty recently, but it would be interesting.
You know, I kind of like Chapel Roan, but there's also some things where I'm just like, meh.
Interesting to know what the plan is. There's clearly like a plan.
Like her music's just like she's one of those ones that has like a few good songs, and I'm just the rest of it's mid to me.
Behind that.
Taylor Swift's the same thing.
There's a plan.
I hate this. I'm gonna get roasted for
This
this.
is incorrect. Rome was a monoculture. I'm sorry, but you're just wrong.
Goodbye, any chance of maintaining an actual, fucking...
Rome governed like
good graces with
in an authoritative manner,
Swiftie
but it is
audience.
not possible for an empire to be a monoculture.
My own wife is probably upstairs. Like, if she's watching this, she's just like, "Hey, watch it, watch it."
In fact, let me hit you with it. There has never been a monocultural empire.
Go for the Republicans and Democrats all day. You go for the Swifties. You are going in for a fight, my friend.
And effectively never been a monocultural country in all of human in all of
thing is, I'm one of those dudes that likes like everything.
Human history.
Like
not once.
Let's see. What's a music that I just hate? Christian country.
The only true monocultures,
Christian country and like just hack country but I don't mind like Nashville country music. It just has to like be more than your bullshit that we always make fun of. Like, okay, another song about your pickup, my ex-girlfriend took my pickup and she also took my dog, and then I'm here with my beer and my American flag. I love me some Donald Trump, and I've been a disaffected youth, and now I want to go and protest against the fur.
Maybe in city-states. Like, you might have to go to like a Venetian, like maybe if you constrain it to that small of a community. But anytime a collective identity expands beyond like what you can physically see if you stand on top of a hill and look around, you get a multicultural society.
I don't know who any of those people are.
Of course, when Tucker Carlson says multicultural, what he means is multiracial.
Yo, dude, I'm like, all right, this is how lame I am. I don't even know the dude. Oh, wait, I lie. Chris Stapleton. There we go. I like some Tennessee whiskey, but that's like, I don't know. I'm not doing fucking Stapleton deep cuts.
But culture and race aren't the same thing. Not even.
And whoever that fucking country doofus was that fucking redid Fast Car can get fucked. Tracy Chapman already perfected that song.
Culture and ethnicity. Even if we eradicate.
He's got a fast car. I've got a ticket to anywhere. Like, we did not need that.
Somehow. All non-white people in America.
Yeah, just one more thing stolen in country music from the fucking the black culture.
America would remain
blues,
multicultural.
And the fact that it's fucking Fast Car.
You think the culture in New York City is the same as the culture in Louisiana? Even if we're just looking at white people?
Not kidding. Tracy Chapman was like way better anyway.
Do you think the Appalachian whites have the same culture as Angelinos?
Classic. Now we have to give it to some dipshit that
No, ridiculous.
Again.
What he means, of course, is multiracial. So his statement, there's never been a multiracial society, obviously
Oh shit! I didn't even think about
incorrect.
That. I totally did.
But it's nonsense. It's Joe Rogan slop. It's meant to appeal to people who have prior beliefs, prior convictions.
No, that's Actually, I'm glad you said that. That's exactly who it's made to cater to. The same people that listen to all the pseudoscience nudniks on fucking Joe Rogan's podcast.
Like again, my
she got a good payday though. No, I'm happy for her, but
my main
no, it's just like more so
hatred here, I guess, remains towards the Democrats.
Whatever.
Because right now Tucker Carlson is basically the only person who is pointing out
who am I to fucking gatekeep?
The insane level of deference that everyone.
I'll just say that one song where it's like, little bit of country fried, cold beers on Friday night.
Shown
that shit makes me want to fucking.
Towards Israel. The Democrats could do this, but they don't.
You know how I know that song? My fucking neighbor loves it.
The consequence, if you want somebody to speak truth to power on that specific subject, you have to go to Tucker Carlson. And then people are going to start saying, whoa, Tucker Carlson's more based than I thought. He's not right-wing at all anymore. And then they're going to watch something like this.
And he definitely takes his wife to Applebee's as his date night. Like, he's totally the type.
I know, Monty, you keep saying that.
It's nothing grosses me out more than someone who lives in Chicago that's just like, remember having me a country music house.
But those are subcultures, not different cultures. Meaningless. Meaningless semantic distinction. Literally not a thing. You could argue that like all different cultures are subcultures of some prior monoculture that encompassed everyone. It doesn't mean anything. Like all Abrahamic cultures are different subcultures, but it's just not true. Culture is and always will be a nebulous term. So is ethnicity. What they're referring to is race.
Americans, do you think, understand what's actually happening in the world right now?
You know, unfortunately, I think that if you are educated in America, you know, I went to Yale, and so I
watching a video of someone watching a video of someone of know
a lot of these.
Yeah, it's called streamception. We'd sometimes do this.
Ivy League people.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we've been indoctrinated to believe certain values.
Like, yes, I could have watched this Tucker Carlson Jiang thing by myself, but you know what? I was more interested in Vosh's opinion about it because I don't care about Jiang or Tucker at this moment. I already know my opinion on this one. I want to know his opinion, then I can comment on his opinion. That's how this goes.
And these values
dude, I am 5 hours into stream. This is how it goes.
Are not questionable. So for example, there was a court case that went to the Supreme Court.
This is literally verbatim what I heard from the alt
hate Billie Eilish. Really?
Right YouTube channels.
What do you hate about her?
Like circa 2019. It's actually like point for point the exact same thing. You know, it's being revisited.
Fuck.
Like it's like this people credit this guy for being innovative.
If I showed some of like my music taste, you go
old material.
Damn.
About
y'all are gonna fucking make fun of me.
University of Michigan.
All right.
And affirmative action is clearly against American values, against the idea of American meritocracy,
for us,
right?
the viewers.
But the Supreme Court
I'm sorry.
said that affirmative action.
My mom used to say shit like that. Like I remember one time I was watching like a Vosh stream, I think, and my mom she was staying with me for the weekend. She was just like, "Why are you watching like?" What's with this? And then she's like, what's with this? And like, she was pointing to the chat and I was explaining all of it. And this is before, obviously, I did this for, well, not just a living. Like, this is before I started doing this. It was very funny because I remember like the next morning I was watching Majority Report. And at that point, she was just like, you watch way too much politics. And I was just.
Was good.
It kind of hit me where I'm like, I think I do.
Because diversity is an inherent good. Okay? And it's interesting because if you go to a place like Yale.
This dude's watching a dude watch a dude that's gay, so gay.
Or Harvard or any.
Someone beat you to that comment. Dude.
Of these Ivy League schools.
Either enjoy yourself or don't. I don't care.
There's actually.
I can't believe I have to dust this off again, but like, no, the point of affirmative action was to counter existing discrimination and to encourage meritocracy. The argument was that systemic discrimination against certain groups, like the poor, for example, made it difficult to get the best from the best if they were disadvantaged to begin with. Or in other words, you might have a wealthy child who is like fucking 110 IQ get into Yale rather than a 140 IQ poor kid because the poor kid's too busy working 2 extra jobs to pay for their like.
Wait, my mom is not a reliable content commenter. She thinks you're the click somehow.
Medical bills or whatever. The point of affirmative action is to counter existing bias so that you can promote meritocracy. Obviously, again, I feel stupid like bringing it up. It's like, yeah, I don't know. This is for very low IQ people, I suppose. This
Vosh, what does he usually talk
kind
about?
Of content.
We were. I don't know.
We were literally talking about this earlier.
I don't know how to classify. Stop asking me how to classify other people's shit.
By the way, for some reason,
I honestly haven't watched Vosh in a while, but he does like political commentary, and he's just like a personality. I took that from him and was just like, okay, I can do that. I have a personality, but I want to add more comedy to it. And honestly, I think he's a little up his ass with his political theory and thinking people
complain about affirmative action.
I'm not trying to ever fucking match wits with him. I'm just trying to fucking have a good time and, burn one with y'all.
Never complain about the practice that
You never heard of him? You have never... Oh, wait. Really? You've never heard of Vosh? You should check him out.
Universities have, especially...
Yeah, here. I'll give a link to his channel.
High-end universities like Yale, of giving free ride scholarships to the poor.
Getting closer to that.
Interesting. Because that is a kind of affirmative action. You all realize that, right? Like giving free rides to people who can't pay because they're poor. You're literally basing off of a demographic characteristic of that person. Right. You're giving them a free ride. Why they have a problem with that? They don't have a problem with that, but they seem to have a problem with like race-based affirmative action, even though the principle is literally the same.
Very little diversity. I'm talking about intellectual diversity.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's different skin color, but if you actually look at the ideas that they engage with in the classroom, it's a very conformist setting. So
I'm old, like your mom, probably. Sorry, all due respect, my mom's dead.
This guy's Chinese, by the way.
She lived to be 72.
He talks about conformity in education. This guy's Chinese, by the way.
Great ironies where a form of...
She would have been 73, actually, coming up, or 74.
Form of action is supposed to bring diversity to the classroom.
She died like 3 weeks before her birthday.
But if you go to any classroom in an elite setting, it's extremely conformist. You're not allowed to bring up these issues about
not gonna lie, still dealing with it.
Immigration.
What the fuck do you mean you're not? You're at a university. What me and my stats 101 class?
Don't worry about it.
Can we talk about the demographic replacement of white people? No,
it's okay.
We're actually going to stick to the curriculum today.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. What the fuck?
I appreciate you. Like, I appreciate just that. That's fine. Don't beat yourself up, please.
They don't. That's the problem. They don't let you talk about how the Holocaust was faked in your fucking chem classes.
Because then you be called a racist.
So 72. So she was 34 when you were born. Yep. She was a little bit. Yeah, she used to say that too. She's like, I was older when I had you.
And that's the worst thing.
Dude, my dad just figured out that he was 30 years older than me. I brought that up because he's 69, right? And I'm like, hey, you're 69. And he's just like, yeah. Wait. He's like, yeah, I'm like 30 years older than your sister. I'm like, no, what? I'm like, no, dude, have you never done the math on us? He's just like, what? I'm like,
be called, right? You're better off being called
56, 86. Oh,
pedophile.
Right? So fucking
pedophiles have more rights now than racists.
That was one of those moments where I was like, "That's my dad."
What does he mean by this? What a fascinating self-inflicted. Even Tucker's like, where are we?
One of these days, you know what? I just have to pull the trigger. I got to get him on the show. Like, I gotta. It's gonna suck because I know oh boy, he has absolutely no filter. So like,
going with this man.
I gotta go over the parameters where it's like, don't dox me.
Unfortunately, it's
my
not
sister
just
though. I gotta get her on here.
Happening.
As I said, like I have said this so many times to my audience, and if you guys are newer here, my sister is funnier than I am. Which some of y'all might not think is very hard, but nah, dude. Like, she's a trip, and I want nothing more than to have her on the show.
Also, what's happening in the classroom?
Since 40.
Where, and in the popular culture,
this one's about my age,
where people are not even allowed to ask questions that are like blindly obvious.
Damn. Yeah, you're a young parent.
You just walk the streets of any, Western city.
You walk the streets of a Western city and you see black people, but it's
not funny.
University. You can't even raise your hand and
dude.
Ask about why not make all.
I haven't had a bomb on stream.
Why not make all white?
All right, sorry, that one just hit me like old school comedy style. That was not funny. Oh,
country. Why not make white country all in white? Why not, Professor Jiang?
But she's spicier than
If we were doing the race-based deportations, I know who's up first. That's all I gotta say.
You've lived around the world. I think you're now in China. Does the rest of the world see this more clearly?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not in the West and if you're not subjected to this brainwashing indoctrination,
you're tight with your
that they feed you in the schools. It's obvious. Again, it's blending.
Weird part is I've had other people comment on my family saying like, you guys are like a really weird dynamic. It's like, because it's all humor based with us. It's all like 99% of my fucking like youth was just trying to fucking make either my dad, my mom, or like my sister laugh. And then they somehow were the same way. Like, we were all about fucking like making people like making each other and people
I'm gonna
laugh.
close it here because again, this is like genuinely a waste of my time.
That's one thing I love about my family is that
emailed me,
comedy was always number
one. And you
can
fix that. You can correct your own brain with some work. But this is meant to appeal to stupid people like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan.
There's one thing I could say that my mom left this earth with was the lesson that never take yourself or anything too seriously.
It's not just
life's too short.
It's that the facts he's issuing are
that's why I can do this.
It is that his cadence, his delivery, and the way he's presenting his arguments are meant to appeal to stupid people. You have to be intellectually deficient and
those dynamics are unbeatable. I don't know. I mean, my dad took it a little far. You know, my teachers thought I was being abused because he called me numbnuts, and he called me numbnuts at a parent-teacher conference. It's for real, dude. I'll never forget that shit. I was in 8th grade. This motherfucker called me numbnuts to my 8th grade math teacher.
Food by stuff like this.
I just looked at him like,
if you were not familiar with any of the facts that he's saying, unfamiliar with.
This was the fucking next day. She pulls me out of class and she's like, listen, is there anything you need to talk about? It's like, what do you mean? She's like, well, your dad, he seemed kind of, we don't want to use the term abusive, but that's not normal that he would call you something so mean. I'm like, but that's what he calls me normally.
American university culture, the way he's presenting his argument.
That fucked with me a little bit, but also made me realize I'm like, oh, my family's not like yours. Okay, cool.
It should already make it incredibly obvious. Like it's like a joke, you know?
I was 13, almost a grown man. Exactly.
You get more intelligent, not
dude. My favorite. Sorry, like I know I'm pausing this a lot, but my dad's face when he said it was so funny because he knew he fucked up. And he was just like, eh?
See propaganda from Tucker Carlson. You get it better from Nick Fuentes. If you're really.
And then he called him tight asses as we're walking out. It's just like, I've never met a bunch of more tight ass people in my life.
Duped because he's like a humble Chinese professor. Like you're actually a simpleton. And
oh god, that was a fucking great day for me. Because honestly, like that was the day that I realized my dad kind of had my back over at least like my teachers. Because he even was just like, hey, you know, I get it. They're a little hard assy.
Shouldn't be allowed to vote. Yeah, but Vosh reacted.
No, he had no fucks to give, dude. I went to a hyper religious school, right? And my mom was the one who got me in, and like she was the one that like did all the doctrine shit, and like she would show up to like all these fucking chapels and shit. My dad though, they were always like, "Where's your dad?" It's just, "Oh, he works," and like I would always like cover for him. This dumbass comes to my again, another parent teacher conference meeting, but this one was in high school, and they were just like, "Yeah, how come your dad hasn't actually like done any of the catechism or anything like that?" I was just like, you know, he's just, again, very busy man. But that's not an excuse there, because like in my school, like there was like this weird thing where you had to like sign a waiver for your kid to even go there. So my dad comes and dude, this was so fucked up. I was at a table of like 8 fucking like teachers, a principal, and an administrator, right? And my dad, they're in the chaplain, our fucking school chaplain, sitting there. And he's like, "So, your son tells us that you don't really attend church." And he's like, "No, I really don't." And he's like, "Oh, are you not a Christian?" He's like, "I never said that." And he's just like, "Oh, so what reason would you not attend church?" He's just like, got better things to do with my Sunday. Nobody was laughing in the room. My dad was very proud of himself. He's like, I'm just like, no, shut the fuck up. And then they just say, they're like, hey, so we have a school policy that you must attend a certain amount of of like classes with your son, and these involve church, and like he's just like, oh, so you guys don't want my my couple thousand, or like it was like $5,000 or some shit like that. He's like, you don't want my thousands of dollars per year? And they were like, excuse me? He's like, you don't want my thousands of dollars per year. I have given, he's like, here. And this is, again, before cell phones. So my dad brought like receipts where he's just like, I have given your school over $30,000 of my money. And you want to tell me that because I don't go to church, that you don't want my kid to go here? And that you're going to penalize him for that? And that's where they all started conversing a little bit. And sure as shit, my dad walked out of there like a G, where he was just like, that's what I thought. I didn't hear shit about my dad going to church after that.
Reacting to Django's hilarious content. It's hilarious to you because maybe you didn't watch my content back in the day, but this is like really boring 101 stuff. Like this is like, to me, this is like...
What kind of sacrilegious shit is that? Oh, that's my dad.
It would be like if I was a professional.
One of my favorite things he ever did too was, so again, I had a pastor at my church. My pastor was like, he was trying to have a serious conversation with my dad, which was that was his first mistake. My dad, he grabs him by the shoulder. He's like, Padre, not knowing that you don't call it. He's just like, what if I told you I'm hedging my bets?
Basketball player.
That shit. You know what? To this day, I gotta give him some major credit. And that was fucking incredible. And I was so embarrassed at the time. But god damn, it was funny.
Were really, really entertained by me dunking on like middle schoolers on the court or something.
He fucking called him Padre.
Not to talk myself up too much or whatever, but this is genuinely really boring and poorly, like almost every Nazi YouTuber.
I'm telling you, dude, my dad he's a trip. He's a trip and a half, and I don't think I'd be I honestly don't think I would have the sense of humor I do without him being that way. So money talks, bullshit walks. That was one of my favorite. That was my dad's favorite saying. And he also, like, before fucking Tommy Boy popularized it, he used to be like, kid, if there's one thing I have confidence in, is that I could sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman wearing white gloves. So don't ever question my ability to sell something to somebody. That shit. Sorry, we have a thick accent.
Responded to, did a better job making these points. He's incoherent. He's all over the place. He's not selling the point very well.
My dad rules.
He's just this.
Shh, don't tell him I said that.
Gesture. At the universities, they don't even let you talk about demographic replacement.
He doesn't know how to take compliments from his kids.
About? It's not substantiated at all. It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
Do you know it's black, white, and yellow rolls down hills, screaming profanities to God?
2016. He'll probably be irrelevant in 6 months. Maybe not.
No.
We do live in the bad timeline.
Impossible or not. Okay, you got me. That's fucking deal. Bus full of nuts. Okay. I just got the visual of it. Oh, I bet that's a fucking old ass joke, but god damn it, that's funny. Hey, no jokes like that. Like, even if they're like recycled, god damn it, that was well placed. And that is so fucking funny. Thank you for that. I needed that. Also, I don't think going to church has anything signal on your faith. Mostly churches. My dad prays all the time. Like, my dad's actually, he's.
We'd like to make it.
Peps giggly. Yeah, a little bit. Man, smoke some good shit. I mean,
An Ohio Sheriff's Department picked the wrong fight.
Oh,
3
shit.
years ago.
No. Hold on. Wait, I just realized this is the one that I want to play for this fun bit here. God damn it, I need like a 5-minute video. Here, hold on. I need something y'all can watch while I take a quick piss. Oh shit, I forgot about this Holy Kool-Aid video I wanted to watch. Here we go.
Hey Jesus, head on down. Israel is back, and they're at war.
About time the second coming started. How long has it been, anyway?
Damn near 2,000 years.
Oh, wow. Time flies, huh?
Okay, you got your backpack?
Yep, got it.
You got your lunchbox?
Yeah.
Juice box?
Yep. Strawberry banana fig. My favorite.
Okay. Here's your sword. Don't cut yourself.
I know, Dad. Don't embarrass me on the first day of Armageddon.
All right. Now you get down there and you show him how it's done, son.
Yes, sir.
Well, that was fast.
It blew me up.
Okay, maybe they're not quite ready yet. We'll give them a few more years. Hey, Jesus, they're at war again.
Okay, I'm ready this time.
Juice box?
Check.
Sword?
Check.
And how will you avoid being killed again?
Serpentine.
You know I don't like that word.
Zigzag.
Right. Now get down there.
What the hell?
Damn it.
Sorry guys, full disclosure, I watched this. That's why I was like, fuck it, I'll play this.
Hey, Jesus?
Wait. This is getting stupid. This obviously isn't working. Can't we try something different this time?
Oh, it's definitely happening this time. Look, the evangelicals are all up in this.
Can't you send Jeffrey down this time?
Oh, no. I don't want anything to do with this.
No, wait. He might have a point, Jeffrey. Yeah. Look, here's the plan. You go down there first and call for a ceasefire. That'll give Jesus enough time to at least reach the ground before he gets iron domed.
Okay, all right, fine. Call for a ceasefire. I'll give it a try.
What the hell happened?
They called me a terrorist sympathizer.
Oh, you got that one too, huh?
Don't they know that
Jesus, I didn't expect to see flash animation like this late in life.
Of the Hebrew
still being kind of relevant, or it's like, all right.
Yeah, and they called you an anti-Semite.
Oh yeah? Well, maybe another.
But I totally appreciate this way more than fucking AI slop.
40 years in the me-damn desert without a GPS will clear things up.
Yeah, we have to try something else.
I concur.
Okay, we got the 2024 elections coming up. As far as I can tell, the best way to end conflict in the Middle East is to install Donald Trump.
Jeffrey, the guy ended like 239 wars. He's a shoo-in for the Peace Prize. He'll give us a window to get down there at least, and then I'll take over.
Okay, Jesus, hurry up and get down there.
The fucking horse.
Okay. The peace process.
I love how the horse looks like Charlie.
Will just take a little time. That's
Let's go to Candy Mountain.
Give Trump the rest of 2025, and in 2026, there is no doubt in my omniscient mind that Trump will have finally achieved peace. Okay, Jesus, head on down. Everything should be good.
You think maybe we can give it another 2,000 years?
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's fine. Jesus! Jesus!
Yeah, Dad.
Armageddon.
Oh, is Israel at war again?
Never stopped.
You got your prune juice?
Check.
Got your life alert thingy?
Check.
Instead of a sword, I'm gonna give you some pepper spray, okay?
Uh-huh. Thanks, Dad. Nothing but robots and skulls. Can I go watch my shows?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing but robots and...
Oh, hey. Before you go down, I'm gonna send Jeffrey to New Gaza on Mars.
What? I'm going to Mars?
What? I'm going to Mars!
Israel is occupying Mars, genius.
So, what am I supposed to do about it?
Offer them a
I feel like I've been watching this channel for like 10 years. Wait, my channel or this channel? Like Dark Star, I think that he's been on for about 10 years.
Planet solution.
They'll never go for that.
All right, get the Martians on board.
But you're talking about me.
First.
Oh, they want from Venus to the Kuiper Belt.
Just do it.
I know what you meant. Israel is occupying Mars. Yeah, Dark Star. Yeah. No, I got you.
Jesus.
Armageddon. No.
How do you know?
The heat death of the universe happened 10 octillion years ago.
Oh. Is Israel still at war?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. All right, how long is this? What do we got? Fucking hour. All right, with your bullshit. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove an annoying bit of this where he just talks to some random dude.
A deal too? Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts
wait.
out.
No. Fuck this. Fuck Piers Morgan. We're doing this.
An Ohio Sheriff's Department picked the wrong fight. About 3 years
Colt 45 and 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need.
years ago, they raided the home of the rapper Afroman, broke his beloved front gate, and kicked down a charming side door. Over 3 years later, Afroman was put on trial. Not because of any crime he committed. The police found nothing incriminating in their raid.
He was ready.
No, he was on trial for what he said about the police raid in a viral music video.
Why are you stealing my money?
Why are you stealing my money?
7 Ohio
I fucking love him.
sheriff's deputies filed a defamation lawsuit against Afroman,
God damn it.
alleging his music video caused them immense harm.
I am so
But
excited.
Afroman
I might get to see him this summer if this festival pans
and
out.
his attorneys obliterated them in court, and it was all caught on camera.
All of it is an outrage.
So today I'm going to break down
Apparently
how
they're having
Afroman and his legal
trouble
team
with
beat
funding.
the defamation case and answer the question he's been asking for the past 3 years. This is Winchester, Ohio. Population roughly 1,000, a small town in Adams County, about 50 miles east of Cincinnati, and the county itself only has about 27,000 people. And on this Sunday morning, heavily armed sheriff's deputies are about to make a very big mistake. Enter Joseph Edgar Foreman. Born 1974 in Palmdale, California. You know him as Afroman, the guy who gave the world Because I Got High in 2000. The song was a goofy anthem celebrating weed that went to #1 in 23 countries and got nominated for a Grammy. Afroman was everywhere.
I was gonna go to class before I got high.
Go to court before I got high.
Wait.
But by 2022, Afroman had
make my child support, but then I got high.
Traded the limelight for a quieter life in Winchester, Ohio, where he lived, performed locally, and made music on his own terms. He had a home studio, security cameras on his
it's that guy. Yeah, it's that guy.
property, and cash from gig earnings stored in the house. He was not, by any apparent measure, a drug trafficker or a kidnapper.
No, he's a
Someone,
fucking
however,
dude.
had told
He's a weird stoner like me.
the Adams County Sheriff's Office otherwise. On August
But he's
21st,
in
2022,
Ohio.
the Adams County Sheriff's Office obtained and executed a search warrant on Afroman's home. The warrant alleged suspicion of drug trafficking and kidnapping. The basis? A confidential informant. Afroman wasn't home when they showed up, but his then wife and their 2 kids, aged 10 and 12, were nearby. They came over when they saw the police presence. She recorded parts of it on her phone, and there's also body cam footage. According to Afroman, the deputies kicked in his front door, broke his external gate, cut the wiring on a security camera system, rummaged through his closet, flipped through his CD collection, handled a wad of cash found in the home, and encountered 1 lemon
Why is it always green?
pound cake baked by his mother. They found
Okay, the 11-pound cake comes back, guys.
no
Just
drugs. They found no
this is
kidnapping
wonderful.
victims. They found no evidence of any crime. They didn't even find the basement torture dungeon the confidential informant described because, well, apparently Afroman's house didn't even have a basement. Needless to say,
Dude, the parallels to fucking QAnon shit.
no charges were ever filed. But they did leave behind something priceless. Security camera footage. Afroman came home to a trashed house. His front door was destroyed, his security system was cut, his property was in disarray. He reached out to the sheriff's office about repairing the damage. He says their response was
I have experience. Not fun.
essentially not our problem.
I had an apartment raided. I'll tell the full story on another show. But yeah, man, that shit was that was fucked up. They trashed my roommate's room, and I kept like begging them. I'm like, dude, please, no.
Wobbling his head, he goes, "We're not required to do that," and they were unapologetic.
Afroman actually filed his own lawsuit over the damage to his home, but that claim was dismissed, and that's because the law gives police a lot of leeway here. When officers execute a valid search warrant, they're generally allowed to use reasonable force to get inside, even if that means breaking doors or damaging property. And courts have held that kind of damage doesn't automatically require compensation. So
This guy sounds like the other guy if he was AI.
even though nothing was
You
found,
know what I mean?
and even though Afroman was left with
I
the
don't even know the
bill,
other dude's name.
the law still treats the raid itself as lawful. He also says the deputies had confiscated over $5,000 in cash, money he made from performing. Eventually, they gave it back, but Afroman claimed about $400 was missing. The sheriff's office said deputies simply miscounted. But Afroman was not convinced. So he asked himself a question that would kick off this entire saga.
I asked myself, as a powerless black man in America,
What can I do?
what can I do? And only thing I could come up with was make a funny rap song about him and make some money, use the money to pay
Motherfucker.
for the damages and move
I love this guy.
on.
His answer? Make a funny rap song about it.
Yeah.
4 months after the raid in December
That's exactly what I would do.
2022, Afroman released the first
Legal? Yeah, the legal guy. Yeah, actual legal. Not legal hawks. Or eaglets. Please don't. Yo, dude, I helped you get to 1 million. Please don't fucking hit my channel. Cause like now I'm just doing this thing where I'm pausing every like few seconds so it hits the, okay, there we go.
Then came the masterpiece, Lemon Pound Cake. Set to the tune of the Drifters song Under the Boardwalk, the video slows down on a deputy who, in the middle of executing a search warrant for kidnapping victims and
Oh, that's why I can't play that one.
narcotics, pauses at a cake stand in Afroman's kitchen and stares at a lemon pound cake.
He stares at the lemon pound cake. Get the fuck. Yes.
By Afroman's mother.
You see,
Fucking lemon pound cake, motherfucker. Man, I think that he's actually letting us get this because, like, I'm not getting hit. We'll see.
The video
I love this motherfucker.
now has over 3.7 million views on YouTube.
Yes.
Afroman didn't.
Oh fuck! This is like, dude, we culture is the best.
Stop
We
there.
have the
He
best.
created an
Dude, seriously.
entire lemon pound cake
I feel bad for people that don't smoke.
album. He made merchandise featuring the deputies' likenesses. He nicknamed the cake-gazing officer Police Officer Pound Cake on social media. He compared the judge who signed off on the warrant to the cartoon character Droopy.
Droopy Dog.
He compared one officer to Quasimodo.
One of the cooking creators I follow got asked to make her lemon pound cakes to sell at one of its concerts coming up. Yes. Uni, we're probably going to see him at the festival coming up.
That Mr. Foreman called you a hunchback?
Also, everybody say hello to Uni Moogle. That is my wife in chat.
Yes. And specifically compared you to Quasimodo? Yes.
He released more videos. He posted on TikTok,
By the way, probably about 15 minutes and then, yeah.
Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. He called
Still,
them
if you're
being
hungry.
from Adams KK County and accused them of theft. Then he released a song allegedly about sleeping with one of the deputies' wives. The deputies were not happy.
Now, we've talked extensively on the channel about the rise of authoritarianism in the US, and that means that independent media is more important than ever. So if you want to support our mission,
In March 2023, 7 Adams County Sheriff's deputies filed a civil lawsuit against Afroman. The claims included defamation, invasion of privacy, false light, and commercial misappropriation of likeness. They said Afroman used their images without permission and profited off their faces and personas. They said he told lies about them. They said they had suffered
This whole album's fire.
humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, loss of reputation, and even death threats. One deputy, and we'll just let you guess who, said anonymous people had mailed pound cakes to his workplace. Multiple pound cakes. Is that supposed to be a bad thing? And what did they want? Nearly $4 million in damages. Afroman's response was immediate. He filed a countersuit. And he had allies. The ACLU of Ohio filed an amicus brief calling the lawsuit a classic slap suit, a strategic lawsuit against public participation, describing it as a meritless attempt to silence criticism. In the meantime, a local judge eventually dismissed 6 of the 8 claims in the officer's lawsuit against Afroman. However, the judge kept 2
You mean the images that they created by breaking and entering?
alive.
That's kind of the whole, yeah, Peach. That's exactly what they mean.
false light and defamation. They're closely
glad that
related,
you get it.
but both run headfirst into the First
Also,
Amendment.
Preach
Under
Creek
Ohio
Media,
law,
what up?
defamation protects against false statements of fact that harm a person's reputation. The elements are familiar to legal eagles by now. The plaintiff must show that the defendant made a false statement, it was published to a third party, the defendant acted with the requisite intent, and the statement hurt the plaintiff's reputation. When the plaintiff is a public official or public figure, courts require proof of actual malice.
No, he figured it out. He figured out that he was about to go fucking mega viral, no matter if he got jail time or not.
And that means the speaker knew the statement was false or acted with
Because remember, there was a countersuit.
reckless disregard for the truth.
Well, I don't think he'd get jail time, but yeah, he could have paid a lot.
The key point is that defamation is anchored in falsity. It's not enough that speech is embarrassing, insulting, or critical. The Supreme Court of Ohio recognized the tort of false light in Welling v. Weinfeld. False light does not require a specific false statement. Instead, it targets situations where someone is placed before the public in a misleading way, one that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. False light differs from defamation in that it focuses on misleading and highly offensive impressions, such as the impression made during a music video, rather than on specific false statements. But even here, falsity still matters. The claim depends on a false implication, or a false overall impression, not just an unfavorable or embarrassing one. The Ohio Supreme Court emphasized that to prove false light, the plaintiff has to show actual malice, mirroring constitutional defamation standards because the First Amendment still applies. And there's good reason for that. Because once you move from false statements to false impressions, you're getting dangerously close to punishing speech simply because it offends. And that's where the First Amendment draws a hard line. There's a defense that cuts across both defamation and false light: parody. If no reasonable person would take the statement,
You know how I knew what I was talking about in that little situation earlier?
as a literal claim of fact, it's protected. And that was the core of Afroman's defense, that his music and videos were expressive, exaggerated, and not meant to be taken literally. But the defense didn't stop there. If the footage used in videos is real, and the events depicted actually happened, then the resulting portrayal, even if humiliating or critical, is not necessarily false. And without falsity, neither defamation nor false light can succeed. So how did this case wind up going to trial? The local judge concluded that for purposes of false light, Afroman
Yeah, he's so relevant now, it's
publicized
kind of
false
crazy.
facts about the cops, which would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. These allegations, he said, were
Cool.
sufficient to state a claim.
Happy
The
to
judge
see it,
also
man.
held that the deputies had a viable defamation claim. Allegations that the police stole money or used drugs were the type of statements that would cause reputational harm. The court did not agree that these statements constituted opinion, as they were each provably false. The judge's reasoning here is not all that persuasive. It is true that Afroman's allegations about corruption and lying could offend an average person, but the judge is overlooking the very big elephant in the room. Afroman made his claims in the context of songs that included parody and satire, and that kind of speech is generally protected by the First Amendment. We have Jerry Falwell to thank for that. Falwell sued Hustler magazine for running a fake ad for Campari liquor, recounting how Jerry lost his virginity to his mother. Falwell asked the Supreme Court to apply an outrageousness standard that would have allowed a jury to impose liability on the basis of the jurors' tastes or because they don't like certain expressions. But the Supreme Court held that public figures cannot recover damages unless the defendant made a false statement of fact with actual malice.
Oh, guys, we got to go into like the full case of this. Oh, the Falwell case is so fucking funny.
And that,
dude, Weird Al covered this at one point where he was talking about like the history of parody and
paved the way for Afroman.
Yeah, if you guys don't want to wait for me to cover it, look up Weird Al and
sexually intimate relationship with Satan.
The history of parody.
You may find the Falwell ad or the South Park episodes or the Afroman videos funny, or you may think they're crude. In any case, he likely had a constitutional right to make fun of the deputies. It's also worth remembering that saying cops are crooked or corrupt is opinion. And when the government kicks down your door,
the same law covered like Tupac when he did like a whole bunch of like diss tracks.
The Constitution protects your right to say you don't like it.
Yeah, Tupac, Biggie, all of them.
TLDR.
Oh fuck, even Kendrick Lamar and fucking
if the verdict had gone against Afroman,
Drake,
I don't know that it would have been upheld on appeal. Afroman's countersuit was dismissed before trial.
Although, did Drake actually sue?
That means Afroman couldn't make the sheriff fix his door.
Huh.
3.5 years
Did
after
he?
the raid,
Because hey,
the
Drake.
case finally went to trial, and it was all documented on video. The deputies testified first. Here's the pound cake guy, Sean Cooley.
Okay. It's Lemon Pound Cake. Here we go, guys. Here we go. I'm going to play this uninterrupted. This is amazing.
Called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman.
Multiple times.
And the context of that name comes from a music
Oh, we
video
failed.
that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but
The Adams County Sheriff laid down my door. Then I heard the glass break.
You would admit that you with the glasses walking by the lemon pound cake on the counter?
yes.
This clip isn't just funny, it does good legal work. Remember, for false light and defamation, he has to prove that Afroman said something false. But here, he admits the underlying event is real. That's him in the house, in the video, walking by the mom's dessert with what a reasonable person might
played it
describe
in court.
as lustfulness. What Afroman added was the label Officer Pound Cake. But that's not a factual claim, it's a joke, a characterization, the kind of exaggeration the First Amendment protects. This is also a classic approach to parody. Take a real event or a real person, exaggerate it, turn it into a character. Officers from other jurisdictions also call him Pound Cake.
When I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I'd been called a thief, lemon pound cake. He has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. He's sold merchandise, sweatshirts, t-shirts, things of that nature at all of his venues. Matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Now that could be humiliating and hurtful, but he can't get damages for emotional distress if he doesn't prove the other elements of defamation and false light. Here's another good moment of cross-examination by Afroman's lawyer, David Osborne.
This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm not going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people.
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No.
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
No.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Pound Cake, is a music video for entertainment?
Wait, the ex-wife testified? Oh my God, I gotta watch the whole fucking thing of this.
Accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't.
So
that was a lie as well.
So you are suing based upon him saying you smoked weed in a song?
I say that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Okay.
This is hilarious.
Here, Osborne
This is hilarious.
gets Cooley to agree that some comments, like calling someone fat, aren't
Again, I got
really provable facts.
you know what?
They're
I'll keep this to myself as far as like telling the story about what happened to me. But something similar.
Then he walks him into something even
Something
more
similar
important.
with the cop
Cooley
that fucking
admits he doesn't believe everything he reads online or in the media.
used his expertise.
Whoops. That's the reasonable person standard.
As I said, you know what? Let's see. I'll tell that story on Wednesday. Because tomorrow,
If people don't take everything
a little
literally,
important,
then
but yeah, Wednesday.
a song, which is obviously meant as entertainment, is even less likely to be understood as a factual claim. And once the case is framed that way, it starts to fall apart. The defense called just one witness besides Afroman. That's
Want to
Ron
make lemon cake now?
Grooms, a
Lemon pound cake.
teacher and the ex-wife of Sheriff Deputy Sean Grooms. She was asked whether she and her students were familiar with the Cardi B song WAP. Grooms testified that they all knew the song and nobody took WAP seriously.
Afroman's lemon pound cake. Dude, if he didn't already have a strain called that, I would fucking totally do it.
Ass, pussy.
Yes.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No.
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
No.
That was the wife.
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way.
Dude, the wife is base as fuck. Wait a minute.
Was even worse, his
I wasn't prepared for this. God damn it.
said,
oh my God, Peggy.
He wasn't devastated by his portrayal in the video for Lemon Pound Cake. Imagine being able to own your ex by testifying that he doesn't really understand the law and he was lying about being mortally wounded by his song.
Oh my God, that's fucking fire.
This was a devastating moment for the
This is
plaintiffs. And
incredible.
not just because of the personal dynamic. Her testimony did two important things legally. First, it reinforced the defense's core argument that these songs weren't meant to be taken literally. By comparing Lemon Pound Cake to a song like
Kathy shocked us. No shit.
The defense was showing the jury
This is
that it's
incredible.
a genre built on exaggeration, shock, and humor. Rappers are not exactly known for their factual reporting. In other words, the same point underlying the parody doctrine, no reasonable person is treating these lyrics as statements of fact. Second, it went straight to damages. Grooms claimed he was deeply harmed by the song, but his
Let's say Tupac, for example, for where he was calling out Biggie and he's just like, fuck your bitch. It's like,
own ex-wife testified that he laughed about it. That undercuts one of the key elements of emotional distress, that the harm was real,
ex-wife's dream, especially after divorcing a cop.
serious, and severe. So this wasn't just embarrassing, it was legally fatal. It's hard to claim a song destroyed your life when you were laughing about it. And since the jury did not find in the plaintiff's favor, it's likely they thought
Dude, this story
her
rules.
testimony was at least
What a way to
somewhat
wrap
credible.
up the evening.
But Afroman's lawyer was making
Hell
a
yeah.
key point. Artists
I'm
tend to make
so
exaggerated
happy about
claims,
this.
particularly in rap, but come on, also in country and other genres. The lawyer pointed to one song in particular, Lil Wayne's Pussy Monster.
Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact.
That was arguably the same thing Afroman was
No!
doing in the songs about Adams County.
Yeah!
Some of the things the deputies found offensive were not.
How can you say that? Oh, fucking props to everybody sitting in that room at that moment that didn't just bust out laughing. God damn it. It would, oh my God. I would fucking lose my shit. I would lose my shit. I'd be like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen live.
Matters of opinion. For example, one song calls Deputy Randy Walters a son of a bitch.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch.
When asked about it, Walters notes of his mother that she's been dead for years.
When they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion.
Randy Walters is the son of a bitch. Ooh. He fucking rules.
That's
Dude, fucking Afro Man rules.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
Sorry.
I am so fucking happy right now. This is so funny. Look at this. Look at this fucking. Look at him. Look at him. The fucking.
That when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description.
Why? Why do they all look ridiculous?
Sure.
The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Oh, this is...
Yes.
No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie?
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person.
No.
This was an effective cross by Osborne. It went directly to the legal standard. By getting Walters to admit that calling someone a son of a bitch isn't something that can be proven true or false, the lawyer established that it's an opinion, not a statement of fact. Then he took it a step further. By walking through even more absurd examples, like comparing Walters to Gomer Pyle, Osborne
the reverse mohawk.
showed the jury that these weren't factual assertions at all, but exaggerated comedic descriptions. In other words, the kind of rhetorical hyperbole the First Amendment protects. Sergeant Walters testified that one of the most harmful things Afroman did was suggest in a song that he had slept with Walters' wife.
He said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
Yes.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
No.
Under cross-examination, things got more.
Dude, this was in a court of law. Oh my god. No.
More complicated. When pressed,
I'm sorry. If you've ever sat a day in court, then you know how fucking funny this is.
Walters struggled to say whether the claim was actually
tremendous pain,
false or even verifiable, at one point responding, "I don't know," when asked directly if the statement was untrue.
Does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
What the fuck?
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Oh.
The point.
Oh my god. Oh, dude.
Isn't whether the claim is true, it's whether the law treats it as a factual assertion in the first place. But this shows how easy it is to get tripped up on the witness.
Guys, just a reminder, we're watching Legal Eagle.
His answers probably damage his case. False light and defamation both require some connection to falsity. But here, the alleged harm rests on a claim.
Guys, it's the small wins, like I said. We're dealing with the Trump administration, and here we are. This is real. It's happening. Let's accept it and just be like, yeah, you know what? Every once in a while, there's something good that comes.
That even the plaintiff.
This is wonderful. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you.
Couldn't clearly.
Oh, thank you, Ohio, for producing the dumbest police department I have ever seen in my life.
Define or disprove.
Holy shit.
At the same time, the statement comes from a rap song, an expressive medium that audiences don't typically interpret as a literal fact. So instead of showing a provably false statement, the testimony ended up highlighting the opposite. That this is exactly the kind of
big W for the people.
The First Amendment is designed to protect. But then Afroman took the stand. And little side note, when a defendant shows up looking like this, plaintiff's attorneys would be wise not to underestimate them.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The lawyer tries to suggest, hey, you took advantage of the warrant to make money. Afroman effectively flips that back the other way. He didn't make the videos to be vindictive. The deputies created this situation. They tore down his door, ripped up his home, and refused to pay for the damages. That reminds the jury of who started it. But it's also a subtle way of pointing out that this lawsuit is actually retaliation against him for exercising his First Amendment rights.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's so obvious. A small town fucking police department. Oh, they got burned so hard.
Other way around.
Oh, we could sue for damages. You know that?
He clearly labels his conduct as entertainment. He writes, he performs, he entertains. He's not a reporter. He also recites the legal standard in a down-to-earth way. It's not easy to define the reasonable person standard, but he does that here by saying, I have freedom of speech, I talk to my family, friends, and fans, and they have opinions about these videos. I also think he did a fine job of humanizing himself. He goes to work every day just like the lawyer, just like the jurors.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the discount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind.
Again, in this clip,
damn, dude.
the lawyer seems to be suggesting.
Dude, he won this case handily too.
That he was trying to set up the deputies or create a spectacle by bringing in the news media. He countered that by saying he had a reasonable concern about what would happen to him based on how he had already been treated by the sheriff's department.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed.
In the end, the jury sided with Afroman. And once you walk through the law, that outcome isn't especially surprising. The deputy's case depended on turning songs, jokes, and edited footage into provable false statements of fact. But much of what Afroman created looked exactly like what the First Amendment protects: exaggeration, criticism, and commentary about government actors. If a reasonable viewer wouldn't take it literally, then the defamation and false light claims
God, I
are
actually
dead
hope
on
he
arrival.
fucked that
And maybe that's what this
housewife.
case is
Just
really
like,
about.
I really
Not
hope he
just
did.
whether Afroman said something false, but whether he could be punished for saying anything at all. We've unfortunately seen this before. In the Novak v. City of Parma case, another one involving the Buckeye State, a local man was arrested for parodying his local police department on Facebook.
Jury
Anyone seen
was
outside of
entertained.
their home
Oh God, only to be on that jury.
for the hours of 12 p.m. to 9 p.m. will be arrested. Thank you.
Dude, this is a small town too. This is the most exciting thing that they ever had happen in their lives.
And some people, I'm sure, were confused about it, but most people respond
Why do they design couches like that? I hate those couches. Can we make couches for comfort, not couches for fucking just like looks?
to the fact that it's clearly a
I hate that
parody.
shit. I hate that shit. Look at this guy. Look at him. Look how uncomfortable he is.
Harvard Police
Look at him. Look at him. Yeah, your room looks fine, but you look miserable. Get a fucking recliner, my guy.
Department did not
God damn.
like my page.
Different facts,
Can't even sleep on that shit.
same problem.
So impractical. Like, what is it with impractical furnishings?
Local police didn't want to be
Like,
criticized.
did they just like look at like anti-fucking homeless art and that, or like art? Well, that's what like they call the fucking designs with the spikes on them, and just go, hey, yeah, that's uncomfortable. Let's make that fucking everybody like go for that. You know what's fucked up? I watched this shit where a rich person had some of the most impractical furniture I've ever seen. I'm just like, really? That's what they're doing? That's what they're doing? Okay.
So they retaliated against
We'll stick with my lazy boy.
citizens who mocked them. But the Constitution doesn't guarantee that
It's tacky. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I can recline
criticism will be fair
with a remote.
or polite. It protects the right to be loud, mocking, and even offensive when you're speaking about the government.
I can't do that, but
And that brings us to the part of the story
that's the kind of money I'm talking about.
that's a little harder to see, but just as important. This case didn't start with a raid, it started with a confidential informant. The law recognizes that confidential informants can be unreliable. They may have a motive to lie or exaggerate, or they may be seeking leniency in exchange for information. That's why officers are supposed to corroborate at least some of what a
Tacky
CI
is comfy.
says
Fuck
before
yeah.
using it to establish
Comfy.
probable cause.
Dude, I will fucking rock the end of my life with a tacky ass fucking beanbag from Lovesack. over a couch that like, ooh, it ties the room together. Go fuck
The
yourself.
rule comes from Illinois v. Gates, where the Supreme Court said that when presented with a search warrant, judges must look at the totality of the circumstances, including whether the informant is credible and whether police corroborated any part of the informant's tip. Because without that verification, a tip isn't evidence, it's just a story, and if that story is wrong, the consequences are real. Thankfully, no one was hurt during the raid on Afroman's house, but people have been injured and killed during raids based on faulty information from confidential informants. When
Love
that
sacks are awesome.
happens, the damage
Yeah, we almost bought a love sack couch, but I don't know.
can't be undone
talked
by
out
a
of it.
parody song. But two things unquestionably were hurt in the raid: Afroman's beautiful gate and his tasteful door with a sunburst window. So now that he won his case, will the state of Ohio finally help repair them? Unfortunately, no. His lawsuit for damages was dismissed because the warrant was lawful. Deeply flawed,
Oh, damn.
but lawful. And unfortunately for Afroman, he's also probably on the hook for all of his attorney's fees because the defamation case against him was filed before Ohio enacted its anti-SLAPP statute in January of 2025. But there is one silver, platinum lining here for Afroman. The internet never forgets. And so when it's the night before your trial, and this banger is what you put into the world, you're probably going to end up with all the gates and doors you could ever want.
Mine eyes have seen informants get busted with felonies. Tell the cops I'm a kidnapper and I sell a lot of keys. Raid my house and then
Yo, I just realized I'm part of a fucking thing where
get pissed. Cause the dungeon don't exist. My proof's on the internet.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? Or how do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder.
Okay, we're done. Well, that was an incredible video. Nice kitchen. That was a nice kitchen. I can't understand all that green. That's a lot of green. All right, folks. I'm gonna stick around for the 620 with y'all. So I got one more quick vid in the chamber. Well, actually, that's a lie. We're gonna
Trump
just
just
do this
tacoed
quick.
out of his latest threat to obliterate Iran's energy infrastructure if it didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz, but he
Quick Philly D story. We're doing the first one, then I gotta go.
also only pushed the deadline back by 5 days. And if he does decide to follow through, the consequences could be catastrophic. And it's also not clear that we can count on another taco, especially as he may be getting just more and more desperate with each unsuccessful effort to clean up the mess he created. Right? He's repeatedly demanded that American allies that he spent most of his presidency threatening and berating risk the lives of their own troops by escorting commercial ships through the strait, with him then responding to their repeated refusal to do so by continuing to threaten and berate them, including
Good night, Peach Creek.
on Friday when you had him writing on social media, without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They complain about the high oil prices they are forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz, a simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember. But of course, it's not so easy. Right? If it was, why would the US need NATO's help? And in fact, Trump has claimed more than once that the US doesn't even need NATO's help, even while continuing to complain about not getting NATO's help. And so in the meantime, to try and keep a handle on the rising prices, he's been handing out gifts to US adversaries, including the one he started this war against. This weekend, the Trump administration lifted sanctions on some 140 million barrels of Iranian oil already loaded onto vessels.
It's already been paid for, blah, 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 blah.
And that coming a week after the lifting of sanctions on Russian oil already at sea, and a couple of days after the easing of sanctions on companies in Belarus, a key Russian ally often called Europe's last dictatorship. And so all of that, it's why you have people like Brett Erickson, a consultant specializing in financial crimes and sanctions, telling the Washington Post, 2 countries that we've spent years sanctioning are now the direct beneficiaries of a conflict the United States chose to start. The United States has spent years building sanctions architecture specifically designed to constrict Russia and Iran. Within 3 weeks of this conflict starting, we're tearing it to shreds. But also with this, you had Trump claiming on Friday that his administration was actually getting, quote, very close to meeting its objectives as it considers winding down its great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran, and adding, the Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. And then with that, well, Trump claimed that the US was winding down its operations in the region, the military was actually ramping up attacks against Iranian drones and naval vessels in its latest effort to unblock the Strait of Hormuz. Not to mention, there are thousands more U.S. troops on their way, possibly to take part in a ground operation aimed at that objective. And then a day later, Trump only added to the confusion by writing in another post, if Iran doesn't fully open, without threat, the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. And notably, this came as strikes on energy infrastructure had already accelerated last week after Israel launched a major attack on the Iranian section of the largest natural gas field in the world, a move which led to Iran retaliating against other oil and gas facilities in the Gulf states, including the world's largest liquefied natural gas production facility in Qatar, further threatening global energy supplies and driving up fuel prices. And then you had Trump threatening to blow up the entirety of that gas field if Iran attacked Qatar again. Right, and he also claimed that the U.S. knew nothing about the initial Israeli strike ahead of time, even though multiple outlets reported otherwise. And then Iran's foreign minister threatened to do even more damage if Trump followed through, saying that his country would show zero restraint if our infrastructures are struck again. And so in response to Trump's latest threat, you had Iranian officials striking a similar tone, right, with a military spokesperson vowing that his country would strike infrastructure used by Israel, the U.S., and American allies, including fuel, energy, information technology, and desalination infrastructure, and adding that the Strait of Hormuz would be completely closed until any damaged Iranian power plants were rebuilt. You then also had Iran's Speaker of Parliament warning that infrastructure and energy and oil facilities across the region will be considered legitimate targets and will be destroyed irreversibly, and oil prices will rise for a long time. And then he also threatened to target buyers of U.S. Treasury bonds, saying that financial entities financing the American military budget were legitimate targets. And so with
You see that little bite there? You're just like,
all that, you had Iran spending the weekend showing that it has not
weirdo.
been defeated yet. Right, attacks continued against American allies in the Gulf, with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and the UAE all reporting that they intercepted drone and missile attacks over the weekend. We also saw Iranian strikes increasingly testing the limits of Israel's air defense systems. On Friday, for example, a missile fragment hit near holy sites in Jerusalem's Old City and injured several people. And on Saturday, 2 Iranian missiles struck cities in southern Israel and wounded around 180 people, including a 12-year-old boy and a 5-year-old girl, who were both reported to be in serious condition. And you had Iranian state-linked media saying that the strikes were carried out in response to alleged attacks.
That's fucked up. They're worried about the land around the fucking holy site and the fucking people that were
by the U.S. and Israel on nuclear facilities in Iran. And then also, like, a big thing with these strikes on Israel is they hit near the country's main nuclear research facility and reactor, which is meant to be one of the best protected sites in the country. So the fact that 2 missiles made it through, it's raised questions about how effective Israel's air defenses are going to continue to be, especially the longer this war drags on. Because so far, you have the military claiming to have intercepted more than 90% of Iran's ballistic missiles. And that may be largely thanks to something called the Arrow 3, an anti-ballistic missile system developed by Israel and the U.S. But Israeli media reported that the Arrow 3 wasn't deployed against the missiles that injured so many people this weekend. And so there are concerns that the military is starting to more aggressively conserve its stockpile of these interceptors, which are extremely costly and time-consuming to produce. Though I will say that the military has denied recent reports that it was running out of missile interceptors, saying that it had prepared for prolonged combat. But also, you had a former commander of Israel's air and missile defense forces telling the New York Times, it's not a bottomless barrel. When we intercept, we also have to think of the next day's battle. Right? And with that, a high-ranking Israeli defense official reportedly traveled to Washington this month to ask for more interceptors and munitions, and it's not clear whether the U.S. agreed to provide more. Though also, in the meantime, another way that Iran's been trying to get around Israel's air defenses is through the use of what are known as cluster munition. They have these warheads that burst and scatter into small bombs, meaning that if they're intercepted, some of those smaller bombs can still escape and continue their descent. In Israel, they can try to intercept those too, but it is...
Because you're a weirdo who fucking thinks nothing about trans people.
Hard to hit
so
every single one every single time, which we seemingly saw.
It's like all you care about.
Yesterday, when an Iranian missile dropped cluster munitions in central Israel and injured 15 people.
Lizard neck? What? Is it something you noticed on yourself and you're just like, oh no?
And with that, right, the use of cluster munitions, especially in populated areas, it may violate the laws of war due to the potential for...
It's like, what, is mid-40s or some shit?
Indiscriminate harm to civilians. And in fact, the U.S. and Israel have condemned Iran's
Get
use
that
of
little
weapons
bit extra
for that
right
Actually,
here.
since 2008, more than 100 countries have signed an international agreement
Especially
to ban
if you
them.
don't
Though,
moisturize.
I will say notably, nobody involved in this conflict, including the U.S. and Israel as well as Iran, has signed that agreement, nor have any major powers like Russia, China, and India. In fact, the U.S. has actually used cluster munitions in Afghanistan and other conflicts as well.
What do you think? Everybody's got an Adam's apple? It's just like, bah!
Has supplied the weapons to Ukraine despite concerns over how they might be used.
Check your fucking...
So with that, Russia,
oh.
They've also used
I was about to say male companion, but we know you ain't got one.
cluster munitions during the war there. In Israel, they've used them in the past wars, including in Lebanon in 2002, and allegedly more recently as well. And that's on top of how right now they've also been accused of using something called white phosphorus. And
Oh, that's right. That's all the lost weight.
residential areas
Right.
in Lebanon, which
Yeah.
would
He
similarly
actually
be
had like
illegal due to
some.
the potential for indiscriminate
I
civilian
was just
harm.
like,
And actually,
I don't
on that
think the
note, the
chicken. I
Israeli
love that
invasion
turkey
and
neck.
assault on Lebanon, it has killed over 1,000 and
That's what happens when you don't gain the weight.
displaced more than 1 million, according to the Lebanese government. With the IDF chief of staff saying on Sunday that its campaign had only just begun, and that's as the country's defense minister revealed that he had ordered the military to step up its destruction of bridges and houses in the southern part of the country, even suggesting that they would follow methods that they deployed in Gaza. But to stick with Iran for now, in addition to attacking Israel, it's also believed to have fired 2 missiles at a joint American-British military base in the Indian Ocean, with one missile failing mid-flight and the other getting shot down by an American warship. And the reason that this could be absolutely game-changing is we're talking about this happening 3,000 miles away from Tehran. Right, Iran had previously said that it intentionally kept the range of its missiles below 1,250 miles because it didn't want to be felt as a threat by anyone else in the world. And so if that was a lie, or
I instinctively felt my Adam's apple. Now I have a complex.
something has changed, it means that many more European countries and U.S. military bases in them are potential targets. That said, I do want to say it's not clear how far such an attack could truly reach, since neither missile reached its target, and it's not even clear that the missiles carried a payload, which would have let them travel further.
Whatever. Don't let the fucking ones that care so much about the gender shit
weighing
like
less.
fucking
And
rule your
Iran
life.
has actually denied that it fired the missiles,
Kyle, you're not binary, right? Who gives a shit?
accusing the Israeli government of staging it as a false flag operation. But it is something we need to keep an eye on, because the questions here are also connected to other questions or claims, right? Things like claims from Trump and others that Iran, they had the ability to directly attack the US and that the attack was imminent, but also if they had this ability, they were using the ability. But all in all, with everything that we've talked about, what we do know, what's
You're
still
being
questionable,
goofy.
what is known is that the Iranian regime, they're not done fighting. And so if Trump, he follows through on his threat, Iran may follow through on theirs, and the fallout with that, it could be massive. Right? Because currently, not all, but most of the impact on oil prices and everything tied to that come down to the Strait of Hormuz. And if that reopens, the situation could potentially stabilize relatively quickly.
managed to
So
swear to
relatively is the key word there, since you already have people like the head of the International
I'm doing the same thing where I'm just like,
Energy Agency warning that no matter what, recovery is going to take some time at this point. And that's also as he called the war in Iran the biggest threat to global energy security in history, worse than the oil shocks of 1973 and 1979 combined. But also, the widespread damage to energy or civilian infrastructure, it would make that impact far greater and much longer lasting. Which is why you have some seeing this whole situation as a massive wake-up call, yet another reason to shift to renewable energy. But that shift, it's not taking place fast enough to offset these impacts if it gets worse. But then with all that said, this morning you had Trump appearing to back down, writing in a social media post, "I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East." And adding, "I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussion." With him then telling reporters that the U.S. and Iran had very strong talks and would continue them by phone.
protects the larynx and vocal cords from injury.
Today, also claiming Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were leading the talks for the U.S. and were dealing with a top person in Iran, except he wouldn't say who that was, only that it wasn't the supreme leader. But then with that, you had Iran publicly pushing back on the idea that there's been any real progress toward ending the war. Or with Iran's foreign ministry claiming Trump's comments were just meant to reduce energy prices and to buy time for implementing his military plans, and adding, "Yes, there have been initiatives from regional countries to reduce tensions, and our response to all of them is clear. We are not the party that started this war, and all such requests should be directed to Washington." We also reportedly had a senior security official arguing that Trump pulled back his threat to hit Iranian infrastructure after Iran's military threats became credible, saying there have been no negotiations and there are none underway. And in the meantime, Iran's only stepped up their own threats, warning Trump against a possible boots on the ground effort. Or the country's defense council saying in a statement, "Any attempt to attack Iran's coasts or islands will cause all access routes in the Gulf to be mined with various types of sea mines, including floating mines that can be released from the coast." And saying, in this case, the entire Gulf will practically be in a situation similar to the Strait of Hormuz for a long time. And so ultimately, Trump may just be backing himself further and further into a corner every day, with him seemingly surrounded by yes men and sycophants, with the world's most powerful military at his disposal, and with so far no meaningful pushback in Congress. Who's to say if he'll taco again? But also, while we wait to see what happens there, his administration's latest moves on the domestic side, they're also prompting some serious outcry. Right in Atlanta, security lines are stretching for hours. In Houston, nearly half of TSA workers called out on Friday. And Trump's solution? Send ICE agents to airports. Agents who aren't trained to run x-ray machines, screen baggage, or basically do anything the TSA does. His own border czar admitted that they're mostly going to be guarding doors and checking IDs. So his transportation secretary says they will run the x-ray machines because they're under Homeland Homeland Security with TSA. So they also can't even agree on what these agents are actually going to be doing. And then you also have Trump specifically saying they'd be arresting undocumented immigrants with a heavy emphasis on those from Somalia. And then in the meantime, 2 pilots just died at LaGuardia and there's still no deal to end the shutdown. But, starting with the...
Yep. And that's where we're ending the evening. All right. It's not that powerful. Geez, defensively, it's the most powerful. All right. Well, all I'll say is, guys, I had fun. And we will have fun tomorrow on this space. If you have not already followed, please do. Really appreciate the support, especially for the working class collaborative that is this space. Come on. There we go. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. This is... It's really not working. There we go. All right. Yeah, but definitely follow tomorrow for tomorrow's show. I do a 2-hour on this space called Pepaganda. A little bit of a different show. I mean, not too different, but different enough to come and check it out. And then, yeah, I do my regular show at 4 o'clock. Definitely check that out as well. If you haven't already, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Really, really appreciate that. And, yeah. Sylvie, you must be fun. Oh, my God. You must be fun at parties. You know what? I bet she is. I bet that she is somebody that stokes intellectual curiosity and also knows how to pick a good playlist. So that's all you need for a good party companion. Valero Oil Refinery, Port Arthur, Texas. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oil refinery in flames after explosion. Okay. It is an oil refinery. Okay. Well, thank you for that info. That's crazy. But, yeah, we were just wrapping up stream, so. Why did it explode is the question? Hold on. Let's look. Hold on. Thick black smoke, rose, blah, 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 blah. Sheriff says the explosion was likely caused by an industrial heater, not terrorism. All right. Calm down. Calm down, people. It was your average oil explosion, which, yeah, timing seems sus, but yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, no, 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 no. Just shave it. Dude, I'm not that bad. Shut up. Why are you that obsessed with my hairline? Go jerk off already, man. I know that you're fucking thirsty and all. And you gotta fucking, like, if you gotta think about me being bald, I don't care. But if you gotta think about my hair, you can think about that. I don't care, but you're thinking way too much about my looks. That's weird as shit. Just gonna say. All right, guys. I realistically have gonna run the gamut here. I think that you know what's fucked up. I'll just admit it. I noticed that I'm almost at 6:30. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stun lock for a minute, one good minute, and then I'm gonna go. But good night for reals. Hey, mouses, I appreciate that. Hey, you know what? Thank you everybody who has hung out tonight, just kind of chilled, who contributes to the show. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, tired. Yeah, so am I. And tomorrow's going to be quite the day. So I have a feeling it's going to be some Iran news. Who knows? But what I do knows is that I'm officially out. So love y'all. Catch you tomorrow. 2 o'clock. Wait. Wednesday? Oh, shit. No. I'll catch you at noon on this space, and then 4 o'clock on High on Politics, all Central Time. So 5 and 1 Eastern. Cool. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.